trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts went again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. The arrival till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's rage! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? World Stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living cheat. Dragon kick! 爆元手一 Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! 气贯长虹! My fist is unrivaled!
Here. Who needs shoot?
I'm magic, and this is my soul sword.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to week 2, day 2 of the Marvel Rivals Championship. I am so excited to get into it. My name is iRunChip, and I'm here with my co-host Dustin. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good, Shib. I'm excited for today. Obviously, we're going to see so many incredible teams finish out in the top 16s left to go in the playoffs. So this is a fantastic tournament we've had so far, Shib. It's been a pleasure casting with you, and I think today is going to be even more exciting than yesterday, which was like a bit of a precursor leading into today.
Yeah, yesterday was so hype, and I can only imagine, like we've been discussing, as we get deeper into this tournament, the competition is just going to turn up, man. And seeing these people play the way they were playing yesterday, I can't imagine what we're going to see over these next 2 days. I know here we had a ton of fun watching Nightmare dominate. There was a point during the tournament yesterday where I thought they might actually lose the set, but obviously they found their footing and immediately turned that right back around. But that kind of stuff, man, these upsets are very possible, and it'll help push some of these teams that you may not have thought would make it right onto the next round, and they just keep doing that. And next thing you know, they're winning that cash, man, you know?
Yeah, they're right there, obviously. Anything can happen, 100%. You're right. It just seems like, even teams that seem like they're not going to win can just come back on any single day. And, speaking of which, by the way, speaking of awesome skins in this regard, we're going to take a look at the new skins available in the store. I mean, Chip, obviously, the Squirrel Girl skin's so cute. I mean, it's just so amazing. The fact that she has the whole dragon tail is kind of crazy for a whole school concept. It's just insane.
That's a cool, dude. The little details matter, man. Even the throwables, Moon Knight, man. You gotta love to see that change over here with the Moon Knight Lunar General skin. Just the entire aesthetic of this look is just so cool, man. The little details on these skins are next level. And yeah, man, my wallet's screaming. I gotta make the purchase whenever we're done casting here. I can jump on the game.
Oh no! Oh my God! Funnel back into the system. I like that.
Exactly.
Oh my God. But yeah, I mean, Ship, dude, like obviously today is going to be an incredible day. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure you are as well. I think yesterday was just so fun. The fact that, like you said, you said Nightmare, that game was super close. The fact that they, were pushed against the wall, they were down on map number 1, able to come back, just make that reverse sweep, or not reverse sweep, but just constantly, press back the other team. It was kind of insane, right? Anything can happen today. I think even the meta can shift. Like we have our notions already, but things can change on the flip of a hat, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was cool to see something like a Magic almost hard carrying. I know Fandori was popping off in Magic on that domination round where it was just applying that pressure, the Groot Moon Knight combination where you get that insta team wipe with the KOs, just throwing down the Groot ultimate and raining down the moon on them. But he was just hard focusing Moon Knight every single fight, ensuring that couldn't happen. It was always the first pick. And that goes to show you that if you change strategy up, find a way to try to counter these massive plays, you can get it done, especially if you're able to play the correct way like he was able to do there with Magic. It was a ton of fun to watch, man.
Yeah, Fandori is super good. I know people talk about Ryan Mazing's Magic, but Fandori, you're right. I mean, it just was the best Magic, I think, yesterday. It was a tough series, I think, to come back into it. Take a look back at the schedule of what's been going on. Obviously, we're into today, January 4th, so we're in that round of 11 to 13. We'll be watching, I believe, one round 10 match today. However, the whole tournament is going to be coming to a close tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be that grand finals. Today's leading up to it, though, so a lot of teams will be eliminated. We'll be watching some of those lower bracket rounds, some of those upper bracket rounds as well. But, I mean, today, it's all or nothing for a lot of these teams today, Shib.
Yeah, it's exciting. We're getting down to the wire here, man. To think that tomorrow we're going to be watching a team pick up that 6K is insane to me, man. We got today is going to be rounds 11 through the 13th. And speaking of 6K, the total prize award for this tournament is about almost 15K for a first month in tournament in-house. That's just wild to say out loud. But the champion going to be pulling 6K, runner-ups going to be pulling 3, third place 1.5, fourth 8. So everybody who's made it this far is taking some cash. You gotta love to see something like that. For me personally, I'd be turning that right around, putting that right into skins. But what would you do with the money, brother?
I can't beat that. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, maybe I'd be checking the Steam gift card, checking the Steam summer sale, or they're not summer sale. We're in winter. What the hell am I talking about? Yeah, checking those things out, getting some money to that. And also, it's across multiple other tournaments, right? So it's not only just North America. We also have the Asia region. We also have the European region. So each having those $14,000 500 prize pool for each region. is definitely a huge deal, I think, especially so early on to the game. Let's take a look at the schedule going into today. We're going to be checking Worms versus Arise first, and a lot of other matches going on. We saw Rad Esports yesterday look good. Groats, unfortunately, in that upper bracket did lose their matchup to send them into that lower bracket, but it was versus Mutants. It was versus a really good team, so ton of good teams playing today, Shib, and we're going to be watching all of these matches, so look forward to every single one here.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a ton of fun to watch. The competition is going to be rising. I'm excited to see what we're going to see for team ups. Excited what we're going to see in terms of who's going to shine, right? I love seeing up and coming stars in this game, seeing people that are going to be popping off. Yesterday, Amazing with that Psylocke was disgusting. It was insane to watch. I was learning things every single play. The off angles they were taking, stuff like that. Just kind of sits with you. Yesterday we discussed, maybe trying to get an eye on watching the best players play, and that's the best way to learn. And in my opinion, there's no better place to watch the best players play than a tournament like this. What do you think?
Yeah, you're right, Shib. I mean, it's just you gotta tune into the esports scene, tune into in these tournaments, and figure out how these players are playing. Especially check out a lot of their streams. I mean, there's so much you can learn just from communication. We're gonna hop now into the match between Topsoil and Arise, one of the first matches of the day, heading to Spider Island Spider Island first, which is kind of an interesting map. Especially if we see Hella go through, considering Adam Warlock banned first. A lot of teams hate Adam Warlock playing against it at the current moment, and you can see for Arise, they're prioritizing getting rid of Psylocke and potentially playing the Hulk.
Yeah, I mean, and they do show the Jeff here. I'm not sure if that's going to be a lock, but I will say that this is one of those maps that Jeff can actually shine really strong. I mean, getting some of those ults and immediately finding an off map is potentially game winning. It is tough to do at this level, especially with people who understand counters and how to handle it, but it can absolutely be done in the right hands. So yeah, we see here Iron Man is going to get banned. No surprise there, getting rid of that team up. They are going to lock in and keep Hella, which is going to be a fun matchup to watch between Hal and Spee here. But yeah, man, we're going to see how this starts shaking out. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, let's get right into it indeed. I mean, Arise, we've seen them before. Topsoil, we've seen them before. So both of these teams have been on broadcast, and both of them have had very close games and have looked strong in their own right. So personally, I expect this to be close. I believe Ricky, never mind, Rick, I was thinking of a different guy. I was thinking of Rigsy. He's posting a lot of content on social media on just how to play the game, how to play, some of these Vanguard roles. For Team Arise, standout for me last time was Melophobia. Watch out for this player on pretty much any role that is like magic. Specifically, Melophobia looked really good. Meanwhile, for Topsoil, Garchomp was absolutely crazy. One of the best Vanguard players we've seen in the tournament. So I think this is going to be a back and forth matchup between maybe even two different roles.
Yeah, you love to see the Vanguard change here. No matched Vanguards on either side. I love to see Groot out on the field. Groot is insanely powerful in the right hands. Those walls can do wild damage. One of the most important things I tell teams when I'm locked with them is please break those walls, because anybody who gets attacked near those walls is suffering another large amount of damage from the Groot smack. So here we go into it right now. Halleck on the top right side, standing right behind the Vanguard. Doctor Strange, Ricky, just going to try to find a little bit of spacing, some positioning. I like those angles, opening up the roof to look through. That's wildly unique. I actually had never done that before. Halleck going to drop back down as he does get pressured. Try to find a way again to retake it. Is just going to try to own height, as you should. Cannot find any purchase yet. They do have a Loki over there on Topsoil, which I find as super valuable, especially utilizing those crystals to shut down some of the ultimates. And here we go. Super's trying to find a way in. TPH going to press forward right now. Going to shield up his front line, and they are finding some purchases. Down goes Mel. Immediately going to lose that magic speed. Going to launch out the Augs, doing a lot of damage, and down goes Rhine Guy as the team Topsoil is finding a lot of her. There goes another from Nectar, taking out Craze Mang, and just like that, the team is going to be pushing this payload along without much contest at all.
No, that was a very strange first fight for Arise. I mean, they just kind of got walked at, and Topsoil took advantage of the situation they were in. So fantastic work from Topsoil, consistently putting the pressure on Arise, and obviously Nectar. You can see the impact that they've had so far on Hella. It's been great for them at the moment.
Yeah, man, Hella is super pressuring. The amount of damage Hella can put out, especially in the right hands, is obscene. If you can click heads, and if you can click heads fast, you will absolutely decimate teams. And speaking of decimating tanks and teams, Mel on the Logan, trying to find some damage onto the frontline group. A Groot does escape. I find personally going into a Logan as Groot is really difficult because, yeah, he's just a scratching post. And as I say that, down goes Garchomp. Really well done there by Melophobia.
Yeah, you can see why a lot of people have liked playing Wolverine so far. Like you said, I mean, just able to take down the Groot, able to pressure this front line incredibly well. And You can see Melophobia, I mean, just such a talent, specifically on a lot of these melee heroes. First of all on the Magic, and now today on the Wolverine. You can see why this player is, so deep into the tournament on heroes such as Wolverine and Magic.
Yeah, man, Wolverine is, it's funny because when this game first released, I was honestly unsure about Wolverine. I didn't think he was a great selection, but it just goes to show you, as people learn techniques and how to play these heroes to their fullest of their ability, just like TBH, gonna turn around and throw it right into the Eye of Agamotto, shutting down that ultimate from Doctor Strange. Great turn right there, great focus, and they will be getting point one as the team just got to try to take down Craze, and he does go down into Bruce form, and just like that, they are going to take point one.
Yeah, clean job from them with the ultimates from Topsoil. Seems like their attack has been going pretty smoothly and, consistently with the ultimates that they've had, able to pressure out Arise. And for Arise right now, they constantly want to play aggressive, constantly want to play forward, considering, they have a Mantis, they have a Cloak and Dagger. These two heroes love to play so aggressive in that strategist role. For Topsoil, though, they just can keep playing back with their, sturdy backline with the Loki. And with the ultimates in this fight, it might be another aggressive push from Topsoil.
Yeah, man, I was actually curious. At first, I was wondering how Topsoil was going to pull off. They ended up having the Venom with Magneto. We talked about the dive shield, and it's really strong, and it can be strong in the right hands. They did switch back over having the Groot, but I did like the idea of having that Venom dive with Magneto shield, just trying to keep the team moving, but they're going back to more of a pokey comp. Staying in the back now, a ton of damage here in the sky. Not enough to make anything happen, as Flutter's going to push into the backline. Craze trying to help out with the Groot, or with a Hulk that's pressuring his backline, and just like that, Loki going to copy up. Can't quite see who the ultimate is yet. I believe it's Mantis, and that's a nice pick there. Well done by Craze, back into normal Hulk. Yeah, and a nice pick by Super onto Craze to finish him off.
Yeah, nice job from Super. And you can see, Crazy Man was doing actually a pretty good job. I like what they did on the Hulk there. However, what do you do when Nectar's hitting shots like this on the right side? Flank kills, or KOs too as well. Halleck's going to go down. I mean, Crazy Man trying their hardest on the Hulk in that instance, trying to get a lot of KOs with the ultimate. However, just with the consistent play of Nectar and the rest of Topsoil,
oh, man.
I mean, what do you do when this man's just flying at your face like he is at the current moment?
Yeah, he's on an absolute heater right now. 3 down, looking for a 4th KO. Does manage to work it through with the team. Craze is going to get a pick on Garchomp to try to slow that up a little bit. Magneto trying to find any sort of purchase, shielding up the front line, keeping it moving, and it is still happening. Craze Mang still trying to relocate, coming back in with the shield, but just trying to hold points so they don't get the second point this quickly. A lot of time on the clock still with 2 minutes. Nice exile there by Craze, and they do have the Ankh down. Nobody's able to focus it quite yet. It's just terrifying in the face of a Hulk who's unable to do anything about it until he gets his clapback, does throw it right onto it, and there is the knock. Halleck, he's going to get rid of that. It's super and vital importance to drop those Ankhs. I can't stress that enough, as the moon gets rained on the team. Loki crystals go out, but it's not enough to save Ricky and Halleck as they both get KO'd.
Yeah, I don't really know what you do as Arise here. I mean, they're going to get kind of cleaned up at the very end. Topsoil, or Arise rather, they're trying to take these flank angles. They're trying to get ready for a dive, and they're stalling out right now. However, it's going to be futile as Topsoil move on to the third phase. But consistently, Topsoil is just playing grouped together. If they do fan out, it's not very far away from the core unit. So Topsoil right now, obviously, playing around their strengths, playing around their duelists, giving them the hard pocket, making sure they create space with the Vanguards, and it's just been so consistent out of them. Arise, they're desperately trying to figure something out. They have Melophobia over to Spider-Man now. It feels like it's desperation hours moving into the third phase of Spider Island.
Yeah, it's tough because Melo did have ult before that switch, and then switched twice there to lose a fair amount of ult charge, and that's just those small little things that may hurt the team. Topsoil's just, I got a ton of momentum behind him right now. They are sitting on Nectar's ultimate. Nectar just trying to find a location to make that happen. That Hell ultimate is terrifying until you can get a Strange up in the face, but no, there's no luck just yet, as Topsoil does get Loki's ultimate as well. They will be able to have a support ult to kind of buy some time. Ricky on the Doctor Strange from Arise does have the Eye of Agamotto, trying to decide if he wants to make that play or shut down the Hela is going to be very difficult in the moment. Let's see how it shakes out for him.
Yeah, they go into the full mirror at this point. Melophobia now over to the Hela, and Halleck over to it. But meanwhile, here's that ultimate early from Top Flutters. Can they find elimination with the Groot ultimate and the Moon Knight? They are. Garchomp able to get Crazy Man as well. Going up in this fight is huge on Arise.
Oh, nice pick back there by Ricky to take speed to even out the numbers, 5v5, and here comes the Hella. Hella unleashed up in the sky. Will they find any luck with it? They use the support Mantis to keep the team moving. Well done there to buy some time. They are going to relocate. Not a lot of visual aim here. Everyone out LOS in that moment, buying a little bit of time for the defense. Arise going to get kind of, not necessarily lucky, but just kind of a well-played job there. And there's the Groot ultimate. Great pick there by Mutt, who's going to take out Graze, but then Mello and Halleck are going to shut that right back down and hold Arise on the defense.
Yeah, I wonder for well, they did use the moon. No, they don't even think they used the Moon Knight ultimate in that fight. They didn't have it, right? It was just a copy from Month, and the follow-up, unfortunately, not really there for Topsoil. It was a nice ultimate from Haluk on the stagger, and you know it's actually working for them, making these swaps, going over to Melophobia on the Hella, and then having Haluk on the Moon Knight. It's looked a lot better than previously, but no, as soon as I say that, they go down to 3. What an amazing shot from Spree into the Onk and right-click combination.
Yeah, that was dirty. Just a great placement of the Onk there. Bounced between everyone to get a 2-piece. Followed up with his team to take out 3, and that's a huge advantage here, pressing in the final point. And yeah, it is going to go directly in their favor. Unable to touch, and just like that, a great push there.
I feel bad, a little bit of a cancer curse in that instance, but you know they got a little overzealous. It wasn't even really like the fault of the duelist. I think in that top right angle, it was, you know, unfortunately, I believe it was Ricky going really aggressive towards the choke point, had to fly out of there, needed the support, so everybody's peeking over the top right angle to support Ricky as they fall back, and they get caught out like that. I mean, what do you really do in that case? And you know, Topsoil is looking like a really good team right now, consistently putting pressure on Arise, staying consistent with their composition, whereas Arise, they're forced to make the adjustments, and right now it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult thing is there, Arise just tried to peek a little bit on defense, trying to find an off angle, but as soon as they did that, the Onk combination into the right click, followed by some hella headshots, the team loses 3 immediately. It goes to show you that sometimes those off angles, especially at the wrong time, when there's no distraction from your front line, may not be worth the take that early, and it did just not pay off for them. As we're going to set up right now, I love to see the Loki setups here, just to try to find a placement for those clones, especially on this map at this caliber, see if maybe I'm doing it wrong, you know what I mean? Just to try to find those angles to place him, to have swap locations, to have crystal locations. And it looks like Topsoil is trying to change up composition in the last few seconds here, which may be difficult. It looked like Super Haley was going back and trying to, or Hallie, sorry, was trying to go back and change up potentially hero pick, or I'm not sure exactly why they were going back there. But Topsoil's not ready for this defense right now.
No, they're not. They're all over the place. They got people at the back of the map. Guard Chomp. Oh, it was a DC. That makes a lot more sense, and that makes it spicy. Guard Chomp not being in the game, you know, that means a lot. They're just gonna play it back, just wait for Guard Chomp to be here, you know, and for Arise, they're gonna get all this card space for free, basically.
Yeah, and this is going to go back into what we talked about this. We talk about this all the time, and it's just so prevalent in games like this. The momentum shift. Yeah, they may have lost somebody. Yeah, maybe for a short amount of time, but that ultimate charge they gain in the meantime, the pressure they gain, the confidence they gain in pushing through the first few people, it may give them enough of a push and enough of a momentum shift here to take this thing through to the first point early and give them the confidence to push this through map bar point 3 here. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, we'll say Spee has been incredibly consistent on the Moon Knight, but also Nectar has been one they needed to match on Arise's side. We'll see if they could do it now. Melophobia on the top left tries to, or back left tries to fight them, but oh my gosh, Spee and looks like Spee and Nectar have been absolute diffing the other side. Unfortunately for Arise, these duelists have been so good and they haven't been able to match it. In terms of their hero pool, I mean, they probably don't play similar things, and it's a lot hard. It's pretty difficult on Spider Island to match this composition or play something different, considering how powerful it seems to be these poke heroes are right now.
Yeah, Moon Knight in the right hands, man, especially through angles like this in the high ground and just Onk locations where you're unable to even focus it, even for that slight amount of time. Just getting a few attacks in there on the Onk and having it spread through the team, the sheer amount of damage that does, that forces your back line to keep and try to heal everybody at the right time and make a decision as to who to focus is such a mental game, and it's so difficult to handle. Great Onk location, funky Onk location there. Nice drop in from Flutter, who is going to take out Mello. Great drop right there from Topsoil.
Yeah, I mean, Melophobia going down early is huge. They trade it back, though. They get the 1-for-1, and Nectar's going to go down. So now in this 5 versus 5 with ultimates, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, Flutter is going to try to maintain the high ground here and does keep holding it. The team has still got a good amount of pressure, and there's the Groot ultimate, and they're following up immediately, but no, they didn't even need it as 3 go down from Flutter and Guard Chomp. Really well played again, as they are going to sweep the team and reset them back to spawn.
Yeah, they go for that Groot combination with the Hand of Khonshu. And it obviously just cleaned up the rest of Arise. And now with 1 minute 43 seconds left, you have to be a little bit worried if you were Team Arise. They've been obviously on the back foot consistently, and they now have to deal with flutters on the top right angle, waiting with that ultimate. We'll see if they're aware of it, see if Arise is ready for this Eye of Agamotto.
Here we go again. Arise, like you're saying, sitting on a fair amount of ultimates. 4 up for the team. Topsoil on about almost 4 as well as Nectar's getting there, but we will see who plays it better. Speed with a great pick immediately on Mellow is a massive takedown, and here comes a combination, but the crystals are out for Loki to keep the team up for a little while. Is it going to be enough? It is. Really well played there. Really well played by Month, who is holding the high side with Loki saving his team from the double combination, and they are going to press through and get a 2-piece. Well played again by Topsoil, managing to stay calm in a moment that could absolutely terrify any other team.
Yeah, you can tell Topsoil is a lot more prepared on this composition for Arise. They really haven't been able to get anything done. Howlett's now over to the Star-Lord. A Stagger comes out as well. Late ultimate from the Hela. I mean, it's absolute panic and pandemonium right now for the side of Arise. It's so tough considering, you know, it seems like they're really good at these dive compositions. However, in this map specifically, and with the bans that went through, they don't really have an advantage versus Topsoil right now.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. This is just, it's a tough position to be in. You made the right play. If I'm there with Arise, I liked what they did there with the combination. Oh man, it's super Hallie. It's just going to drop Hal just like that immediately off the rip, forcing the team to potentially reset again. It's tough to take this fight without 6, and they are doing the right thing, dropping back, but Moon Knight is not going to allow him to do it. You got to fall farther than that. You can't stay that close, because down go 2 more as Super is going to take out Ricky.
Yeah, that was an absolute masterclass shiv. Topsoil get it done on Spider Island to move forward in this map number 1. Obviously, it's a first to 3, so that's just 1 map in the 3 they will need to win. So that is a huge advantage, however, considering it was so dominant. However, we've seen things in the past, especially if we go to domination, compositions can change. But for map number 1, Spider Island, I mean, that was brutal on the other side. Topsoil, they just look unbeatable right now.
Yeah, I mean, it goes, as always, and I'm sure everyone could speak on this, when it comes to strategists, man, sometimes you don't quite see it, but you love to see a Loki MVP like that, going to show how valuable some of those crystals were. 23k healing, really strong for a Loki, still got 6k damage, and still providing 33 assists, and a value that isn't counted as much all the time is the amount of damage blocked and what those crystals did in the moment. The amount of value you got from that ability alone is not quantified on a scale of showing off data like this, but those plays are going to push him into the MVP slot, and I personally love to see that from a Loki player.
Yeah, great point. I mean, Loki as a hero, I think, has gone through a lot of changes. The game obviously just came out, but during the play tests, you know, Loki was at points undertuned, then overtuned, and now it seems to be in a good spot. So right now, obviously, like you said, Loki taking advantage of the situation they're in, and they pretty much just perfectly put those crystals down, like you said, kept the team alive with the invulnerability, and it was just so consistent out of their team and the strategist, like you mentioned, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, Topsoil looked great there. There's nothing else to it. When you give the Hela and they're able to provide that much value, the Moon Knight was dominant. I wonder if we're going to see a change and shift here in the ban cycle. I mean, Topsoil just looked absolutely dominant. Again, on the attack, it looked like it could be a little back and forth, but the defense was a whole nother level, even down with the DC initially, still being able to strange portal in, not even worry about that cooldown and have the confidence to hold that defense all the way through is just a sign of a team that's really feeling good as a unit, and they absolutely performed.
Yeah, I think it's tough because, I mean, obviously in terms of bans, you have to remove Hela probably originally, but you know, everything can kind of change as we move forward. It's tough because you ban one hero and then you have to deal with others. So for this team, for right now, in terms of the meta, in terms of how things are played at the professional level, a lot of these poke heroes are incredibly good, like we just saw with Moon Knight, and Moon Knight's probably not even like in the top 4 for a lot of people in terms of heroes. So it's tough right now for the other team to deal with Topsoil in terms of their composition. But let's take a look at the highlights from that map and then go and do a short break.
tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everybody. The first game of the series between Arise and Topsoil goes in the favor of Topsoil, who does an incredible job on defending the Spider Islands. What'd you think about that match?
Yeah, I think that it was pretty tough because Topsoil looks super good. We were talking about during the break. You said, we all thought that Arise was a great team coming into it. And right now, they were pretty much just stomped. It was, in terms of the map, in terms of composition, it was obviously in favor of Topsoil the whole time. I think that if we go to different comps, if we may go to like a dive composition, maybe with the Hulk or that Venom where they go for that hard dive with magic and stuff, it's a lot better for Team Arise. But Topsoil seemed to be the better team when it comes to that Moon Knight group composition.
Yeah, it was a mirror matchup, and it did go in their favor. And immediately we do see the group getting banned out. They don't want to be seeing that again from Topsoil. Immediately going to take that off the map as they do get rid of the Warlock as well. We've been seeing that a lot in this tournament, just trying to shut down that Guardians team up, which can be unbelievably oppressive. And yeah, what do you think they're going to lock in here? Who do you think they're keeping? Do you do Hela again?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you leave that pick up for debate. You also removed that Adam Warlock like we've seen previously. I think for Arise, the difficulty is that they didn't have a Madian in the last game, if I remember right. So a Madian is a great Hela player. For Haluk, they were sort of doing that flex role. Now that you have a Madian back into the game, you probably could match the side of Topsoil. So this is a hard choice. I think that's the reason why it's going down to the wire. They're going to pick the Venom out of all characters to make sure they can maybe go for that dive with Melophobia that we talked about. They're really good at that composition. So I would like to see this as well as that first group ban. I mean, it kind of works out in their favor if they move into this next map. However, it is going to be on Shin Shibuya. It's going to be on the Convergence map. So dive will be strong. However, on these convoy type maps, it's still pretty easy to play those poke compositions.
Yeah, believe it or not, I would have thought just strictly from seeing the Lord proficiency here on Ricky and Ryan just floating over the Venom as well, that they were going to lock in and keep that Venom. But no, it actually comes from Topsoil on the defense. They're going to lock it in for Garchomp. So this is going to be potentially a mirror matchup with the Venom play. And I personally love to see that, as I do want to work on it. And as I wouldn't believe it, but none of the Lord proficiencies instead. It's going over to Haluk, who's going to be running the Venom, and Garchomp is going to be floating that as well. We are going to see Psylocke in this matchup, which could be terrifying. And yeah, Speed's going to be holding on to that Hela as well. With Psylocke can be terrifying for the backline, so the backline might have to play a little more defensively. Maybe we'll see Loki come out again. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do in the moment. Oh, I said that, but Loki's banned, so that's going to immediately shut that down.
Yeah, this is a great point. I think you mentioned with the Loki specifically, and the reason why it was such a targeted ban is because you can use that high ground to such efficiency. It's so hard to deal with the Loki clones just sitting above the point on all angles, just constantly poking in down on the low ground, because you need to be able to take care of those to remove a lot of that healing. For Team Arise, though, I mean, this is going to be a lot better for them. I think they've got Haluk on a hero that potentially can go for dives on the front line and just pressure out everybody for Topsoil, and also having a Madian back in the game. This guy has been so good playing that. He played Star-Lord, he played Hela. This was so consistent on all of these heroes and has been a star player for Arise, so it's good to see them back in the lineup. And for Topsoil, obviously, Spee has been great on the Hela as well, and you have to match that, right? You just have to play a great Hela to match a great Hela, and that's the difficulty with this hero right now.
100%. I mean, Hella is just a force, and if you're not matching it, you need to dive it. And it looks like they're instead going to keep that matchup. They are gonna have a little bit of dive here though with the Venom, which probably is going to apply some pressure. And Star-Lord can play really well into dive as well. And here we go as Halleck dives immediately onto Spee, as we just talked about, going to relocate, but Spee going to take the head off of Mellow just like that. And there's a first KO. Amadian going to follow right back and take out Nectar as the second. So the numbers are evened up. They are fighting on those off-angle backside. You do see a lot more of this in the higher ranks, fighting behind this building rather than the choke in the front. And instead they all rush through the buildings on the left side and fight over these angles just to have some more natural cover. But 96 HP is able to escape there. Halleck doing a great job here, just diverting focus as his team can press in. Star-Lord is going to be back in the fight again after the initial KO, and they are regrouping. It's evened out right now, and I'm excited to see who's going to be the first one to make the first pick on the side lock. And as I say that, Ricky going to take out Nectar. They're dropping another as Halleck takes out Month, and Month doing an incredible job before on the Loki. Amadian going to take out Garchomp, but now Loki's gone, so it may be a little bit of a weak point. We're not 100% sure yet. I haven't seen how they play, but I know they're likely going to be strong on more than one strategist. But yeah, man, that Loki play was just so beautiful to watch last time, and this is such a good Loki map, as we discussed before, with all these high angles that you can actually place Loki on rooftops that are unable, or locations that you're actually unable to walk on, so you can really get some crazy pokes. But as I'm saying that, they press directly through first point. Arise on some serious momentum push now, showing that first match may have been a fluke. Nectar, though, is going to come in and take out Melophobia to give them a little bit of an advantage while they're pushing on a point two.
Yeah, both Psylocke and Melophobia, in terms of Star-Lord and Psylocke in their own regard, they need both like slow down a little bit, right? You need to rely heavily on Amadian here. This guy's been popping off so far, has been a difference maker on this map. If you slow it down, you enable that player a lot more. And the clap for Month is insane. Takes down Melophobia again, so it's kind of a trade right now between the Psylocke player of Nectar and then Melophobia, both kind of feeding in their own times. They need to both slow it down in order to give their team an advantage.
Topsoil popping Eye of Agamotto immediately with the Luna to try to get the damage, which you do see the rotation we talked about off stream a little bit, you and I, that they are going to be boosting and healing at the same time by rotating through, and they are going to try to do enough damage out of the front line. Immediately Garchomp is going to fall on defense. Amadian with a great dome shot there with a KO. Melophobia popping ultimate, no luck just there yet, but they are going to instead drive them back. Great push there by Venom. A lot more Venom at this level of play, showcasing how much distraction potential he truly has.
Yeah, they tried to save, rather, Super Haley tried to save Garchomp as Garchomp went for that dive. Unfortunately, a little bit too far and too fast. The damage dealers of Arise were playing super well, and it seems like they're slowing down the pace. So that bodes well for Arise moving into this map.
Yeah, you can see their confidence is back a little bit. That last map, they were really struggling to find their footing, and now it seems to be back in their favor. But as I'm saying, that Garchomp with a good pick initially on Amadian, a very strong duelist, but unfortunately not able to find any luck just yet off this second push. Now we've got another press in from Halleck, trying to find Garchomp. A little bit of damage does get knocked away by the Magneto. That right click on Magneto has so much value. Not only does it have push, it does a fair amount of damage, and it cycles through with this left click incredibly well. The combination can do a severe amount of damage in the right hand. Nectar trying to find the Mellow, but no luck. Melophobia is able to escape. Garchomp dropping Halleck in the front line, and just like that, Topsoil is going to retake positioning and own that defense.
Yeah, so far holding on strong. Topsoil as well with the ultimates ready to go. Doing a great job holding Arise back right now, but they need to not get picked off. Nectar going early with the ultimate, maybe forcing a response. If they don't get one, they just actually get the elimination straight up onto Ricky.
Yeah, Nectar is sitting here on, actually just use the Psylocke ultimate, obviously, but we do have Super Hallie, Month, and Flutters all sitting here. Garchomp and Spee as well. Wow, the entire team of Topsoil holding all of the ultimates here. Their economy with these ultimates is going to be very valuable. We've got to see how they utilize them and make sure they don't overutilize them just to try to buy some more fights, space out these things a little bit, make the team slow up. There's still a lot of time on the clock. At least 4 or so fights going to be coming up here. And here we go as both sides have nearly every ultimate. The immediate pop there. But unfortunately, no, Super Hallie is going to take out Amadian immediately. That's a great pick. Flutters with a great ult off the rip, and it does find some value. They are using Luna to press in. The entire team making a play, almost getting a second. Now they've got a ton of pressure pressing into the back line, and Venom still alive and well, going to be able to escape from that. not a lot of, just a lot of trading of damage, but nothing really happening besides the ultimates being used just to counter each other, which is honestly what you're going to see a lot at this level. Oh, that's a great dive here from Psylocke, trying to find some luck. Nothing happening yet. They're staying inside the ultimate, spreading that damage out thin so that no one gets dropped. Well played, and here goes another set as they do hit the sky right now. Will they find a median? Trying to look for somebody. The shield's out for both sides. Magneto gonna eat some damage. Spee out in the range, does get taken out there by Ricky. Well done again from Arise. A lot of trading in these fights.
Yeah, a ton of trading. You can see the strategists playing on both sides coming to fruition. And Nectar again. Oh my God, they've been so good on the Psylocke. Now closing it on the street phase. That's a 4. Make it 5 KO. No, Garchomp gonna steal that from them. But insane play from Nectar, obviously, without those strategist ultimates being there. From the previous fight that lasted a whole minute and a half, it seems to be that you can't counter Nectar once they built up that Psylocke ultimate. The Dance of the Butterflies was able to clean up. That was one of the best Dance of the Butterflies we've seen, and Nectar's going for even more.
Yeah, I agree. That was likely the 4-piece there, likely one of the strongest Dance of the Butterflies we've seen this entire tournament. Really found a lot of value, and that's just because simply he saw in the fight before that everyone had used and popped ultimate, knew he had some time and some ability to do it. Takes out Ryan, who's trying to find an off angle to keep his team up. Take out Amadian's going to turn that around right on Nectar, and then Flutter on Amadian, and again, another trade with Halleck takes out Month. Both of the backline strategists getting taken out just back and forth by the up front Vanguards, and it does work out in the favor so far up top. So still kind of got some pressure, but no, as I'm saying, that Melophobia gets another pick on Super. Super is going to fall as well as the team is finally finding a way through this first corner.
Yeah, both Psylocke players shining. And by the way, Venom does a lot more damage than you think. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Speed peeked a little bit past that Doctor Strange shield, and Ricky and the rest of the crew take advantage of it. So Arise in overtime, they're kind of clutching up right now. Topsoil have ultimates ready to go, so Arise need to deal with it. Nice sleep as well in the back, so they're going to get the stagger surely on this Psylocke, who doesn't have that invisibility, which is definitely huge, but we're still going to have a huge fight coming up in overtime at the very last portion of this map.
Yeah, 5 ultimates on either side about to be popped, but as I'm saying that, Sparky's taking out Garchomp, popping it early, trying to get more. Yes, great play there by Arise, who are going to take out a 4 KO spree, trying to drop Doctor Strange, and that'll make that 5, and they are going to get point 2 in overtime.
The stagger super unfortunate there for Topsoil. They lost Nectar, then they had other players just kind of beat a little bit, unfortunately. You know, they need to play a little bit slower, like we mentioned earlier, maybe regroup, Madian again getting Nectar, and that's not what you like to see if you're a fan of Topsoil. I mean, they've been playing so well throughout the map. However, you know, in these close situations with the time bank not really there, not a lot of time left in the map in general, you're just constantly getting picked off, especially without ultimates. That's brutal. You just need to get one team fight together and maybe have a chance to stop Arise's push.
Yeah, it's really all about how do you utilize those ultimates, and unfortunately they had 5 going into the fight and weren't able to find value with any of them, not able to use a single one because of the early picks. It's all about taking those fights together and trying not to get taken out too early. Garchomp taking out Halleck and finally on some defense. They are finding some footing, pressing, and there comes the support as the dance floor is hit by Shocker. Arise just going to hold on to point. Nectar going to have to reposition. 100 HP, does get it back, and they are going to retake again. Keep the numbers even as it is. Should be a 6v6, but the amount of ultimates being popped in these fights should start skyrocketing in the moment. Topsoil holding on here. Super Halle, Month both have ult ready for the defensive side. Great pick there by Spee onto Amadian for the pop-off back and forth there from the Hela. And here we go. Halleck going to reset, try to get some HP back, and as a team, they're going to try to take this fight on again.
Yeah, poor Madian, he's been playing so well, but the dive from Garchomp was too big with the right click of Speed. Now going into this fight, 4 seconds left. We're entering last fight territory, and Topsoil have all the ultimates in the bank.
Yeah, they've been holding on to those ultimates for the most part, especially the support ultimates, or the strategist ultimates here. And here comes the dance floor, popping both sides, damage boost and healing, keeping the team up again, starting to utilize these things. They've been holding them since point 2, knowing they didn't necessarily need them until this final fight. And this is a very important fight, as we see Eye of Agamotto, Hell Unleashed, a ton of ultimates being placed out right now. Nectar gonna take out one, Flutter gonna take out another, Month, and Flutter again, as they are gonna take out Arise and shut this down before point 3.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate for Arise to get stopped there, but they made it a lot farther than maybe you would expect, especially with the overtime push in the streets phase. 67 meters is no slouch considering how things as well went on map number 1. They look a lot better. It just kind of, it's super, super sad if you're a fan of Arise and specifically Amadian. 2 fights in a row, just got hard focused. The dive from Garchomp and crew, specifically the combination, the tandem between Nectar and Garchomp just look so clean. They're obviously communicating, dive on Amadian, make sure Amadian's in a tough spot, set up the rest of the team. Halleck on the other side is trying to do a similar thing. However, it seems like them and Melophobia aren't really on the same page. So if you were a fan of Arise, you would hope to see these two players sort of link up a little bit more. It's a lot harder on attack, I will say that. So for the defensive side, they can set up, they have all the positional advantage. They could do whatever they want. The onus is on the attacking side to really, fight for that space, fight for that pressure. But it's going to be so hard on the strategist players consistently putting pressure on specifically Shocker and Rain Guy, who were forced into a tough spot versus Flutters with the Eye of Agamotto. We're seeing a little bit of an advantage in terms of the composition, right? In terms of having the Doctor Strange instead of the Magneto. You have that bubble. However, that's really the only thing you get on Magneto in the current moment, whereas, Doctor Strange brings that consistent shield pressure, brings that consistent damage that you have. Magneto, no slouch in their own right. However, for Flutters, they've been playing so good on Doctor Strange with this front line, with making sure keeping Spees alive and healthy, giving that shield to fight Amadian. So it's been tough for the other side of Arise once those cooldowns from Ricky are used.
Yeah, Flutter's getting a ton of value out of the Eye of Agamotto and is able to take this teleport uncontested, knowing that they're not going to likely have a Strange on their team based on the last few pushes, and they are going to put it directly on high ground in the backside. A good strategy, especially with Poke, like they have here from Spee. They could provide a lot of pressure, letting Psylocke go find an off angle. Choo immediately almost takes out Amadian. Again, Amadian does find some pressure back with his team with the shield up from Magneto, keeping them held back in the backside as Venom, a great off-angle dive, applying pressure onto Arise. Arise is backing up now, having forced to find another location, and Halleck is going to provide that pressure again onto Topsoil in reverse. Speed still putting a lot of damage out there, and is going to take out Amadian for the first pick. Fluttershy going to fall from Rain Guy as well, as the numbers are evened out, but they did go down a Vanguard, especially a shielding Vanguard like that could be very valuable to take out, as Nectar is going to take out another. Well done here on both sides as the fight will continue.
Yeah, I mean, there's two micro fights happening, one on the outside coastal side, one towards the health packs, towards those game systems on the inside. Nectar doing such a good job on the Psylocke, really keeping the strategist at bay. They were able to kind of close out on this point where the daggers coming through as well. Melophobia is going to maybe come back, but for Team Topsoil, if they find the daggers here, that's huge. However, it's Nectar to get traded out by Melophobia. That's massive. As they come back in with the Mantis ultimate, they could potentially come back here.
Yeah, using these strategist ultimates to retouch. Oh my goodness, his Speed takes out Melophobia right after getting some vengeance and trading back. Nectar did fall, but it didn't matter for long, as they are going to turn this right around. Ultimate up in the sky. Will Speed be able to find any value here? Doing a ton of damage onto the Venom. Venom pops ult as well to keep in the fight, try to hold point for longer. Does go down. That's Fluttershy is going to get another pick, and I didn't make it two more as he's pressuring in with the Doctor Strange. We talked about this before, but Strange in the front line with the sheer AoE damage, the pressure of the Eye of Agamotto, which is almost ready now, is terrifying as a team to handle, and you must be having communications about it throughout all times, preparing for how it could happen and how you're going to shut it down. Will they be able to do so, or will they find value? Will likely be determined in this next fight.
Yeah, and this could change everything right here and now. I think that'd be a test to how good Doctor Strange is. Meanwhile, oh, what a dive from Halleck. Haley kind of caught out, unfortunately, away from the Luna Snow, and that puts them in a tough spot. The dance floor is also... Well, actually, no, is the dance floor on the top? No, it wasn't. No, it was from Shocker, from Arise. They try to push in forward with it. They're getting those E-limbs, but Speed trades it back onto Amadian, so the dance floor to come back. It seems like Topsoil still want to win it here and now with that pick on Amadian. That's a lot of damage gone, and if you just have Speed alive, constantly putting pressure, it's going to be so hard on this defensive angle. Garchomp on a Shocker, traded by Melophobia. However, at this point, Topsoil now in the driver's seat, push away Arise.
Yeah, Topsoil's got a lot of space here, and that's super valuable right now, especially as you're trying to get around this corner. It's a very difficult corner to attack, and if you get the payload pushing through that point and around this corner, the fight starts turning in your favor, but Amadian not going to allow that to happen, and taking out Fluttershy before anything else could be pressed forward, as Fluttershy is very close to Eye of Agamotto. Nectar finding no value, unfortunately, is going to be taken out by Amadian post-ultimate. Really well done there. Amadian gets two, down goes the strategist, and down goes Speed, and Haley, just like that, the team of Arise finding their footing and pushing them back to the spawn door.
Yeah, I mean, Amadian's putting the team on his back. That was absurd. The first shot into the Psylocke, Nectar tried to go in for the butterfly dance, gets that headshot first before they go in, and then afterwards, there's a little bit of a cooldown window you have before you can shift out on Psylocke, and Amadian hits the shot. So two perfect shots. But now again, I mean, this is so typical for Arise. For as good as Amadian's been playing, the rest of the team is not matching it right now. They really need to step it up, as this cart again is going to go in favor of Topsoil because of a few unfortunate pickoffs.
Yeah, Midian doing a good job getting those early picks, and those early picks are so valuable because it just shifts the team's vibe. Everybody now knows they can press, and that's super important. As long as you have number advantage, you get a confidence, and that confidence results in push and shutdown, and they are doing that right now. Halleck gonna dive in, though, try to find some value, takes out Super, immediately gonna retake high ground and still be sitting there before even using the defensive ultimate and cooldown of the shield. Ricky gonna press in, trying to get some damage onto the backside. The dance floor is out for the team of Topsoil. No value from it in terms of a pick, but Magneto gonna try to find something. Nothing there either, as they are gonna pop their own dance floor and keep going on this fight. Garchomp gonna take out Melaphobia there from Arise, as Arise potentially has to back off and let him take this.
Yeah, they might have to back off for now. Here comes an ultimate as well with the butterfly dance from Nectar. Can they find the eliminations? They do want to shock her after the dance floor is over. Melaphobia on the other side needs some help, but you know, there are already so many people gone for their team. Going to pop the butterfly dance, a bit of a defensive angle out of. Wait, they just canceled it, I think, in this instance?
I believe they canceled it, yeah.
Why? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Nectar now takes advantage.
Yeah, I think they were at 13 HP, if you can believe that, when they used that ultimate just by sheer damage alone in that moment. I think they panicked, thinking they may not be able to get it off, but it did initiate speed, though. Gonna take out 3 while we're having that discussion and allow them to get to point 2. They've got almost 3 minutes on the clock to push it nearly 50% to point 3. This is gonna be very, very difficult for Arise to defend this. Really well done by Topsoil, and a very unlucky series of events there from some of those ultimates. Just didn't quite go in their favor.
Yeah, there's a lot of small, micro, nerdy things happening in the game right now, and it seems like the sign of Arise, you know, haven't been able to stabilize. Unfortunately, Topsoil is so consistent with their pressure, so good at the dives, and with Nectar popping off as well as they have been with the rest of the team, it looks like Topsoil are just in a good spot to win it all right now.
Yeah, Topsoil did have a bit of an advantage. They are evened out in numbers again with that early pick on a strategist. Down goes 1, but they are trying to retake positioning here, get back on the cart, move things forward, and Nectar's going to find these off angles, trying to make the back line look at him, but Nectar unable to jump up on that ledge there. Did get up there finally. Super taking the high side. Haley Trust trying to damage boost all the pressure that they have, keeping the team moving forward as Spee is just trying to find another headshot early pick. Did take a 3-piece on point 2 to press them through as the roof falls down upon them, and now they're still trying to find these off angles. Spee still putting a ton of damage into the Venom. Venom just notices now they got to get on top of Spee's head, not allow that to happen. Does have ultimate, pops it immediately, gets up into the sky, and fly for the dance floor. It's out to keep the team up, potentially shutting down 3 ultimates, which is an insane amount of value. But no, Fluttershy and Spee are going to still get the takedowns and potentially end this game right now.
Yeah, great target focus from Topsoil to close out. It was closer than it was on Spider Island on Shin Shibuya. However, regardless, Topsoil just managed to get it done. It's so consistent. You know, I would like to see a little more out of Melaphobia in their dives. It seems like Halleck's a little bit alone, having to do things on the front line by themselves right now. And, you know, for as good of a player as Melaphobia has been on other heroes, it's been really hard to deal with Fluttershy and the rest of the crew, who has been so consistent at peeling and then going for the dives in their own right. You can look at the damage numbers. It's just not even close right now. Nectar and crew playing so well at the current moment. I mean, it feels like it's a bit of solo playing right now is the big thing I would say for Team Arise right now. It seems like they have so many talented players, however, that it's not on the same page. If they could figure it out, I could see a potential comeback, but they would have to reverse sweep at this point, because going up 2 is a death sentence for a lot of teams. It's that last map that we're coming up to in just a little bit here, Shib, that could make the difference, considering how things have gone as well. I mean, they look like they're in a good spot right now, Fluttershy and crew.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most slept on stats, in my opinion, is final hits. If you see that your duelists have in the teens or 12, 17 final hits, you know they're doing their job. Damage is one thing. You could be pumping into a Groot, into a Doctor Strange for days, and they're getting healed up. But if you're not getting those eliminations, then nothing's happening for a team. And Nectar and Speed did a great job there, getting those final hits, 12 and 17 on the team, almost doubling the other side. Just goes to show you how much value those duelists can have in the right hands.
Yeah, and you know, unsung hero as well as the Venoms on both sides. I think, but both Venoms are playing super well. I know a lot of the pros are thinking of it when these Venoms go in for the dives. You don't think this character does this much damage. However, with the cellular corrosion, it does more damage, I believe, the closer that you are to it. So when that Venom goes in for the dive, you can actually get eliminated by it very quickly. That's what we saw out of Halleck. That's why we could see them get kills without, or get KOs without their Psylocke. There's so much damage coming through from the Venom on both sides. And in terms of the dives, it's just been so consistent out of the side of out of the team that's beaten Arise consistently. But let's take a look at the highlights and then go into the next map after a short break.
내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 한도 믿어 내배까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everyone. As we get into game 3 of the series, Topsoil up 2-0 to Arise. That game was very intense, especially in those second point fights. I was wondering if things were going to go in the favor of Arise, but didn't quite turn out that way. What'd you think about the fights, man?
Yeah, it was a little bit closer, I think, on that map on Shibuya, but at the moment, I mean, it's just all driver's seat for the side of Topsoil, like you said. I mean, they're really planting the seeds for success right now. It's just so consistent out of them. Their dives are looking good. Their silent lock's looking a lot better as well. And it's tough because you can tell this team is improving. And if you're on the side of Arise, the best thing you have is right now, it feels like Haluk and Amadian, you know, they're trying to put the team on the back. They're trying to come back. They could do a reverse sweep, right? It's still possible, especially with Hella being allowed in the pool. Both teams totally fine playing that character. It seems like if you just have Amadian on the Hella, pocket it, maybe support it a little bit better, you can come back in this series and maybe reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we're going to see a shift in the Vanguard line. I mean, we saw a lot more success in game 2 from Horizon. We did in game 1, especially on attack. But I do think that Doctor Strange play, without matching it, some of these ultimates, these Eye of Agamotto's are game-winning ultimates. And we're seeing a lot of value out of nearly each and every one of them. Even in the final fight against the entire Luna dance floor, they were pumping so many ults in. They were able to take out the team throughout and during the ult, which is just a sign of true focus. And when the team is locked in position like that from the Eye of Agamotto, you can do enough damage if you're really focused, and they did do so in the final fight.
Yeah, and I know you explained why the Doctor Strange is really good, Shiv, and you have a good read on it too, because I know you play a lot of Strange. And comparatively to the Magneto, on the other side, like, why do you think that the Magneto's not finding as much value? Is it just because the character's kit isn't as, overpowering as Doctor Strange? Like, what is maybe the reason why the Doctor Strange is finding more value? Like you said with the Eye of Agamotto, but for specifically, I guess, the Magneto, why is that not popping off as much?
Sure. So one of the things I see when I'm seeing Magneto is Magneto, in my opinion, is a great off tank. Does a great job shielding the bodies in front of him and can rotate off to get cooldowns back for your main tank. And they were choosing to opt into Venom diving backline, even on defense, which can be valuable. And I saw some success there, but I do think when you have Strange, who's not only super strong in terms of team AoE damage, has a ult that is game winning, not just shut downable. I know Magneto does a good job of shutting down things like Punisher. You take him right out, and he does a good job of winning team fights because he is able to eat some damage. But after 800 damage, it does get exploded, so you aren't really able to completely win a team fight for your team. Whereas Strange, if you get an ultimate on the backline, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to take out those strategists. So it's just all about really game-winning potential, and I think that Strange has that, where Magneto kind of needs somebody else to be in tandem with him.
Yeah, and I think both teams agree with you, or at least the Rise does. I mean, they just immediately ban that Strange. They don't want to deal with that potential, like you said. So, I mean, great points, and it's now obviously coming out into the game, considering, Rise is down in the series. They need to make a play here and now, and that's their first ban. Meanwhile, Adam Warlock banned for Topsoil, and then a group protect on their side. They want to go for that group combination, it looks like, immediately, maybe forcing out a Moon Knight ban for a Rise.
Yeah, I'd like to see this start off. Like you're saying, we talked about that Strange combination. Like you said, I like the ban there. They're obviously been getting rid of Warlock nearly every time. They don't want that team up. Makes sense to me. Locking in the Venom for a Rise. They do feel confident on that pick, and I respect that. Moon Knight going to get taken away as soon as you saw that lock from Groot, which makes a ton of sense to me. The only other combination I can see potentially work now that Strange is gone is Namor, because Namor can shut that down, or actually put a ton of damage in, 500 damage in the center of his ultimate when he throws the whale. So there could be a combination there. I'm curious. And like right when I say that, of course, Nectar going to be locking in the Namor to make that happen as well. So I'm excited to see how this shakes out for him.
Yeah, I think that the Namor is a good follow-up pick to that Moon Knight, potentially to follow up as well with the Hela. So it's sort of interchangeable, at least with the poke composition that Topsoil seemed to run. The only difference is, like you mentioned, Fluttershy now going to be onto that Magneto. It was similar to this, I think, on map number 1, though. I think Fluttershy even played Magneto on Spider Island, if I remember right. So, it doesn't seem like Topsoil is really in a bad spot, really not pressured. It's kind of lucky for them. They've had very fortunate in terms of like map type, right? We had a Convergence, and then we had 2 Convoys. So they've not had to play a domination, where maybe you could think dive is a little bit stronger because everything's more centralized. Everybody's diving towards that objective, towards that mission area. Whereas on Convoy, it's such long ranges, such linear sight lines that, okay, now we just continue to play this composition to a high degree. I mean, for a Rise, best thing I think you can hope for now is an immediate pop-off, because you're playing against a team that's so good at these poke compositions in Topsoil.
Yeah, I liked the way you worded that there, where the strategist can really find insane off angles at range. And although you may think, oh, that makes it super susceptible for dive, it's not necessarily the case, because it takes him so far away from the fight, where something like Super Hallie or Haley on Topsoil, or Hallie, sorry, can stay way off and heal people from a mile away with no range lockdown on the Luna. So it's just, you can really find a lot of value with some strategists just at these insane off angles. Whereas when you're playing domination, if you do find another location, immediately mating gets taken out there by Nectar from the spawn. Make that 2 as Rain Guy goes down as well. Hallie here just pumping into Garchomp, keeping Garchomp up in the front side of the team of Topsoil is going to be holding on strong on the first fight.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, these strategists so free to just sit back and poke, and for immediate, well, there we go. I mean, same thing we've seen on previous maps, so mating with the opening blow. Maybe you can finally get these eliminations that are required, but Melophobia, specifically on this Wolverine, has been kind of struggling, so we'll see if they can continue up. If Mating can find another one, that'd be huge. But Nectar back again from the spawn, trades back Imadian, finds that Hella, and now it's just like, you have to prove to me if you're Rise that you can do something. You get that kidnap, but then look, the immediate Magneto shield is there to support Nectar, and now everything's an advantage of Topsoil.
Yeah, when it comes to Magneto, arguably the strongest Vanguard into Logan. When you see Wolverine dive and press that team, as long as you hold that shield, it doesn't get a ton of value. And Nectar doing a great job here, showing the true power that you can have with Namor. And there, immediately, right onto the scratching post, down goes Garchomp, as Meliphobia does a great job showcasing the power of Logan. The Wolverine King takes him down immediately. And here we go again. Nectar finding an off angle here. Here comes the whale. Does get one. Immediate is going to fall. Unable to have the cooldown to keep himself off the fight right there. Nectar pressing again onto the back line. A bunch of picks early here from Nectar.
Hey, you said not this Wolverine actually just attack was slow. You know, he looked consistent. Now he's probably for a Rise. Ultimate come.
So back in again, Garchomp taking out Ricky early. Month going to get the takedown on Halleck there with another very clean ultimate. Oh, was the copy there for Month? Well done. Honestly, you rarely see a lot of value out of Loki's taking damage, but in this situation where you have this much pressure, Loki is able to drop in, take over for the DPS, and provide a ton of value. I typically like to see Loki's popping those strategist ultimates to keep the team in the fight and let my duelists do their thing, but you can see some serious value with players at this level, especially those who know to get the clones out, pop your crystals before the fight, and then utilize the offensive ultimate speed. Gonna put a ton of pressure here on it to the Venom as Halleck not able to find any luck just yet. Great crystals there by the Loki to keep the dive at bay. Up in the sky we go with Magneto. Magneto dunking onto the back line, but no success out of the value or out of the ultimate. Hallie just gonna put a ton of damage into Meliphobia, who is gonna fall as well. And just like that, Topsoil is gonna regain positioning. Great ultimate here from Speed, buying some time. It is gonna be a little bit of a hell unleashed back and forth. And there goes Halleck from Month. Month really valuable on the Loki, showcasing that in game 1 and is able to play him again in game 3. You love to see the location placement of the Loki clones, really just distracting and providing an actual insane amount of damage from a strategist.
Yeah, and I think when as well as if we're talking about the Moon Knight over to the Namor, it's just like the swap off isn't that big of a deal. The Namor is still incredibly good. You sure you don't have that Moon Knight combination with the group, but the whale is just as good. So at the current moment, Topsoil doing a great job, and Arise really not proving that they can get the win. Maybe they can get this Magneto, but with the crystals, like you said, and then the whale comes through from Nectar, it's so tough to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been on point with those ultimates. Nectar's been on point with those ultimates so far. They have just rained down on the enemy with a 3-piece so far. Oh, Nectar gonna take out one. Down goes a median Garchomp. Nectar with 2. Down goes Ricky. Garchomp on Rain Guy, and that is gonna be enough for the first push. An incredible hold there again.
I don't know what to think for Team Arise right now. I mean, this is they've not really proven much in terms of this map. I think it's been really hard for them to deal with the side of Arise. Besides just running their, of Topsoil, besides just running their own Namor in combination, it feels like Meliphobia, really talented player with these melee characters, playing the Magic, playing Wolverine. Now going to swap over to the Namor, but like it just feels too late, man. It just feels like this team. Right now, they've proven they can't really play this poke composition to as high of a level as Topsoil is playing it. In terms of the meta, it's not favoring them, at least with how the bans have gone through. And now, I mean, it just feels pretty much inevitable in Topsoil's victory here, right? They still have a chance to hold. There's still a good, opportunity for them. However, now they swap Meliphobia over to the Namor. It just feels far too late. And with how Nectar and crew are playing, they're on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, they're just doing a great job with just team communication, understanding of ult utilization, just the value they're getting out of every ultimate. I haven't seen very many ultimates flown from the duelist that haven't had some sort of success. Even the swap there, you had Month use the whale himself, get a pick, and it provided a ton of value even as a Loki copy. So, I was saying this before, you like to see the strategist copy when you're on Loki, but if you're providing that much value on Loki, doing enough damage, and you see a window, you can make something happen as long as you're efficient about it, and he absolutely was on the Namor. So here we go again, as Melophobia holding the high side, trying to make sure they keep them tight on these first push, as it's only about 80% in on a push one for them to take this game and end the series. Topsoil probably feeling confident in this moment. Momentum absolutely in their favor. Amadian gonna try to do as much damage as they can onto the front line, and here we go again. For fight number one, will the first pick go in the favor of Arise as Topsoil trying to find their footing?
Yeah, Arise needs to find this opening pick like you mentioned. And this is in the lower bracket, so if Topsoil manages to win right here and now, Arise is going to get sent home in this top 8. So they've done a great job so far. We'll see if Melophobia on this left flank can find eliminations. I like the off angles. They're doing the thing. They're doing the right things. Loki Crystals popped early due to Nectar on this left side flank, but now Melophobia is pressured back. That's a lot of damage now removed out of the fight.
And once again, holding this high side is so valuable as a duelist. You see a lot of duelists battling up there, 1v1 battles. Oh, really weak. Halleck on the group, but still managed to stay up there. Really well done on the side of Shocker to pop the dance floor, keep the team in the fight. We do see Loki's now on both sides, trying to find more value with the double Lunasto ultimate. Can be terrifying. The whale goes out, and they almost get a team wipe, but a great job there by Magneto to shield up the team, try to keep them up. It's strange because honestly, Magneto's shield cannot stop the whale, where Strange's shield can. So just strictly the self shield he popped was able to cover the rest of the team, I believe, which was a really well done play there on the side of Arise. So they are still holding a bit, but I do believe the fight is going in the favor of Topsoil, and they are going to take home the series.
And to take it home 3-0, and that's the difficulty about this meta. Right now, you know, it seems like it's really figured out for Topsoil. They've consistently been able to prove, at least with this composition with the Moon Knight, or whether it be the Namor, whatever it may be, they do a great job rotating cooldowns, making sure they have the right people in the right places. And that's really what this game is at the highest level. It's a management of cooldowns, by the way. Oh my gosh, only one KO found. One KO found is pretty brutal, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, that's just perfect. Like you said, out of the tanks, out of everybody here, just using the Magneto shields correctly at the perfect times, using Nectar's shift as well at the perfect times, making sure you get those iframes, get in vulnerability, and they've managed to just play this composition to the peak pretty much.
Yeah, Topsoil putting on a masterclass there. Really well done. I love to see Nectar switching over for a minute there to copy and handle the Namor pick. The Namor pick was insanely strong. We haven't seen that much in the tournament yet at all. And it was finally pulled out. And not only was it pulled out into some sort of success, it was beautifully successful with the top KOs in the lobby, top damage, and handled every single alt utilization, got a pick in some fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so consistent out of them with the plays in general. I mean, I'd like to see this team moving forward. It's a surprise they went down into those loser brackets. It makes sense, however, you know, I guess taking a look back at it, considering they played against Solar Shift, who is a good team, or Solar-ish. So that'll be a good matchup later on when we see Solar versus Nightmare. Topsoil right now in this loser brackets, keeping their tournament hopes alive. They look like they're improving. So if they can keep playing at this level, I would not be surprised to see them also later deep into the tournament as well. It's tough to make a lower bracket run. However, if any team could do it, it is them. They'll probably need to show some versatility in terms of composition. I would like to see a bit more of that dive. I want to see a bit more of that Psylocke play, because I mean, for as good as Nectar played and for as good as they were with that composition, it felt like the poke was even stronger. So if they can get those other compositions up to that same level, this team, you know, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job, as you're saying. We didn't get to see them in a domination game mode, at least not yet in this series. I am curious to see how they play there. That's the team fight centric mode. A lot of teams practice that a lot, and it kind of drives their team focus. But when you get into these payload modes, it's a totally different play style. It's a different strategy. It's a different understanding. So I love to see a diversity in seeing how they handle both modes, but unfortunately not able to see it there. But they are incredible on defense as they shut them down 0.1 in every single game, I believe. If correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that was the case. I think so. Topsoil just absolutely feeling it on the defense there.
Yeah, specifically on Convoy, it was just all of them the whole way through, right? They added some subs, they figured some things out, but you know, for Team Arise, I'm sure it's not that bad to go out here and now, right? They looked good. I think they had some standout performances. They can maybe go to the drawing boards for the next tournament in Season 1. Obviously, it's Season 0, so it's the very early days of the game. A lot of people still figuring out the game, how to play Marvel Rivals, and, you know, getting that experience under the belt. There's a lot of veteran players that are so good, can play to such a high level, but they're going to need to practice the game. They're going to need to play the game a lot and maybe figure out the lineups, right? Usually, I mean, you know, like anybody not in the top 4 maybe even in the top 2 of this tournament are probably going to make lineup changes, right? So we'll see so many teams, you know, shuffle the board, figure out who's good on ladder, you know, maybe pick up some young talent that is undiscovered right now. And that's really the way to success for a lot of these teams that are maybe on the cusp of competing for that first place prize.
Yeah, I mean, this game is still, you know, people are still understanding things. We talked about this a bit yesterday. The amount of things that people are still learning for every hero and things that you can do and all these different techniques and animation cancels and combinations and ultimate combinations are still being discovered every minute of every day. So you do not have a locked in set way of success in this game. But before we dive into more of this, let's see the highlight package that we had from the last set.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everyone. That was an insane game. Topsoil absolutely put on a masterclass, as discussed before, taking home the W and knocking out Arise. I believe that was the bottom bracket, so they should be out now. Topsoil trying to make a push to move forward and get towards the end of the tournament. Ton of fun to watch, though.
Yeah, Topsoil is a team to look out for. I mean, I know a lot of their players have been playing super well. Definitely check out their streams as well in general and social media. So if you saw anything that inspires you, make sure to check them out, as well as this next series that we're going to have between Hail the Sun and Rad Esports. Shib, you talked about it. I mean, yesterday we saw some good things out of Rad Esports. They look like a good team. Same thing with Hail the Sun. I mean, both of these teams are evenly matched, it feels like, and that's really how it's going to be towards the end of the tournament, right? Is where we're going to have so many close games between both teams.
Yeah, I mean, although a stomping could happen in literally any game, and now we're down to the wire where things in terms of competition can really go any direction. And that's where things are getting exciting, as we see immediately down goes the Star-Lord and Magic Band. They don't want to see that on either side. Immediately taking that out. Fandori, a really strong Magic. Alfie, a really, really strong Doctor Strange. So I wonder if we're going to see that ban as well. They are going to lock Hela on both sides to keep that around, and Psylocke, who is terrifying to play against.
Yeah, it's so interesting that later on in the tournament, we're seeing more Hela, we're seeing more Psylocke. The top teams tend to ban those heroes, but for everybody that's like on the cusp of being a top team, it seems like they love to play those heroes because they have so many talented players on the Hela, so many good players on the Psylocke, and these heroes I think require a little less coordination. I think they're a lot more on the mechanically skilled side, right? As the Doctor Strange gets banned for the side of Rad Esports, but I think when you lock the Psylocke, when you lock the Hela, these two heroes can carry the game in their own right, and they require a lot less of those bubbles from Magneto, those coordinated dives from the Venom. It feels like you can kind of pop off and have a good game, and that's really what matters for a lot of these teams that are on the cusp, trying to add that chaos to the games to beat those top teams that are currently in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm realizing right now is there is the team up with Iron Man and Hulk, and I don't think we've seen that happen very much in the tournament. That's typically an almost locked ban, but it looks like Ipsis and McStanky are going to be running that combination, seeing the true power that Iron Man can have in the right hands, especially when that is open. So I'm curious to see if that's going to help them take home this first point, as Rad is not going to be running that composition.
Yeah, Rad's going for that triple strategist composition with the double duelist. This is kind of a current ranked meta. I feel like a lot of people in ranked love to play it and they actually win with it. It's like a pretty solid composition in the solo queue or wherever you may be. A lot of people love on domination specifically to play the triple strategist. I don't know if it's necessarily caught on at the highest level necessarily, but Rad Esports obviously thinks so. They're going to run it no matter what. And they're just going to try to, sustain pocket Zatex pocket high, make sure they pop off and keep everybody healthy. But actually, never mind. They've swapped it up. Pride's back onto the Hulk. They're actually doing the exact opposite of what I said. They're going for that Iron Man combination, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I don't even know. For some reason, they switched the Hulk, but maybe they're deciding against the Iron Man so far. They're still kind of holding off on it, maybe to see what Hale is running. I'm not sure if it's more so to get Hulk some alt charge while they're deciding if they need the composition shift. There could be, I don't know what's going on in their heads, but that it very well could be the idea that they're running right now, as immediately Ipsis drives in on to the top side. No luck there. Gonna pop shield to keep his team up onto the back side. It looks like Zatex finding purchase on Alfie, down goes Alfie, who no longer is going to be the soul tank. Ipsis going to dive in and try to get Zaytex, going to shield up at about half HP. Zaytex putting a ton of damage in, and Hulk going to be down in Bruce. They're going to hold him there in that form and not even worry about the shift, just trying to get some time back. Every single time you throw that nade on the ground as Banner, you do get 10% for charge, so sometimes you can leave him alone and he can just keep throwing that at his feet and then eventually come back as Hulk. But no, he is going to jump off and reset with his team. Really well played there by Rad to take out people and let them, instead of just holding on, or instead of just pressuring through and getting all the KOs, they're going to allow the stagger to happen naturally and not even worry about him, forcing him to find time and find a spot off the map.
Yeah, I like this, by the way, to play the Psylocke alongside Zaytek on the Hella. You know, the Iron Man composition, I think it's good. It's really good. Like, it does some of the most damage in the game, but it requires so much coordination. You have to keep your Iron Man alive. If you can't, then it's pretty much Jover. So we'll see if Rad Esports, you know, want to swap to the composition like you said, but once you use those bubbles, once you sustain that Iron Man, he doesn't find any eliminations, it's pretty much very hard to come back as you see the Hulk already gets picked off early.
High doing a fair amount of damage there, and yep, here we go. The butterfly is out, and down goes Ipsis on the Banner. Make that 2 from Alfie. Both tanks, both vanguards, excuse me, are going to be falling here as Rad, once again, doing a great job just managing cooldowns and managing ultimates. Not using too much, only popping 1 and getting a ton of value. Cooper Tastic is going to fall. Down goes Zerd. Down goes McStanky. Sky doing a great job there on the Magneto to just clean up the rest of the team.
On domination, man, I'm telling you, this Iron Man composition it can be so good. There's like only a few teams that can play it to such a high level, though. It's like Nightmare, maybe Mutant can play that Iron Man, but you really have to play around it incredibly hard. Otherwise, this high damage composition with the Psylocke and the Hella can just make your life absolutely miserable as McStanky gets stunned in the sky.
Yeah, it's tough to find a lot of off angles here with Iron Man because of just the building that you're fighting in on this map. It doesn't get a lot of height, can't get a lot of off angles. Immediately stuffed right there by Magneto. Really well done. Gonna pop the Hulk change too, and they're right on the Iron Man in the sky, trying to knock him out. No luck though, unable to do so, but that was a great job there by Magneto to eat that ultimate, switch it right back into the enemy team. High, gonna get a pick. Cooper gonna take out 2. Down goes Fandori as well. Really well done here by Rad, maintaining composure and still holding on to Zaytex's ultimate.
Yeah, they just kind of walked towards the point to try to touch it, and Fandori was not really shooting back, so they're going to save ultimates. It feels like for the next round, Hail the Sun. I mean, they just got 100-0. That was pretty brutal. I loved Fandori yesterday. Playing the Magic, like you mentioned, was a standout Hella Magic player. But currently today on the Hella versus Zaytek, this guy is just an absolute aim god right now. Zaytek's pretty much doing whatever he wants, and it feels like there's not a lot of pressure from somewhere right now for their team. Right now, it's so strong in favor of the team not running that Iron Man for Rad Esports, and that's really what it is. I mean, as somebody that plays a lot of Psylocke or somebody plays a lot of Iron Man, it's kind of how it goes, right? If you play Iron Man, you're not going to get a lot done unless you have that hard pocket, unless you have somebody supporting you hard. McStanky's going to swap off the Iron Man and onto the Hawkeye, something a little bit more solo carry, but not really. It still requires so many resources. That's the tough part, is that Rad Esports, their duelists don't really require that many resources, and then on the side of Hail the Sun, now they're going to have that Hawkeye and the Hella to kind of combine. It's similar to the Iron Man, where you want a hard pocket as Hawkeye. Doesn't have a lot of escape maneuverability, even less than Iron Man, considering Iron Man can just fly away. So I don't really like what Hail the Sun are doing at the moment. I would like to see them prove me wrong, though.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm curious about this. I know you're a top 200 player, so I want your feedback. Is this just not Iron Man's map, just with the ceilings and the low ceilings? Like, it's just a tough place for him to play. I do think that combination is disgusting, but I do think that this open area is a little safer for him. He can find some value just walking around those pillars and trying to find an angle that maybe people can't see him at. But outside of that, these tunnels are impossible for him to play through.
Yeah, I mean, I want to agree with you. Meanwhile, High going aggressive with the ultimate, able to find those eliminations immediately. See you later. Back to the spawn again with McStanky and Zerdik. Fandori trades it back. But for Rad Esports, they're still on the edge with Zaytek finding Ipsis. I mean, back to your original point, I think that the Iron Man, you know, like you said, could be good on this map. It's just, there's so many teams that think they could play it. However, it requires so much coordination. It requires... To look at this game at kind of another level. And a lot of the teams that aren't Nightmare and, you know, aren't Mutants, a lot of these top teams with the rotations that play it perfectly aren't communicating to such a high level. And I think that composition specifically requires a lot more coordination than people think.
Yeah, and it's difficult for the strategist having eyes up, even with the Storm, with the Iron Man. It's difficult to try to make sure your strategists are always thinking up and down at the same time. It requires a lot of focus and a lot of just communication, like you're talking about. Alfie unable to find any purchase there with the ultimate, gonna press in. Fandori is gonna fall out. They're trying to reset again as a team. Both teams holding on firm, but it does look like Rad still has pressure. Now the pressure shifts. Hail the Sun getting a lot of space, and Ipsis takes out Cooper. Down goes Sky from Alfie. Well done here from the Vanguard line of Hail the Sun to press back and potentially retake point. Knocking Hulk off the map. Really well done there by Alfie with an incredible right click. Now gonna slice up, and down goes Spenny on the Luna Snow.
That was nice. Great work from the Vanguards, like you mentioned, and specifically as well from Fandori on the Hella. I mean, Fandori able to find that opening blow, opening KO, and that's huge, right? You need Fandori to keep this up, pop off like he has been. If they can, amazing job again on the flank with the onto high. So that's what you want to see out of your Hella player if they can keep it up. But with how Zaytek has been playing, it's going to be hard to match it. Fandori, if anybody could do it, it is them.
Nextanky choosing to run Hawkeye. Did run that yesterday. Found a lot of value actually out of the Hawkeye. Just does really strong damage, but you just got to be careful because Hulk getting on top of your face is terrifying. Obviously you have the knockaway, but Hulk has unlimited jump, so it just gonna be right back on top of you right after the fact. Great deflection there. You love to see those. Hawkeye players don't know. A lot of Hawkeye players don't know, but you can actually deflect any sort of projectile with your melee at the right time. So as you're juking around, you can melee and actually stop damage from coming after you. And I think he found some success there. High, gonna dive onto the back line, do a ton of damage on his McStanky. McStanky low on HP, but immediately the Magneto out to save him. Zergrick gonna take out High. Sky dropping Psycho, and down Fandori gonna take out Zaytex. Great work here by Hail the Sun, holding on to the point at about roughly 60%.
That peel was crazy. Fandori as well onto one, able to take down Spenny. Everybody's so low because of pride. They're going to get Grudel to Doe on the inside angle. Hail the Sun in a good spot. I mean, I love how they played that. That peel was insane. They kept McStanky alive, and McStanky is, like you mentioned, one of the best Hawkeyes. I know that generally in ranked, he gets it banned versus him because of, like you said, he's so good on that hero. Pretty much a Hawkeye one trick, it seems like, for McStanky. Has the aim, able to pop off like he has been, is huge for Hail the Sun. If they can keep him alive, and if Fandora can keep finding these opening picks, I mean, that's huge for Hail the Sun moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Hail the Sun needed this, right? They struggled in that first map. They couldn't find any luck there. Held completely off the rip. But now they're getting confidence. They're starting to play into their strong picks. They know this map well, and things are working in their favor. As we go into fight 3, Alfie thought was going to get taken off the map there. Was really close. Looking direct on the back line as Magneto's up in the sky. Here comes the... Oops, good escape. Really well done by Fandori. Not able to find any luck there. The strategist ultimates have been popped. Fandori in a 1v1. Nice shield there on High. Well done for Rad. Really good job by Sky there to keep the team alive. And they are going to retake point at about 50%. 99 from Hail the Sun. They just need to take one more fight.
Yeah, I like that from them. Good job forcing out that shift early with the Psylocke, making Fandori get into a worse position with the cooldowns off. Also, like you mentioned, that bubble from Sky was perfect. So good rotations from Rat Esports, good coordination, giving that bubble to their Psylocke player. If they can keep it up, they're in a good spot. But with McStanky, a one-shot is always possible.
Yeah, Zaytex trying to find the off angle. Fandori versus Zaytex in a 1v1 Hella battle. Great stun, not able to take it out, but there on the high side. High was looking for that. I saw an opportunity. Nothing happened with it from what I'm seeing so far. Zaytex popping in with a Hulk shield, trying to make something happen again. Here comes the Mantis ult to keep the team alive. And then Spenny does get KO'd. Zergrick doing a great job there. Now up in the sky. Will this happen? Zaytex looking for something, but no. A Luna Snow ultimate to keep the team moving, trying to find anyone outside of the ring. Unable to do so. Zaytek's gonna have to retake, and it looks like this one might go to Hail the Sun, but we'll find out shortly. Oh no, Sky! And then right back, Psycho taking out Zay. It is gonna be a trade. It's roughly 5v5. Will this end now? Magneto all in the sky looking for somebody down. Go Zerdrick. Well done there by Sky.
It's just so back and forth at the current moment. Sky keeping the team in it at the moment. Hail the Sun trying to come back. Obviously, they have a Psylocke ultimate from High here now. And everybody's super low on the point, too. Strategist not a good spot to help down their Vanguards. Alfie and Ipsis will fall. And with that, Rat Esports will make the comeback here and win this map to go up 1 in the series.
That was crazy. I really thought that was going to go the other way. What a fight at the end. Really just waiting out those strategist ultimates and able to find a ton of value with ult after the fact. Psylocke getting a 3-piece is potentially game winning, but they didn't necessarily need it after a great Magneto pick in the back line. Just really well played by both sides, and I like to see that competition.
Yeah, Shib. I mean, that right there is, I think, an epitome of Groot and Magneto versus Hulk and Magneto, right? You see the shields used by Pride and the rest of the crew, right? Everybody's grouping up, brawling, and when you're in that Hulk Magneto composition versus the Groot Magneto, you know in the brawl you're in a better spot because you can go in with the Hulk shield, you can follow it up with Magneto shields. I mean, that's just an advantage versus a group player who has walls that are easily breakable if everybody just shoots them. So generally, the pace was just set by the other team, and it was just so consistent out of them. I know that I think the coach for Nightmare will talk about that, right? If you're running the Hulk, if you're running the Doctor Strange, whatever it may be, if you have that, you just win in that duel, in that brawl trade, and that's why we see Hulk banned quite a bit. So it's interesting that, you know, we saw that magic, or we saw on the side of Hail the Sun, they banned the Star-Lord first and then a Venom last. I feel like the Hulk was probably a more important ban than the Venom, considering how much work that character does, especially in the brawl. I would like to see them maybe change that to the next map, but meanwhile, map number 1, I mean, that was still a barn burner ship.
Yeah, I mean, that was intense. I mean, we did see the ban from Strange not allowing Alfie, to get a lot of value off Strange. Obviously, his Strange is incredible, but he did do really well with Magneto. But like you're saying, it was just tough to see the Groot. The Groot wasn't finding a lot of value, wasn't getting a lot of picks, had low damage. It's just really difficult to go into a shield comp, especially when the shield comp is keeping something like Psylocke up. And Psylocke had 24 eliminations and was absolutely popping off in the backline. Incredible ultimates. And Psylocke with 2 shields, not only from Magneto, but also from Hulk, is terrifying. It's almost enabling that duelist to do everything the team needs, and it found a lot of success.
100%. I mean, it just seems to be that these duelists are enabled by their vanguards, like you said. And, you know, moving into the next map, maybe they'll change something up. Also, if we don't go into a domination, that'll be nice moving forward. I think if we go to that payload map, maybe more of like a convoy or convergence, I think things can change up. They can maybe play that composition with the Groot and the Moon Knight potentially. We'll see if they mix things up. But let's take a look at the highlights from map number 1 and then go to a short break.
쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자신을 잡아 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자신을 잡아 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
And we're back, and that was an absolute beauty to watch. Back and forth there on the domination. Like you're saying, I'm really excited to see some sort of push, something else. Let's get the carts into play. Let's see how the strategies change, see how the compositions change, because domination compositions are never going to be the exact same as cart. Do you think we're going to see something different in this next game?
I mean, who knows? Because we did on game number 1, you know, we did see a lot of the convoy type maps. We saw we saw convergence and then 2 convoys. Now we see domination at first, and with how things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another domination, just because, you know, the players aren't picking the maps necessarily. It's going through, I think behind the scenes, it's pretty much up to randomness. It's to what we haven't seen in the broadcast is to make the most interesting for you guys, for the viewers. So the players have to adapt at the end of the day, right? It doesn't really matter what map you play on. It's unfortunate if you play on a map where your win rate's not that good. I know in terms of analytical guesswork, you know, you always look at win rates, especially in practice and in scrims. A lot of coaches will be like, okay, what maps are we best on in terms of win rate? I know a lot of people like to look at it in terms of those numbers, and it's kind of true. It's along those lines of whatever map you're doing best on in practice, that's what you want to play. But when it's up to random chance and when it's up to, you know, things outside of your control, at this point, you got to adapt. And if you're going to domination again, you're probably going to want to play that Hulk. However, you know, Chib, you know, I mean, like, you play a lot of Doctor Strange, but I imagine going over to, like, Hulk is pretty difficult, right? I mean, that hero has an entire new set of skills that you need to learn, right?
Yeah, I was afraid to even pull him out in comp for the longest time. You need serious practice. It's a totally different play style, right? I mean, you're not only are you now dive and really focused on looking to the back line, but you are also jumping 24/7. The idea that you need to be looking for the next location before you even land at your first location is a mind bender, and it takes a lot of practice. And watching these guys on Hulk and just getting out of all these sticky situations, no problem, is glorious to watch, man. So let's get into game 2 here as we see the first ban Magic immediately going down. And yeah, that's just a product of what you would expect to see after you saw some of these people popping off like Fandori in these past games.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Fandori matching Rymazing on Magic, just 1-to-1, then you know that Fandori is a good player, and specifically on that Magic, right? It's such a tough player to deal with. Consistently popping off on the Magic. Might be the best Magic player, at least in North America, right? Because the other regions are still going on. They still have great players as well. So they are obviously respecting that pick, or that ban, onto Fandori, and meanwhile, Hail the Sun protecting the Doctor Strange, batting Adam Warlock, and making sure that Star-Lord would not have the Adam Warlock pocket. And that really changes things up, considering it makes you think, are you willing to run the Star-Lord without the Adam Warlock, or do you want to switch over to a different hero? Obviously, with Psylocke out of the picture, that sets up Hail the Sun to be in a good spot, not having to deal with the side of high on Psylocke, which was able to do so much, and then a Psylocke ban. So completely changes the dynamic of this map when we move to Shin Shibuya on a convergence map.
Yeah, we are going to see, I believe now, more of that Hulk team up. We will see Iron Man because they're not only getting rid of Hela, but Psylocke's off the table too. And Psylocke actually does a pretty decent job at looking into the sky as well and doing a good amount of damage. Can dash up there, can do a fair amount to Iron Man. So now I think Iron Man's a little more let loose. Fandori unable to get the magic, but it does look like Alfie and their team did lock in the Strange. So Strange is back in play. So the team up not only now with Banner, but he also is going to be getting the Strange damage boost, which is very impactful when jumping in with these ultimates. We will see it on both sides.
I think you talked about it, Shib, specifically on domination. The Iron Man's a little bit tougher, right? Like you said, that centralized point makes the Iron Man kind of easy to pick off, understand where he is. Maybe more on this convergence map type. Like you mentioned with the Hulk and the Iron Man, it's a lot easier to play around these angles. You don't have to think so much. It's necessarily like, okay, duck behind cover if you're taking too much poke, if you're down in cooldowns, back away. And maybe on this map, Hail the Sun's in a decent spot, but it's always tough considering they have a great Hawkeye player in Nick Stanky, and he's been forced to flex over to different heroes, maybe a little bit out of his comfort zone against the Rad Esports, who pretty much look really practiced on this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how it's going to shake out here with the Iron Man matchup. This is always an ego confrontation, right? It's difficult to lose with the same hero, so it really gets in the heads of the teams, and they either want to take that fight again or swap it up and have someone else try that angle. Strange Portal on the top side, high, going to take the high ground, as is tradition, dropping immediately on the Hulk. Ipsis going to try to take that fight himself, going to pop the shield. Iron Man pressuring and down. He goes as he's going to turn into Bruce. Zatek's going to get taken out of the sky by Fandori. We did not catch that, but that's a massive pick there from Fandori, shutting that down. Pride going to be absolutely taken down here as well. Fandori popping up here on the Star-Lord, make that a two-piece, trying to get more. Now it's the battle, Star-Lord v Star-Lord, High versus Fandori. High with a little bit of an advantage, nice takedown there, the KO by High, and the trades are real. Alfie going to drop Cooper, Spenny going to take McStanky, Alfie on Spenny, and Zatex on Zerdrick, just back and forth the entire time. As Rad, I believe, is still going to hold on here.
Yeah, they're still holding on, but I mean, it's by the skin of their teeth right now. I mean, they're waiting for the strategists to come back. They got dove upon, like you mentioned, by Alfie earlier. It was going so well for Hail the Sun at points, but right now, Rad Esports holding on with their duelists absolutely going insane while the strategists are struggling in the back line. So that's exactly what you want to see. Trade backline for backline, and you're coming out on the top. So in Rad Esports' case, they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, just like you're saying, the initial pick there, Hale, we thought they had it, and then Rad did the right thing. Instead of panicking and resetting, they just went directly into the backline, try to make something happen. Noticing they did have the portal still to get back to point if they needed to. They ended up using that after all. Immediately, High, while we're talking, gonna pop, gets one down, goes Psycho. Alfie gonna take out Zatex. High gets two, down goes Fandori. Make it three on the Iron Man, and High popping off here with the KOs, and they are gonna hold on firm.
You talked about animation cancels earlier. We just saw High do one. If you watch back the VOD, he just immediately went into the legendary. I believe that happens when you press the ultimate in, like, I think mouse 1 at the same time. If you do those two in combination, you just get that ultimate off immediately and don't have to go through that whole legendary phase.
Yeah, it's actually an additional 2 seconds off or added to the timer. 2 seconds when the timer doesn't appear, just expecting the animation, allowing you to get almost 2 full rotations of your ammo before you even start the timer. Beautifully well done there by High, and it gets a ton of value.
I mean, I love how NetEase keeps those things in the game as well. I know that with other games ran by them, they love the animation cancels in general. Fandori Meow on the left side, angle able to take down High. That's a great opening pick. Also, Ayabakamoro from Sky, but into this huge ultimate from Zatek to combine for 2 immediately. That's a great opening for them. And considering now you have the Iron Man on the point with everybody else here, Zatek's able to beam down everybody else.
Oh, the Ayabakamoro popping out. to the team picks, doesn't get value. Sky able to take out Zerd, but it does get traded back. They're still holding on. Man, these fights have been insane. Really well done there to pop off. Zatek doing what he could with the early Iron Man plays high. Gonna take out Alfie. Does get taken out as well by McStanky, and the tides are back in the favor of Hail the Sun. Zatek trying to find some chill, and here comes a ton of damage. Stanky gets canceled out of the ultimate. Make it 2. Zatek's on Fandori, and they're still holding on.
Oh my gosh, he got his ultimate canceled by Zatek, who came from the spawn so quickly, man. That was insane. What a play from Zatek to shut out that Iron Man ult, which would have surely closed things out for Hail the Sun.
Yeah, this fight has been wild, man. So many beautiful plays back and forth. So many times the tides have turned. 30 seconds on the clock for Hail the Sun. They need to make something happen here as Rad is doing a beautiful job on defense, making sure they get insane value out of every play. And Fandori and Alfie immediately going to take out high. This could be the chance they needed. Numbers are up in their favor, but Alfie going to make that 2. Sky goes down, and Hail is in the advantage, pressing on, but immediately gets frozen there by the Luna. Fandori on the off angles. Alfie just pressing the back line. Banner is down and low, but Mantis pops off to keep them in the fight. And immediately Iron Man is going to start using that the right click, but nothing, no E-pop there, so not enough damage. He does drop back with the team, potentially trying to retouch at the last second. Will it happen? Yep, Strange is going to touch. And will the fight end? Oh, unfortunately gets pushed off point, and that is going to go to Hail the Sun. Really well done there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough portal play, by the way, high with a nice stagger pick onto McStanky. He came back from spawn. Sky just kind of dropped down like a gift to Hail the Sun, able to take him down pretty quickly. You know, I thought that Rad Esports could have came back there, like you said, with the 2 ticks, but they immediately saw Sky. You hear that portal play. Unfortunately, with Doctor Strange right now, you can hear when he's making a portal from, like, across the map. He's like, I'm making a portal, and the other team's like, okay, this guy's about to fly in and touch the point. So they were all ready for that to go. And Zatek gets staggered as well by Alfie, who was, you talked about it earlier, this guy's been so good on Doctor Strange, has been a standout player for Hail the Sun, and he's keeping them in the series, and that's so crucial moving forward versus Rad Esports, where they had, like, a huge first point hold. Going to the street space now, Hail the Sun have finally maintained some momentum.
Yeah, I mean, seeing this guy play, I've seen him on the ladder and seen him in competitive plays. A really strong Strange, doing what he needs to do. You got to be aggressive with Strange. Strange can really take on those strategist backlines. As long as you're confident and know what you're doing with your jump. Great job there by Koopa to take out Fandori. Incredible sleep. You can actually get 2 attacks off before the sleep even kicks in. So you can get 3 with Mantis, which can potentially take down Dive on her own. Mantis doing a great job. Zatex pressuring Alfie. Down goes Alfie. Well done on the retake by Rad. They are going to own this point and get back on to start pushing this thing backwards.
I think a lot of players on the attacking side forget that, you know, you'd only have so much cover, right? If Fandori was caught out there, even in a tough spot, it was a nice sleep, first of all, from Cooper. But, I mean, there's not really, you can't really have much of a location to fly back to anyway, considering Hail the Sun have that long sight line in the main to find that KO as well. So now they're in an even fight after Rad Esports found that pick-off onto Fandori.
Yeah, it does look like ultimates are fully stacked on both sides, almost 6 and 6. And here, immediately, Hail the Sun Ipsis is going to use the Hulk change. High going to try to get value, but no luck there. McStanky immediately launching out on Mantis, does get a pick. Well done as Ipsis takes out Zatex. Great takedown here by Hail the Sun as they're up 2, make it 3, make it 4, as Hail the Sun is likely going to get the second point.
Yeah, this is some standout strategist play. Perfectly rotated the ultimates from Zerdek, or from Zedric and Psycho. So they've done a great job with those 2 ultimates. The dance floor to keep that Iron Man alive. McStanky going for the ultimate straight up in the face of Rad Esports, who are trying to come back in with an aggressive dance floor.
Yeah, well done to retake that. I was sure they were going to keep the confidence, get some pressure and some space, but no. Well done by Rad to retake here, trying to find some damage on his Zatex. Down he goes, McStanky. Great work there, great focus in that. Oh, no.
They didn't touch. They didn't touch.
Even at the highest level, folks, you will see stuff like that happen. Just the lack of focus due to the off angling, making the teams glance around, and that is not going to allow them to get to point 2. Oh, man, that's tough.
Dude, it's just the funny. Dude, I thought Zatek was feeding. It was actually 9,000 IQ. Make everybody look towards an Iron Man that's trolling, right? I mean, that was... I don't know if that was intentional by Rad Esports whatsoever. But doesn't matter. I mean, they now just stopped them for free. It was the most anticlimactic end of all time. But that's how it be. That's how it be in hero shooter sometimes. You just don't touch the payload, and you don't know who to blame. Really, I mean, it's everybody's fault realistically.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, I love how they do got that box around the payload so you can see where the touch angle is. Unfortunately, sometimes, man, these fights have been so back and forth, so beautiful, so well done. Not a lot of mistakes until the biggest mistake of all, you lose sight of the point for a second and the game ends. And that's exactly what we saw there. Hail the Sun just too focused on Zatex diving in the backline with Iron Man. I even found some value, took the eyes off it for a second, and just like that, it's over.
Yeah, I'm still flabbergasted. I don't know. I mean, I know in the hero shooter genre, a lot of people call that a C9. In this game, we've called it You Forgot the Point with Euphoria. That was kind of a meme from the Twitch chat. We'll see if there's anything with Hail the Sun. If they keep it up, right? If you do one, that's not that bad, right? But if you do multiple in a series, then maybe we can start to meme on you, you know, especially considering, I mean, that was their win. That was in the books. They already got the pick on the Iron Man. That's so brutal.
Yeah, I would have thought that was going in their favor. Wow, that TP is going to be yard way behind the back line. I do like this play heading fully back in, a little shorter than I thought, but still well played. Going to hold the back angle. This allows your duelist to off angle immensely. Looks like it's going to be Star-Lord trying to find something on a Mantis who's really weak. No luck just yet. Still escaping. 1 HP. Down goes Durdrick. Well done by High. Zatex going to take out McStanky. A ton of drive here by Rad, who's feeling confident after that last touch. Zatex dropping Alfie, and just like that, 3 down for Hail the Sun. Make that 4 as Psycho goes down by Cooper, and they're trying to get the final pick on Fandori. Fandori weak at about 10 HP down. He goes, and they are going to take this point instantly.
Yeah, that was absolutely clinical. Zatek holding onto that gamma radiation buff with the team up with the Hulk. A lot of people will just pop that off cooldown right in the choke point or whatever just for the spam, but you want to wait until you can maybe get that burn onto somebody with the right click with that beam. You're able to just track down people instantly. It does so much damage. If you just fly in the flank, you can just burn basically anybody no matter how much peel they get. It's one of the highest dealing damage things in the game. So for Zatek, great, well played by them. Rad Esports as well, moving into the street space. They might have early ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to understand angles and understand how to fly in with Iron Man. It's another thing to know that your DPS can just win 1v1s. Sometimes it's worth taking the challenge. Zatek's gonna drop 2, make that 3, as Cooper gets a pick on Zerdrick, and they're just walking with this thing right now. Down goes Alfie, and they're feeling confident as Rad Esports is looking for the second win in the series.
They might be a little mentally boomed here, Shib. I don't know. Hail the Sun, you know, they need to refocus. Rad Esports is, well, not making a mistake like Hail the Sun did on their offense where they sent people too far forward. Now they're just playing it back high, understanding the limits of this character. Has been a standout player for me because usually these Star-Lord players will go for a bit too much. He's played well within his bounds, resulting in Rad Esports being a good spot.
Fandori do the cancellation as well and does a ton of pressure. Sky goes down. Fandori with the first pick. Make that 2. Fandori just trying to get the team back into some momentum here. Spenny gonna fall as well from Ipsis, and they're still pressuring the back line, and it looks like Iron Man is right on top of the Strange. Very weak, does get taken out as well as Zatex falls, and that's gonna be a nice little momentum shift there, and they needed that. Hail the Sun, I'm assuming, had some tough conversations, and they're just letting him see. Great sleep. Incredible idea.
No!
Train, this is the biggest dagger of all time.
He's back!
Really?
He's back! He's off now!
What? Oh, what? I'm not quite sure about that, but that would have been an insane shift. I think the team kind of gave up hope on him. I'm not quite sure what happened there. That would have been the most insane transform of all time, but managed to just send it off either way and start back over again as a team.
Wait, Sky's out of the game. Sky's out of the game too right now. They don't have Sky. DC. Wait, Hail the Sun. They're about to catch a break potentially, but if Rad Esports does it, 5v6. Okay, Sky's back in the game. Maybe a quick restart angle, but for Hail the Sun, they have ultimates now. Potential momentum shift, like you mentioned earlier, Shib, but there's still 3 minutes on the clock for Rad Esports.
A lot of time on the clock, a lot of ultimates on the field. It's all about who can get value now, and here we go again in the next fight. It looks like Sky's back. Gonna be on the Strange here, utilizing that team up. Now we've got Strange across the board, making plays up in the sky. Alfie looking for somebody, trying to get rid of the people up, and High can use ultimate immediately. Zatex gonna burn that shield, giving him some time to pressure the Strange, and Strange does fall. Zatex takes out Alfie. High takes out Fandori, and they're still pressing forward again onto the backline. Great spin here as Psycho goes down. Make that 3 as Rad has retaken their footing and is owning the point. Will they keep Bruce up on the field? They are doing so. It seems like the strategy at this level, don't worry about him until you need to and let him stay up for as long as possible while you can just hold that stagger. Good counter TP there, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, blocks him out. No, Fandori gets picked off. They have ultimates too, man, but they need to use them right here and now. They're trying to come back with some dance floor overlapping the Mantis ultimate, and now you got Zatek on the flank here, Shit. What's going to happen?
Jarvis, send this nuke in to Luna. Goes Luna Snow. By Satex Sky. Gonna take out Zern as well. Beautiful there to hold on, reset, and retake the fight. That was beautiful. Sky gonna take out Fandori. Great work, and now High gonna drop Alfie, and that should be enough to give him enough space. Well, Hook still up, holding firm. Then there goes another as McStanky falls as well. Zatex feeling confident, trying to get Psycho down on the backside. Down goes Psycho, but same with Zatex. Out goes the Eye of Agamotto, and that should be enough to end it as Bruce, the last one standing, will fall instantly, and that's gonna be a W for Rad Esports.
I mean, what a map for Rad Esports to win. I mean, they lulled them into a sense of comfortability considering they lost Sky for like a second. They were like, okay, all things are well. They just have to reconnect, and then they came back with the ultimate, by the way. So that's a great feature, I suppose, that the Doctor Strange get to hold on to the ultimate after DCing. And regardless, Rad Esports did a great job there. Fantastic work for them to close out on a team that was looking like they were stabilizing a little bit, making sure that Fandori was feeling uncomfortable. That was a great round from them in general. It's tough, I think, for Fandori considering they're so good at Magic. It's been difficult for them to learn this Star-Lord at the current moment. I feel like High has had so much impact off and on, you know, with the animation cancels, like you said. The strategist as well, keeping him alive, doing a good job in general. But at the moment, it does feel like a little bit of a Star-Lord diff at the currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough position to be in. It's tough because when you're even looking at the Iron Man, you can see the damage across the board is relatively even. They both were doing as much as they could to both sides. The healing, you know, here's where things get a little tricky. As you can see, Zerdrick was not able to get up there in the same healing values as Spenny or Cooper. Couple thousand behind, so it's really about focus, right? Like it gets down to, yeah, the damage was there on both sides, but were they hitting the right people at the right times? Were they pumping it into the Hulk? Was the Hulk transforming and negating all that damage? Was it focused more towards the backside? And I think that Rad did a good job of keeping their eyes on where they needed that damage to go, and it may not have been done as much from Hail the Sun.
Yeah, this is a absolute battle of the ages right now. I think this is where now we're at the highest level of the game, right? I mean, we're consistently seeing so many rotations in terms of cooldowns, in terms of ult management. It's been so good out of Rad Esports and the other team. Well, let's go to a short break, take a look at the highlight package first. We'll be back with that map number 3.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 절정을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 언제든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 오면
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everyone. As we get into Game 3, will Rad Esports be able to clinch the W now? What do you think?
I think that they will. I mean, just straight up, they just look like an insane team at the current moment. We were talking about this during the break where in terms of this being a huge tournament, right? This is like a 500 team tournament right now in North America. There are so many different teams that you got to play against. And I think for Rad Esports, the fact they went to the lower bracket first before Hail the Sun, I don't think that speaks to the testament of how good this team is, right? This team at the moment is looking on fire, specifically with the Hulk combinations. They might be catching a wave right now. They might just be on the right path moving forward. As a team, this is what you like to see. If you're a fan of Rad Esports, they're coming together in this Hulk meta. They're playing well with the Iron Man. They're playing well in other compositions. They don't look like they're one tricks as well. That's a big thing. And everybody's kind of forming around Zaytek, right? He's been playing super well on not only Hela, Iron Man, but we've seen him pop off specifically on Star-Lord. So this dude's been consistently putting in the work, and the team's playing around him so well.
Yeah, it's been definitely a duelist heavy matchup for sure. A lot of that being seen in these games. I mean, you gotta say, Hail the Sun did put in some work yesterday, did get a W on Nightmare, which is something to be proud of in and of itself. But now that, you know, we gotta announce that they just kind of jumped off point in that last game. It could have been very different if they were able to push that through. So who knows? I'm excited to see Game 3 if they're able to pull this around, or if Rad is going to shut this down, immediately getting rid of the Magic and the Hawkeye, and out goes Bruce and Psylocke. So just like that, they're going to lock in the Hela and Strange, because Alfie loves the Strange. Strange still was doing a really good job in the last match, finding a lot of value, but we'll see if Hail the Sun is able to get this W now.
I mean, to be honest, I think in terms of heroes played, I would still favor Rad Esports right now. I mean, I love Alfie on the Strange, like you said, and I just don't particularly like Fandori on the Hela. I mean, Fandori is a great player, don't get me wrong, but Zaytek has been sort of playing on another level right now, so I don't really think that this is a great situation for Fandori to be in. Maybe for Hail the Sun, They'll figure out a good poke composition, right? You can, on this map, specifically on Clintar, I think you can run the Namor alongside the Hela. I don't know if we saw Namor get banned. I don't think we did. So you can play that poke comp pretty well. We see a lot of teams do it. And also, the Adam Warlock ban did not go through this time. So for Rad Esports, they get to play that combination. But, I mean, that comp has its weaknesses, right, Shib? I mean, when you play the Adam Warlock and the Mantis, you don't have as much healing as the Luna Snow and that Mantis. You do have the reses, you do have that full team up with the Star-Lord, so that is a huge benefit. But for Team Hail the Sun, you know, they could take advantage of just full brawling into Rad Esports.
Yeah, losing the Luna Snow is one thing, right? Like, we talk about how strong that matchup is, but you're right. When you lose that defensive ultimate, which could potentially counter 2, 3, maybe even 4 ultimates if timed correctly, can win the game. So, although this team up is disgusting with the 3 res, it may not be a guaranteed win, especially when the team knows how to play into it. And I do like what you're saying. There are some counters to it, man. I think Namor's really strong into these comps because obviously those turrets don't miss into something like Star-Lord, who's just going to be annoying. Fandori immediately going to dome and take out the KO on High as High goes down. Well done by Hail the Sun to get the first pick. High immediately going to res, though. Does have that Star-Lord team up. Just plays it like nothing happened. But that's a nice little something in the bank there for Hail the Sun as they press forward. Zaytech with an off angle. It's an incredibly smart play. And down goes Psycho. Well done by Zaytech on the off angle there. And they're just going to rain now as they lost one of the strategists.
Yeah, this is unfortunately turning out to how I thought it would, right? I mean, Zaytank on the Hela. This is not the hero you want to give this guy. It seems like in general, you don't want to play Hela versus good Hela players, right? I mean, no matter how good yours is, especially with the team, you know, collapsing, it's not like Fandori's playing bad per se. It just feels like they're always in a corner, right? And Rad Esports played that perfectly, a very aggressive angle to take on this first point on convergence, so they're in the lead now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's tough. It's tough because everybody's got their heroes that they perform with, and when they get target banned, it forces you into an uncomfortable position. You may have a good amount of practice, but you got to think about the 10,000 hour rule. People who put in more time will always be more experienced and will always be technically better for the most part. So if people are more confident in these alt comps and have more time on these different heroes, it can just show in these matchups. And as I'm saying, that Ipsis with a nice takedown there on High. Alfie going to take off Sky on the off that we did not see. Zaytech still trying to find an off angle. Spenny going to ride. Oh, a nice res there. Gonna get High and Sky immediately back. Pride! One bolt in the backside goes Luna and Punisher, as that is gonna give them right back the pressure they need to hold this point.
Yeah, I mean, Pride's trying to come back into this for Rad Esports. Able to do it. I mean, that res, it's a weird res angle too for Rad Esports, right? Spenny goes for that mass res, brings back everybody, but it's such a huge point, right? This mission area for on Clintar to cap this first point, so that you have to move around as Adam Warlock. You have to put yourself in a weird spot to get that res, but he's able to do so. Hail the Sun, I like how they played it. They pressured out. They did their comp well, but now they come through with an aggressive TP early.
Yeah, up goes the Hela ultimate up in the sky. Zaytech's gonna drop McStanky. Pride gonna take out Fandori, and they're still holding. They're not gonna need to use any other ultimates because they are up 2 numbers in this fight, and they're still keeping it moving here. Spenny gonna take out Ipsis. Spenny, you gotta respect the damage that Adam Warlock can do. I mean, if you understand how to use that mouse 1, mouse 2 combination, how to cancel the right click or the left click immediately into the right click, you can put out so much damage so quickly, and it's all just about aim. And if you have what it takes, if you know how to click heads, you can absolutely decimate backlines as a strategist. So it's very terrifying to go against in the right hands.
A very aggressive play by Rad Esports, keeping High alive as well. They forced out the dance floor as well from High, so Sky should have a pretty free ultimate, but it doesn't even matter. Oh my gosh, Zaytech, even through the dance floor, able to find that elimination into the Sky. McStanky, or not McStanky, sorry. Fandori goes, but is he going to get traded out? I mean, they find down that hero, they track down the ultimate, and everybody else comes back. So they played that so well. Aggressive push to force out the strategist ultimates, come back, nobody go down, play it safe with the Sulpon from Spenny, come back and find those eliminations with Zaytech. I mean, I don't know what you do with Hail the Sun now. 30 seconds left. They are not looking good.
Yeah, it's going to be about a touch here, but the one thing we didn't really get an eye on in the off angles, Alfie did pressure Cooper. Cooper actually was forced to use the Mantis ult, so that is a W, I would say, for at least this final fight, as Hail the Sun will come in with ult advantage, going to have Mantis and Dr. Strange. We'll see if it gets a ton of value, because if they are able to get some success out of that, it could win them the game, but as I'm saying that, immediately High going to take out Fandori, and that might be all it takes. It is going to be uneven now. Up in the sky goes Zaytech, putting some damage down High, looking for the Punisher, and Punisher goes down. McStanky gonna get taken out. That is really hard to land shots on when he's up in the sky like that, juking around. Pride gonna take out Zerd. Alfie going to drop Cooper. Psycho on Spenny. Ipsis on Zaytech, but here comes the res. Are they able to shut it down? Spenny comes back up. Spenny takes out Ipsis. Spenny reses Zatex, and yep, that's going to be enough for them to hold on the first point.
Ship, man, that was so one-sided. That was just absolute masterclass from the defense. You saw the bubbles. Unfortunately for Vandori, I mean, trying to take an off angle has to deal with not only High, but High getting a bubble from Pride. So there's just so much good teamwork out of Rad Esports right now. And for Hail the Sun, their teamwork is just not on the same level right now. I mean, it's a matter of, I wonder how this practice is going for Hail the Sun. They have so many talented players. They have mechanically skilled players across the board. However, you could tell they're maybe not as practiced as Rad Esports right now. Rad Esports, you could tell they're practicing, they're scrimming a lot. Pride specifically is doing a great job being that supportive role that you need out of a Magneto player or a Hulk player, giving the team those buffs. He's been an anchor point, an unsung hero almost of Rad Esports to allow these duelists to pop off like they have been alongside of that backline of Cooper and Spenny. I mean, it's just been so consistent for Rad Esports. I don't think there really was a chance after map 2 for Hail the Sun to even win on Clintar.
Yeah, I think the spirits are a little bit broken, if I'm being honest. It's tough because, you're seeing alts like I didn't love some of these alts that were used in the wrong times. I mean, but it's all very difficult to understand proper timing. I mean, especially in the chaos when everybody's separated and just in alternate locations. You don't really know what's going on with your team. You're hearing comms, so you're panicking, ulting maybe when people are already gone. It's just tough, man. It's tough to be a part of, especially when you're down like this and your morals are a little bit, hurt being down 2-0. So you just got to try to regroup as a team and pretend like nothing's happened and start all over again. Let's see if they're able to do something.
Yeah, I like that. The classic coach mentality, right? Start 0-0, right? One step at a time. They were able to do it before. We'll see if they can again. Obviously, switching mid to Winter Soldier is an interesting swap for Team Hail the Sun, but Rad Esports in their comfortable pick right now with this triple, this lineup. Oh my God! Zatek already on the McStanky, finding the opening blow is terrible for Hail the Sun.
Zatek's in a 1v1 with Fandori. Fandori weak. Zatek's taking that little cliff. We'll be able to make this happen. Nice stun there to get the pick on Fandori. Great decision making, holding on, knowing that they could not take that fight and had to do something on an angle where they had no vision. And now Spenny gonna drop Alfie. High gonna take Ipsis, and that is going to be the final game. And Rad is gonna take home the series.
Yeah, I think that final elimination was the epitome of the series. Fandori not really supported on this flank angles and stuff, and then on the other side, right, everybody from Rad Esports knows exactly what to do. It wasn't just Zatek, but it was also the support from Spenny, like you mentioned, just able to help him on that backside with the soul bond, with the heals. It was just so good. And overall, Rad Esports, this is looking like a team that can make a run, right? Obviously, they're playing against a team that was not as practiced potentially. I mean, there's no slight at any one of these players. I think they all shined in their own way. However, it is a 3-0, and generally Rad Esports, looked like the better team throughout. And if you are becoming a fan of Rad Esports, this team is kind of catching fire at the right time. So I would not be surprised to see if they get another upset later on.
Yeah, Rad just had what it takes, man. They are just looking incredible out there. The team looks fluid. Everybody's on the same page. The targeting looks great. A lot of people are willing to take those off angles. That's one thing we see from Nightmare that I don't see on a lot of other teams. Is people just in these all over the map while still being coordinated is the sign of a team at another level. Like having that communication while you're not even on eyes, when you don't have LOS and you just trust them to do their thing, is a next level advantage for a team. And I liked seeing a little bit of that from Rad there.
Yeah, I mean, Rad looks super good, especially on that Star-Lord composition. We'll see if they can maybe vary it up. Last series, we saw Namor. This series, we're going to see a lot more Star-Lord. So a lot of differences, but let's see the highlights from Clintar and then go to a short break before we see you for another series.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
So that's going to do it for set 2 as Rad takes home the W, and we are going to move forward into Ghost and Windbreaker. Me personally haven't shoutcasted any of those games with them in it yet, so I haven't had eyes on them. Very excited to see the new talent, at least from my perspective, just to see how people are going to play and who they're going to play, man.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think we saw. I remember I think I casted with Hank watching Windbreaker or Jake, one of the two, and we watched the series. Windbreaker looked really good, so this will be an interesting matchup. I don't believe we've seen Ghost before, so we'll see in this matchup how they play and how they match against Windbreaker, who are a good team. So a lot of teams right now are backs against the wall, right? If they're in this loser brackets, they potentially will be sent home out of the tournament already in that top 16. I mean, you do get a part of the prize pool, but it's not as good as previous. Yeah, Windbreaker, here we go. The lineup is going to be Dauntwist. I mean, this guy has been crazy on a lot of heroes. Same thing with Vision. Both these duelist players are incredibly talented. Meanwhile, for Groats, on their side as well, you got Alex is a really good Hela player, so we'll see if either teams want to lock that hero in their Protect.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get rid of Hawkeye off the rip, immediately going to shut down the Guardians. And, I always respect that. I think it's very difficult to handle unless you have the communication to understand that, these picks that you're getting, they don't give you the advantage that you expect. It's kind of a mentality change. Whenever you get a pick, you just got to realize that you're just knocking off a passive, essentially. You got to think of it like that. Think of it like a Wolverine overhealth, because in the end of the day, man, it's truthfully not that big of a deal to get a pick into a Guardian comp. You really just got to run it down with your team and try to sweep everybody and get ready for that Warlock res. And it looks like they're going to keep the Hela, so we will be seeing Hela likely on both sides. Sakura is floating over the Panther. Not sure if that's going to be a selection from them, but it looks like Rocket is going to get saved. Very interesting on the side of Windbreaker. I haven't seen a lot of Rocket in this tournament yet. I know he pairs really well with Punisher, and he just decimates shields and Groot walls and things of those nature. All of the equipment, you might say, is just off the field. So I do like that, but it does drop down a support ultimate. So a lot of times I like to see Rocket run with 3 strategists.
Yeah, I'm curious if they do want to do it. You're right. The 3 strategist composition is very common for Rocket Raccoon to participate in. We'll see if they ban Punisher on the other side. No, they banned the Hulk, so not baited into taking that hero out of the lineup. And I got to say, Shib, I'm a little... I mean, both these teams I'm sure are good, but I feel like I'm a little disappointed. The fact that, all these teams, at least that are not like the top teams that we've seen so far, really kind of lean heavily on the Hela, right? They want that character to be available. There's so many of them that are not banning it first. They're like, okay, we can run the Hela. But the difficulty is, like you talked about earlier, you can't really be one tricks, right? If you're not playing a variety of different compositions, guess what? You play Hela the whole tournament. That's what you're most practiced on. Okay, the other team's going to ban Hela now. So both teams, a lot of teams in NA love to play the Hela, but the top teams right now are first banning it. So you get all of the practice on a composition that's not even viable. So it's definitely interesting to me, at least.
I'm with you. I mean, we had this discussion. Me and you have talked offline. You got to have a pool, man. It can't be a single selection, and you got to separate that time. It's good, and it's great to have somebody that forces a ban. You got to think that's a win in of itself. Having somebody who has to target ban is great because it opens up your team, but you got to remember that you need to have then a comp that's going to play off of that solo pick. You got to have somebody ready that's going to play with your team that isn't the one that you put all this time into, and it's got to be not only good, but incredible. And so, I highly suggest having at least 2 of opposite types types of comp, whether it's going to be dive, poke, brawl, have something that's going to differ a little bit, so you know you can change it up, and then have one that is maybe alongside your main, something similar, so you feel confident in that strategy. Sakura going to start off here with the teleport to get the high ground. Just probably set up Namor here, and they did it on both sides. Their teleport a little shorter. I don't love that it was a little more on the backside. They just canceled out the height there by dropping the bridge, and it looks like Windbreaker is owning the very top of the map, hoping that they can stay alive and well. No KOs on either side just yet, as Dan Twist is now setting up both of the spawn, still holding vision, trying to find a little bit of damage on the front line, getting Strange Shield knocked down as Bash is playing off that cover. Natural cover is very important in this game, but Bash is a little outside of it, taking a fair amount of damage here as Sakura is holding that angle on their entire team. Really, down goes one, as Sakura is going to take out Medulla.
Yeah, that's a great opening pick, and now Dauntless on the right side able to pressure out GGG. And there's so much damage now coming through onto Groats. And, you know, Windbreaker, you could tell they're also practiced in terms of just figuring out the small little things, right? You saw how Devin was playing the Rocket Raccoon, giving everybody the 25 HP bonus health. Everybody's being staggered out now. I mean, yeah, eventually Groats will fall. You saw Groats not do that. They didn't opt into having the Rocket Raccoon give everybody armor at the beginning. So that's definitely a change in terms of just preparation work from Windbreaker. And you can see with this poke composition, they're on fire. Team Groats need to kind of come back now.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't really think about that. Just swapping the rocket in the beginning just to give armor their advantage on the first fight is very unique, and then swapping immediately off it. Great picks here as Vision takes out Wanakami. Devin all going to get picks and knock back Groats back into their spawn, maintaining pressure at about 25% of point right now.
Yeah, at the moment, I actually like... Oh my gosh, there was shots from Vision. Ooh. I like the Namor over the Moon Knight just because Moon Knight doesn't have the group to combine with. However, Moon Knight, in theory, is good against Loki with all the copies, can bounce off those shots, so it's not that bad of a play, but at the current moment, Windbreaker doing such a good job spamming out Team Groats, especially with the Loki, like you said. It's doing so much work versus Groats right now.
Yeah, looks like, you know, honestly, thinking about it, they have Loki and Namor. I believe that the Ox are going to be bouncing between all of the spawn as well. So that is actually devastating into all that equipment. And here we go. As the Eye of Agamotto gets popped here for Groats. No success out of it just yet. And then reverse one right back at him by Sakura, who they do get a pick. Down goes Maddie on the cloak. And up with an ultimate gets potentially stuffed. And Hela in the sky knocked out as well. All these ultimates just getting absolutely held. Vision taking out G. Sakura not Chris Bosch, and Vision gets two more with two more shots. One shot, one KO back to back. And Munch is going to clean up the Mantis and hold on for Team Windbreaker.
You know, absolute dominance out of them so far, 85% and ticking. Keeping the pressure up too, so they have to walk out of spawn with the portal play if they do want to do one. 90%, I think it's too far, right? They have to run straight to the point at this point if they want a potential to retouch. And I don't think they're going to do it at this point, right? They're just going to running into damage, running into a lot of shots. It might just be a GG go next round. And it looks like it is. Windbreaker, win round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those situations that you might want to panic Spider-Man or panic Venom and just get somebody on point and just hope it works. I mean, obviously, odds of it being successful, probably pretty low, but it still at least gives you a chance. I mean, there's been games, I'm sure you've experienced it too. There's been games where I thought the game was over and then a touch happened and it switched completely. So you got to leave that on the table. Not saying it was a mistake, but it was definitely an option that they could have taken.
It's tough too, though, because I mean, then there's another level with it where like you don't want to give up ultimates, right? Then you get reset to 50% potentially if you swap to it. So it's like Alex and GGG, they both have ult, so it's like it's such a tough spot to be in. You're right. I think like if you touch the round, you could win, but like I don't know. You got to think long term too. It's so interesting to like the dichotomy of like how this game works and how many different plays that or how many things you have to think about in terms of holding ults for the next round and stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, yeah, it is definitely a mental decision. It's all about, is it the right move? Because, yeah, you're right. It could have been the wrong. Oh, wait, what? TP hold somebody out. Oh, is he able to squeeze by? No.
No way.
What? Oh, my God. They're going to teleport right on. That's amazing. So well played. So well played. Beautifully. He was able to change heroes. He was able to change heroes, and he's going to try to throw the crow behind it. That was beautiful. So well done. Oh, man, I love to see that. Really well played. Usually the group wall strategy is one thing, but you can break it. You can't do much for 20 seconds while that is up, and they are going to take the point. Man, that was so funny to watch. Really well played.
I can't believe that. Never walk out. That must be a lesson. Never walk out into that middle area where the statues are, man. You're going to get screwed over.
Oh, man, that was beautiful. Oh, Moon GGG going to be dropping on Okami. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto. Cloak is going to pop out and keep everyone on it. You are virtually immune while you're on that thing. It does so much healing per second. Badges is going to be taking out Sakura, and they are going to hold on as Groats is able to maintain point here.
Wait, Don was kind of doing a little work on the back. I mean, just by himself, throws that whale out. Probably going to get staggered here. But, you know, they're making it dicey, right? They're making it messy, and this team, they're so mechanically skilled that they're able to come back whenever they really want, it feels like, because Groat's now missing everybody, kind of securing around this front line, but nobody's keeping them alive and healthy. And this is so tough to deal with as Windbreaker. I mean, after a bit of a meme start for them, they're kind of back on the horse again.
Yeah, man, pretty funny as they are just getting pressure. They just jumped right back into it, claimed that they had it. That first play definitely got in their heads a little bit. I think there was a little bit of maybe some team comms that were unfavorable across the board saying, what are you doing, man? You know this can happen. It was pretty funny to watch. Pretty incredible, but now we are back on it. We're Windbreaker at about 17%. Groats is holding on at about 37. Ultimate's in favor of Windbreaker in the next fight. And here we go again as they're fighting on this high side. I don't think I've ever seen a fight up here at this point in spawn, but they're going to keep them tight so they can't get back there as Hell is holding on to Ultimate. Vision is going to take one, munched as well. GGG goes down, Maddie as well. Devin going to take out not Chris, Medulla going down, and the entire team will fall. Well done by Devin on the Mantis to put out a ton of damage. Same with Vision.
I'm with you. I don't think I've seen this part of the map really all that much besides when I'm walking out of spawn. I didn't even know there was a waterfall over there. So for the side of Windbreaker, keeping up the pressure on the Groats, not giving them any space. And not even Eye of... Wait, was that Eye of Agamotto towards the spawn? Or was that a misclick? Wait, Chris Bosch just misclicked his Eye of Agamotto. Why did he do that?
I think it might have been a fat finger. There was literally no one around at the time. Ooh, that is a tough thing to see from the side of Groats there. Windbreaker definitely in their heads, just holding them at the spawn door. Getting some vengeance for what happened initially. Vision putting a ton of damage out. Gonna fly up on the top left side. Make sure they can just keep them here for the time being. 70% on the point as they're still holding on at the door with nobody on Windbreaker going down. Actually, Devin did fall in that fight.
He did fall, so they do have to walk back. But that's why you want to hold so close in this game, right? You constantly put the pressure up, playing back. Whale as well into the sky. Slam dunk on the GGG. Does not give him any space. He threw out the hand of Conchu as well. And Windbreaker still in the advantage, still in the edge, even though they were so aggressive.
Yeah, this is gorgeous right now. I mean, now they're all resetting. They're all on point. They are stacked again, 6v6, taking the high side. Oh, and Strange is doing what Strange does, putting the shield in front, but he is getting pressured from the other side. Sakura is about... Oh, my goodness.
Off the point.
Gotta have that as a focus, man. You gotta have that as a focus. It's second time we've seen that today, man. It just teams are too locked into the fight, not thinking about the game, and ego checking a little bit. I think that spawn door hole probably got in their heads. They didn't like that, and that definitely shine right there.
I mean, that was unique. It was definitely a fun play, but man, that was an absolute shutout, right? That was just insane from across the board. I mean, I don't know what happened to not Chris Bosch with that ultimate. Obviously, that's probably a player playing on like an alternative account or whatever, playing on not Chris Bosch. But, generally, that was just so clean from them. That was a sick play. They made that cool portal play in the spawn, but it was a bit of a meme considering, the other side was just free. It was just constant pressure in general from them. And it was, I don't know what you really do against that if you're Groats side, because Windbreaker just had the advantage the whole game. Didn't let any pressure up, and they might be the most aggressive team we've seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to notice there, Magneto, 51% accuracy, no KOs on himself. I mean, that is what Magneto does. Magneto's value is shields. Magneto's value is distraction, just due to straight up everyone focusing somebody that he can't take down. There was times when he was out alone in fights and still cycled his cooldowns properly, got back to his team and reset, and then was shielding somebody else off in the distance. That team just kind of had it figured out in terms of the shield frontline comp. Their poke was insane. They even poked them down from the high side at spawn door.
Yeah, it was so clean out of them. I mean, an insane series in general. Let's take a look at the highlights. I hope in the highlights we get to see that portal play that was so silly, but we'll check it out in a second, then go to a short break.
느껴지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해. The weight of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
Welcome back, everyone, as we're getting into game 2 of the series, Windbreaker versus Ghost. Windbreaker absolutely popping off in that game. The lockdown off the beginning from Ghost was hysterical, but then Windbreaker popping off. They figured out that poke comp. They just put 2 shields in the front and let their DPS do their thing. The duelists were dominating in that game, and it showed as they took that game pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe like earlier today with the Rad Esports match as well. You know, Windbreaker are kind of just making a statement game, right? I mean, on Domination, anything can happen, right? Things can change based on bans or protects and stuff. But you know, they need to change quick, right? A lot of teams will continue to play the hella throughout the series. You know, get comfortable. I would like to see some variance between both teams, but I mean, with the Hawkeye ban and the Hulk ban immediately, I think both teams are looking to play the hella once again.
You gotta love to see the troll picks off the beginning as we see Black Widow up there and Storm. Honestly, dude, I've been sleeping on Storm a little bit. I didn't know a little bit about her.
No, stop, Shib, stop. That hero was bad. No. You are unbelievable, dude.
But did you know that when you empower damage boost, it damages everyone in the ring every 2 seconds?
And did you
know? A lot of people don't know that.
I mean, that's a great factoid. But also, did you know that with Storm in my games, I have 0% win rate? Were you aware of that fact, though?
You do see, you know, you get a surprising amount of one-trick Storms up in these ranks, and sometimes I'm a little shook, but I've been getting surprising Ws, and I was like, how is this possible? How is this possible? So I had to do some research, and I'm learning new stuff. But yeah, you're right. Not going to be seen here today or tomorrow at all. But hey, you know what? It just it changed my mind a little bit. That's all I'm trying to say, a little bit.
Listen,
we do see Hulk. We do see Hulk ban, we do see Adam Warlock, we do see Mantis, we do see Hawkeye locking in the Hella battle again, and the Luna Snow, which is not seen last time. So,
I mean, what's like the main difference in this comp? Yeah, without those strategists, without the Mantis, I suppose. But now, yeah, you mentioned you got the Luna Snow, you got the Loki still available for Windbreaker. It feels like not much of a has changed for Windbreaker's side. They're still in a decent spot. I mean, they get to play the Hella, they get to play the Namor. I don't know. Maybe we're just too analytical from the outside looking in, but it really does feel like if you're, especially with how dominant that was on Domination, you don't want to play against the same comp again, right? You would think that you try to target ban, but I mean, Groat's obviously not doing that.
You know, I'm with you. I think that's a little strange. The one thing I do think Groat's kind of made a mistake on the first. You lock it in the lock-in of somebody you're the most confident with. You pick Rocket just for the first armor. I don't think that's worth a save if you have somebody who may be way more confident on somebody that you don't want getting banned. So I think that was a little strange, but it looks like they're keeping the Rocket now because they are going to go Punisher GGG. Groat's on the attack against Windbreaker, who did take that W last time. Windbreaker showing off a little bit. They do have the Namor. They've got Hella in opposition, Sakura on the front side, and here we go as the battle begins. And Vision going to take out Alex, instantaneously make that 2 as Maddie goes down. The res up from Badges, though. Alex back in the fight, but Maddie not going to be able to res off that, and they're going to keep this pressure. Devin goes down from not Chris Bosch, and wow, Sakura going to go ahead and take out Alex after the res because he knew that's where the tower was going to be. Vision, insane shot there while floating down right out the spawn door, dropping Medulla, and that's what you would expect from this first fight here. Really well done by Windbreaker.
Yeah, similar to Rad Esports, you can see the collapse around Vision's off angles are panning out, and again, the plays are being made so consistent between the Magneto and their Hella. They're giving up space in the front line to set up these off angles, and we'll see if it pans out. In this case, it doesn't look like it until now. Nobody's even looking. Where are you looking, G? You should know these guys are behind you, and they're just not aware on the side of Groats.
Yeah, and here we go. As you know, the confidence is back. I mean, these guys just really got what it takes. I mean, that was a great pick again. You know, when you see a duelist with this much pressure themselves, not being afraid to jump up there, but ooh, Sakura was kind of out of position there, is going to fall a little bit off to the right too much. Strategist couldn't get eyes on. Now they're going to rely heavily on Munch in the front side here, but you know, Magneto can do that well. A lot of self-sustain. It looks like he's going to have Namor right behind, throwing the turrets up on the walls just to get a good vantage point. And here comes the ult from range. Down goes GGG, great play there. The res likely going to happen from Rocket. Yep, GGG back in the fight. Badges, you know, I do like the combination with Rocket in Punisher here, but I don't think it's, you know, necessary to play Rocket if the Punisher isn't getting a ton of value. Not saying that's not happening now, as the res has clearly shown to have some effect, but you really are reliant on your Punisher in this team comp. Alex going to take out Sakura, unless you're running 3 strategists, of course. Alex going to take out Sakura. GGG, though. Nice take out of Vision on the backside, and they are pressing again. Munch at about 5 HP is going to fall. Medulla. GGG taking out Devin, and really well done here by Groats, showcasing that they do got what it takes to get it past first point at least, and they do have a fair amount of ulti still, holding on to 4.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that was a nice take from them, right? Going under the top right with not Chris Bosch alongside one more, but the retouch is happening for Windbreaker. They actually want to fight it here and now against the Punisher.
Yeah, here we go as Vision up is going to drop GGG and the Hell Unleash right back at him. Badges get, or GGG gets res immediately. This res is having a ton of value. They need to find that location and make something happen, potentially with one of the off-angle duelists, but no, nobody able to see it so far. So it gets 4 reses. Great shots there by Maddie to take out Dan. Dan Twist immediately falls. Maddie gets 3. Devin goes down and munched. Really well played here by Maddie Figs.
That was nice for Maddie Figs indeed. Gross get it done. Windbreaker, very last second touch. They tried to make it work with the TP. Unfortunately, it's always like very, very questionable, right? Doing the touch every time because it's so telegraphed where you're going to come from. And obviously, Gross, you know, they were ready for it this time with the Punisher ultimate, with the See You Later from Badges, and it was just so clean from them. You also risk getting snowballed in the streets phase, but we'll see if Windbreaker can find that opening pick that they usually do, even coming back into this fight.
Not Chris Bosch, applying a little bit of pressure on the high side. The float from Dr. Strange is actually very effective in taking off angles, finding weird positions. I thought I heard Ayavagamoto get popped there, but I didn't see it be used, so I guess it didn't happen. But anyway, Okami at about 5 feet, great. Oh, there's one right now, and it gets shut down instantaneously right in front of the shields. It's a tough look for Dr. Strange. You typically want to at least fall from an off angle or something. It was very visually noticeable, and the team just capitalized on it. Chris Bosch stuffed it, Medulla stuffed it. Nobody got caught there by the Dr. Strange ult, and it is going to make them pay the prices. They're getting a ton of space. Are they going to try to do the TP strat to wall them off? Yes, they do. Walls off the right side and the high side, likely, so they cannot get through. Now they're forced to look at that long angle. Everybody's eyes in one position. It's a really good play there from Groats. Not Chris Bosch doing a good job here on Dr. Strange, maintaining that position. Maddie Figs putting a lot of damage in and a lot of healing through his team. Ayavagamoto gets popped again. Okami is likely from, oh wow, really well done. Okami taking out Maddie Figs. Okami actually on Loki, the one who provided that Dr. Strange, and gets a pick, but now their team is down a healer for a little bit. Still able to get the job done though, as they are holding this defense through the teleport. Oh wait, I lied. The point was taken.
No, the point was taken, and now they come back through. I mean, it was like behind them. They were touching last second, and this is the tough part for Windbreaker. I think they were looking like such a good team, but at the moment, they keep trying to go for these last second touches and doing it in such an awkward fashion. Sure, it's by Groats' design, right? They're constantly putting those portal plays, making sure it's a tough retouch, but it's just always into the face of this Punisher. Just so much damage coming out from GGG. And for Groats, or for Windbreaker, they really need to stabilize because there's now 2 points in a row. You've tried to touch last second, and it did not go in your favor. If it happens again, you're going to get walled off in the spawn once more.
GGG taking the high side again. There's a lot of value out of this Punisher rocket play. Honestly, you don't see a lot of it at this level of play. I mean, unless you have confidence in your Punisher, and Punisher can be devastating in the right hands. I know he's recently got some changes that he was a little stronger in the beta, but he's still a very strong hero to play. You know, people get locked into the hella pick, but Punisher can do a ton of work, especially with a pocket of a Magneto shield, while he can run in with the Judge, Jury, Executioner, doing some damage to the shield. No connection yet, putting some pressure on a Vision to the back, and down goes not Chris Bosch. Good pick there from Windbreaker on the defense. Up in the sky, Vision's gonna do some damage, take out Alex. There comes the support ultimates. Maybe not useful after the first 2 picks, but it is still popped. Team needs to reset and fight again unless they're feeling confident on this outnumbered battle.
Yeah, that's going to shoot some time off the clock, especially against this poke composition. You desperately needed that dance floor, and now that's not going to be available. Probably, like you said, go for that reset. Maybe get that change up in terms of pacing, and now Groats, they're on the back foot. 2 minutes left to go. Windbreaker set up an aggressive spot like they have all series.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and it's very difficult to understand when you want to use the dance floor. I mean, you know, in that moment, it's the conversation of, we just lost 2. Is it worth popping? It's tough because sometimes you don't have your eye on the KO feed, so you're more focused on the team that you're with right in that moment, trying to keep them up. Dan Twist with a nice drop on GGG, really early pick into the fight. This might give them some chance to press a little bit back into their spawn door. It looks like they're going to. Medulla goes down as well. Vision, they're finding their footing here as Windbreaker is not allowing them out, literally at the door, holding them. This is really well played. They might try to make some sort of strange play to get out. I'm not sure if the cooldown is back just yet, but yeah, that's a confident sign right there.
Yeah, definitely a confident sign. Luckily, Maddie Figs close to that ultimate, close to that dance floor, but it's going to be against an Ayavagamoto. If this is a pressure play from Sakura, that might be disgusting. He's on the top right, he's getting pocketed. Could happen before Maddie Figs even gets that dance floor.
Yeah, it is. It looks like, surprisingly, Groats. Maddie Figs got that ultimate back super quick. That's a sign of a really, really strong Luna. The more ultimates you get with things like Luna and Cloak are how you win the game. Great pick there by Dan, who's going to drop Badges. Down goes Badges. Okami taking out Alex and still holding on Windbreaker. It's back and forth. Munch going to take out GGG, and Groats is going to have to reset, sitting on 4 ultimates as Windbreaker's now regaining and is going to have the ult advantage in the next fight. Actually, they're almost at 6. I'm lying. Groats almost at 6 now as Windbreaker loses 2 while ultimates are still up, And here they go with another fight. They're going to have to reset back. Ooh, towards the end. Unlucky there from the Magneto, who does throw it into that tree on the left side.
Yeah, that was all. That long fight, that long drawn-out fight was because of Dauntless just sitting on the left angle, lodged into the back line of Groats. They couldn't do anything until the very last second, and now we're entering last fight territory with a ton of ults in the bank.
Good throw. Again, just trying to eat some damage. Maybe. Oh, the shield is out. They do look for Maddie, and that's a good pick. You know, it may not have been focused at anyone but the strategist, and sometimes that's worked. It's strange. All you're really looking for is past the shield. Great shots there by Vision as he takes out GGG. Badges immediately reses GGG. Vision gonna take out Alex. Medulla on Kami. Vision again on Medulla. Dance twist on Bosch and gets res. This is insane as Vision gonna drop GGG again, and this fight is over. Really well played on those ultimates there.
Yeah, Windbreaker, 3 minutes on third phase, didn't panic. They secured a fight win, and ever since then they pushed forward, right? Despite how things went on point 1 and 2, that's what you want to see out of a veteran team, able to secure, you know, that last fight win, that last point win, considering, you know, the retouches they had were just so sus. They were so questionable. I don't think any team, no matter how good you are going to be able to get the touches off, considering, you know, first point, you try to touch with that portal play last second. You were like 2 meters off getting into the second phase of the map. It's always going to be tough, especially at an ultimate disadvantage. And then in second phase, once those portal plays, the portal came out from not Chris Bosch on the right side. You mentioned how it was on the top right angle and also at the doorway. You go from a very, very obvious angle into a Punisher turret. It's always going to be difficult to touch last second, and they couldn't do it there. But obviously for Windbreaker, you know, they set up that left angle. These guys, they love to commit hard to these off angles, right? They commit so hard to it. Sometimes it's hard to support players like Dauntless on these off positions. However, because of how Dauntless plays with his ultimate, however, because Namor is such a safe hero to play on those off angles because of your shift, because of the invuln you get, it's always possible to save them with the rest of the team. So Windbreaker played that pretty perfectly towards the end of the map, resulting in a win.
Yeah, I love the comp too from Windbreaker. I do love seeing and the troll teleport just to kind of have some fun. You gotta love to showcase that in the tournament. Confident that they don't need it. Instead, are going to press again. I don't know if there's some sort of weird tech with that I might be missing, but I think it was just for the memes. As Chris Bosch and Groats are going to do their best to hold on for as long as possible. They had a lot of momentum. It was textbook momentum shift there. As you saw, they really had things going for a while, and then obviously the shift happened, and they got held at the spawn door, but that's just a sign that anything can happen in these games, and Groats just needs to tap back into that and keep moving forward. Alex on the right side looking for the opposing Hela. Did a little bit of damage. They're both going to reset and try again as the monster spawn are out in that angle. Loki going to pop crystals early. That's a big call out for cooldowns. Namor very weak, as Dauntless is still holding on. It's still alive and well. Was at about 1%. But nope, down goes Chris Bosch from Vision, who is going to be a massive pick. But no, the res is up. Really well done. Again, the rocket placement of these reses are finding a ton of value right now. And no one able to find these because nobody on these teams are playing off-angle divey duelists. So it just kind of free reses every fight.
I mean, this is, by the way, once they get this done, I mean, just take a look back at that VOD. That was clinical. Wow. From Windbreaker, because you saw, if we were in that third-person perspective, you saw that Groats was always on the back foot. They had Alex and they had GGG playing the same angle, the right side of the map. Whereas if you look at Windbreaker, Dauntless and Vision both taking opposite angles. Dauntless more towards the cart, towards the right side of the map, Vision on the left side. And because of it, right, you only need to commit one resource. You commit that Strange or that Magneto to counter that left side flank. It's just so hard to get anything done, and now they're getting staggered as well. You need to be a bit more proactive if you're the side of the Groats. They need to take different angles on both duelist players. Otherwise, they're not going to have a chance right now because Windbreaker's macro is too good.
Yeah, man. I mean, these guys got the brain for it, right? That's a sign. And you can see when the way these guys are playing, that they understand the game at a meta level. And that is super important. Like, there's confidence, there's ego, and then there's playing properly, right? You can go in and try to 1v6, and it might win, you might win a fight and you may have a pick. But odds are, if you do the wrong thing more often than not, you're going to eventually lose it for your team. You got to keep your brain. You got to keep playing slow. You got to understand when you're needed. Great play right there, for example, by the frontline vanguards of Windbreaker, who are going to dive directly onto the back line. Down goes GGG. Down goes both-sided on Matty Figs, and also Badges, as both strategists are going to fall. Really well played there by Windbreaker. I love to see that.
Wait, I have Agamotto back from not Chris Bosch towards the cart. Bubble here now looking for not Chris Bosch too. Is that really worth it? I mean, you do find one. Could end up in a recontest situation because of it. However, like you mentioned, I mean, that was so clean from the tank line from Medulla, giving that shield off with the Eye Agamotto from Sakura. That results in Groats, you know, on the back foot again. Windbreaker doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with you. That was a strange, I don't know if I like that. Speaking of strange, that was a, oh, he is swapping. There is the choice right there. Chris is going to be going towards Venom. That might be the utilization and the reasoning right there, because it didn't make much sense to me. You don't really want to try to get a pick. If your whole team's down and you get the pick, you know, the reses are going to be roughly the same. It's kind of no value. So diving into the back there, but oh, immediately on to not Chris Bosch, who did just switch over to Venom, does pop the shield, is going to be able to hold on with some extra temp health, but no, in the sky, Vision trying to find the other Hela, no connection just yet. Unfortunately, unable to make anything happen, but they are going to reset. Everyone's got 6. It's 6v6. Chris Bosch should be out of that support cooldown, should not have the shield up. Try to get back behind the bridge whenever you hear Magneto, because it's very difficult to weave that ball under the bridge, and it is gone now. Dontwist is going to be rezzed by Devin, so the numbers still should be even. It's all about who can get that first successful pick. Right now, both teams have a rocket. Dontwist going to drop, not Chris Bosch, but odds are he's going to get rezzed here. Guess not. I guess it already happened. So it looks like they're still going to have a little bit of an advantage pressing on towards the strategist. Alex, at about half HP, is going to get healed up. They got to find that off angle. Dontwist trying to find a way to get the Monstro spawn down there. Sakura going for the Eye of Agamotto right now. I guarantee it. No, instead just going to pop it and take out GGG. Wow, good shot.
Yeah, that was so clean from them on that take. I was wondering how Chris Bosch was not going down earlier on in this fight. Now going to come back with the Venom ultimate. I mean, Chris Bosch trying to put the team on the back at the moment, trying to make hero plays, but I think at this point of the series, there's not really much you could do. You know, Groats constantly losing those ultimates, not having them for next fights, also being down that Doctor Strange. You mentioned that hero being so strong right now, and instead on the Venom Magneto, it's a play. You can make it work. However, for Windbreaker, it seems like they just stunned him out, right? Constantly Chris Bosch going for those dives, having to deal with the Magneto going for the displacement, having to deal with stuns from the rest of the crew. It's hard for Groats right now, who are just constantly being pressured out by Windbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, you see things like Nightmare running the Venom, but they're doing so when there's another duelist that can play off that Venom. Oh, great pick there by Dontwist on Alex in the back. Great early pick by them. But yeah, it's oh, can he throw the whale? The whale does get canceled out. Great immunity there by their Namor, but no, Dontwist is still kind of holding pressure. They are using ultimates now. That's a good value. If you go in there and you force ults out, that's totally fine. That is a win. You got to take it and reset. Team is holding off now. Now they're pressing up Vanguard v Vanguard. Great switch here by Okami, who is going to use the Luna ultimate and just try to get space, keeping the team up. Switch gets a damage boost, allowing them to pressure through, and they're using everything now. Windbreaker trying to end this game and get the second win of the series. Again, onto the Luna. Down goes Matty Figs, and this should potentially be the end. Now looking towards Rocket, who's 1 HP off the left side, calling that out for his team. Trying to head over to that angle, do some damage. Rocket is going to reset. Rocket is very mobile and very difficult to take out when you have some skill and experience on his jukes, and he does. It looks like able to escape, and there is going to be some more fights. I thought the payload was pushed a little farther. No, they're going to be okay. No, there are a couple more fights with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Chris Bosch was just on the payload the whole time, or not Chris Bosch, rather, was just on the payload the whole time, making sure that convoy was not pushing forward. So Chris Bosch putting in work on Venom so far until now. I mean, with the see you later, he just falls immediately.
Yeah, that's a good pick right there. I mean, like I said, you use the Venom, in my opinion, when you're going with somebody else that's going to dive. Your value as Venom is being really annoying to deal with dive, but when you don't have any dive comp, in the end of the day, it's not really providing that much value. You know, you're just a little distracting, but you don't have anyone to follow up with you. Yeah,
pretty clean game from Windbreaker to get the job done on the map on Aegis Path to go up 2 in the series, and they're looking to close it out now after, you know, a pretty decisive win yet again. It seems like in the Hela composition, they've figured it out. They know how to kind of play it, especially versus the other team right now. Vision, MVP of that one, but the whole team played that super well. You talked about Munched earlier on the Magneto. Really well-timed bubbles, a really good job playing around the team. And Dauntless, I think, was my MVP as well on that Namor. I think, I don't remember what we saw Dauntless on last time, but he did not look as good as he is right now on the Namor. Obviously, practice on that hero. Looks like one of the best Namor players we've seen in the tournament so far on these off angles, but the support from the team has been there every time, like you said, Shib.
Yeah, Devin won. My man on Rocket with 36k healing. I mean, that is... I can't imagine how many times he clicked the right-click button. It has to be off the charts. That is insane to see. Beautiful work there. A lot of reses on both sides. I know actually Devin did have a switch over at one point. I believe he wasn't Rocket the entire time, but still 29 assists on both support line. This is just a masterclass of a strategist team. Well played there on both sides, even seeing some insane healing number.
Yeah, pretty insane healing number of a Rocket indeed. And the whole squad played super well on that map on Aegis Path. We'll have to see where they go next. Obviously, for Windbreaker, they're in the league. Groats. I I don't know. I mean, they really need to go back to the drawing board. Maybe ban the hell out potentially. That could be something for them moving forward, but there's going to be a lot of discussion, I imagine, during the break. Let's take a look at the highlights and then head to that number 3 after a short break.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain.
to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back to Series 3. We have Windbreaker versus Ghost, and Windbreaker up 2 right now with a really strong performance in the first 2 games. I mean, seeing some of these picks, I love seeing something like Namor out there kind of shaking things up and providing a ton of value. Some really nice whales out there too, some good picks. Man, it's been a fun time to watch.
It has been. I mean, Dantwist really standout player so far, at least on the Namor. I mean, he's been so consistent. I don't think we've seen a Namor player this good in a while. We'll see if they can keep it up. Obviously, they're up 2 in the series. They're on that map point to continue on. And for Groats, you know, the tournament life is on the line here. They're going to have to make some changes, I think, if they want to beat Windbreaker. But immediate Loki ban, they don't want to deal with that character. But I think that's kind of like it's more of like a symptom. I don't know if it's necessarily the cause of Windbreaker's dominance.
Yeah, I mean, right off the rip, we see the Loki ban. There was a ton of value out of Loki last time. Honestly, seeing some offensive duelist ults as well. Looks like they're going to lock and keep Hela, which has been something that's been very common here. It seems like Groats feeling confident using it as well, but Windbreaker is finding a ton of value. Obviously, floating some funny picks. They're going to keep Luna in the fight this time, which makes sense to me as they do really like that pick as well on both sides. Chris Bosch back floating the Doctor Strange, which I think was a strong pick initially. Maybe some weird alts, but you know, that's just how it is sometimes, trying to find a pick on the back line and maybe not finding success. It can be tough because sometimes those plays where you're feeling like are risky, they do pay out, but then other times, obviously, they don't pay out and it looks rough, especially if you're trying to make some sort of crazy play.
I'm not learning a lot about these teams right now, though, Shib. See, this is my biggest problem. I get a Psylocke ban at the end of it, but, you know, because obviously no Adam Warlock, that means Star-Lord's going to be harder to play. You know, it's tough because I think for a lot of these teams, they need to play that like other compositions. They need to play, well, now here we go. We're gonna have the Iron Man potentially alongside the Hulk, but you know, we need to see more than just the Hela players. I feel like, you know, versus these top teams, that's a first ban, like I said. So, you know, once we get those bans happening, I would like to see more out of Windbreaker, right? This team is super good, but I need to see, at least from our perspective, I want to see if they can flex over to different things. Maybe if Alex is off of the Hela and maybe if Dauntless is off the Hela, we can learn a lot more about this team. You know, they've showed that they can play this Hela to a very high level, but we already know the top teams are ready to go for said Hela, but just first banning it every time.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think you want to see comp changes and you want to see it in a tournament game, especially when you're up like this, because it gives you the confidence to pull it out when you need to later on. You do see the Gamma team up here, which is going to be impactful, obviously, on both sides. It's really going to be about who has the stronger Iron Man, especially in the sky, handling each other. Because once Iron Man's uncontested up there, although you do have Hela who can, you know, keep eyes up to the sky, but Iron Man is just so strong with his DPS at the moment with his team up that he can out DPS virtually anyone in a 1v1 situation. So we got to see we're going to see a lot of pressure here, I'm assuming, and here comes the TP plays. Let's see what they're going to try to do. It didn't look like they're going to counter yet. They might do the strategy we talked about, where you just kind of peek at the at the Doctor Strange and try to take him out while he's teleporting, but it looks like they're going to hold on to it, which may be a smart play for push 1, making him burn it immediately.
Yeah, you can check out Iron. You know, there's actually a famous TikTok account I know called I Run Shib. You know, he's talking about that strategy that you're mentioning with the scoutage and maybe a little bit of spam. So make sure to check that out if you want to learn how to play Doctor Strange. Groats, meanwhile, on their attacking side. You know, this is going to be tough still versus Windbreaker, who are playing the similar composition. A lot of really strong duelists going through. And like you said, the Loki ban, obviously a lot of strategist prioritization for both teams.
Yeah, I like this. I like this lockdown here. A lot of teams don't fight up in this angle, but this is really the high side. If you're able to get a Hulk around that bend through the bridge and into the backside of the support line, which typically holds the high side of the back. Great work there by Munch to dive in on Maddie, getting the first pick and just going to keep it raining now. Hell does get knocked out. Was trying to take down the Hela. Is going to be in bruise form, and both sides are going to lose Hulk, I believe. Yes, both back down to Banner. Actually, Munch goes down, but it looks like Medulla is also in Banner form. Sakura playing very aggressive here. I think he didn't see somebody to his right. He just passed somebody. But it doesn't matter because he still takes out Alex, which is a big pick. Initially going to drive back to his team, but that even things out and is going to slow up their pace as Iron Man is going to keep the pressure on behind him.
Yeah, there's so much damage coming through. For Groats' side, they're building up those ultimates very quick. At least from the strategist side, they're building up those strategist ults, but already a minute and 30 off the clock, and the time bank is a big deal because now you maybe have like 2 fights left. If the side of Groats, because of how far away the spawn is from this first point, ultimates are ready to go. Windbreaker wants to go first.
Yeah, Vision is sitting on the big boom. Is he going to find value at it? Let's see right now. Growth's sitting on. They have Mantis's ultimate and GGG's, both Iron Man ready to launch everything at the enemy. Vision's going to put a bunch of damage. Down goes one, I believe. Eyes were not, no, it must have been a clone or something. I missed what that was, but Vision off the right side, trying to find an angle in which he's not going to get focused, looking for that ultimate. Not quite sure what was taken down in that first fight. I saw an HP bar disappear, but nothing. Oh, and great shot there by GGG to take out Okami. That's a huge pick early on, and Okami was in the middle of the Luna Snow ult, which is a massive counter. Really well played there by GGG from Gross. You love to see this kind of pressure from this team who is struggling in the first 2 games.
Yeah, Visions went for a super far flank, resulting in him being able to fight for a long time. However, he's come back, able to get the pick on the GGG. Is traded out, however, so that can result in a good play for the side of Groats. However, Alex able to take down Dauntless and get this point. So Windbreaker, I don't know if that was the best out of them, specifically from Visions getting so far out of the fight, but Groats took full advantage of it and now take this first point.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was a play to try to, it was how many people can I get with this ult? I think mentality instead of what can I do to make sure that we win this fight, which is, it's at this point they're up 2-0, so those plays will happen. But that also, like we're saying, like that kind of stuff can lead to that momentum shift, make the other team feel confident. Who knows how these next games will go? So it's very much still on the table. Obviously, Windbreaker a very strong team, and who, odds are they're going to keep this pressure going and maybe take home this W, at least based on what we've seen so far. But you can open the window, and then Groats can sneak right on in. You just got to be careful.
Got to be careful. Groats is a good team. A lot of very, very talented players, like you said. Pretty much all of them, I imagine, are one above all rank. Meanwhile, on a hook ult early used by Groats to maintain momentum. Hopefully for them, they want to get a pick off, but oh no, the hook gets staggered out in the back.
Whew. Devin making sure that gets shut down quick. GGG trading though with the front line as down goes Vanguard. Sakura is down on the Doctor Strange, and that allows Groats to get some push here as they are taking some good space. This is a tough battle for both sides. A pretty favored point. Actually, you can actually hold the top of the building directly across from where we're seeing. I'll try to show you when the team presses there. It's a pretty good choke and a window to hold whether you're on offense or defense, especially if you have a Loki, because you can teleport right up top, but no one utilizing it yet. It's over to the right side here as you see Visions putting a ton of damage into the Strange shield. Directly across from us is what I'm talking about. Atop of that roof, you can actually hold up there as a DPS or as a strategist and really just provide a ton of value because it's tough to look at you while you can back up there. Here comes the pulse charge as it does take out Badges immediately. Well done by Vision. Sakura's going to follow up on Matty Figs, and they are going to drive back the Groats. Really well done by Windbreaker.
Yeah, nice shots from Dauntless there. I'm a little concerned, by the way, as the Baby Bruce stagger comes through. I was a little concerned considering Dauntless is now over to the Hela, and then Visions is the one onto the Iron Man, so they've switched it up on the previous map. I think Dauntless is a great player. Obviously, you can see why Visions is maybe a little bit better of a Hela player, so a lot of this is on Dauntless to pop off like he has been so far, considering Visions has swapped off one of the best Hellas in the game. Now you're going to have to duel Alex, who is, a Hela one trick in their own right.
Yeah. Whoa! What was that? How did they have the reaction? Oh my goodness, GGG gonna shut him down. Sakura gonna take out GGG at the same time. That was insane.
He did the thing. He did the, well, the fight's still going on. We'll talk about it afterwards, but oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, Alex gonna close it up. Dude, he did the thing where, as Doctor Strange, you put your portal like off the map and then you jump into it where the other portal is in the skybox, so you fly on through with an Ayabagamoto. That's like a very common thing people do in ranked. It's just super fun to try, but I mean, that was a momentum shifter, right? That momentum you get from dropping from the skybox down into your portal on the other side, flying through. It's like a race car into your backline. How do you react to that?
Yeah, I mean, that is really difficult to handle. Honestly, haven't seen that be this successful, especially at this level, but I think it's just so unexpected that it worked. Teams were not ready for that at all. Saw the teleport on the high side, a great spot to hold initially up on the top of that roof, so I think both teams assumed they were going to hold that, but instead, Doctor Strange came through it like a speeding bullet and landed on the backline, allowing them to get a ton of free space, and GGG to follow up with a great ultimate there.
What is Devin doing on this flank? It actually works out. Devin came all the way back into the side of Groats, and they're able to get those eliminations relatively easily. One thing, by the way, back on the previous fight, there's one thing you can't say about not Chris Bosch. Wish I knew the guy's name, by the way, because it's a Smurf account that changed their name. If we could figure out who this player was, please let me know, because they are one of the most exciting Doctor Strange players that I've seen. They may not be on the best team at the moment, but they've done so much crazy stuff that I think we all want to know who this person is to watch their stream.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. That was a fun watch for sure. And I do like the aggressiveness now that Windbreaker has on defense. They're starting to take these angles, even with strategists like Mantis feeling confident, getting a few picks on her own. Munch is going to take a fair amount of damage. Devin trying to look at good eyes, always keeping eyes on the Iron Man in that situation, and following up to ensure that they win the Iron Man trade. It is a trade on both sides, though, as both Iron Man go down. Now Devin just going to press in. Ooh, gets slept when they were feeling confident. They expected something big there. It looked like Sakura was thinking about ult there, but no, Jade gets immediately stunned out of it, unable to hold on. Does hold 50% of the charge, but loses that, trying to shield that. Really well done there. Unlucky ultimate there by GGG, who just gets absolutely stuffed. Sakura holding on, really well played with the shield there. Vision gonna drop GGG with the laser, and the odds are back in the favor of Windbreaker, who do have a powerful Vision now gonna try to burn out Alex, who does get a Kami before that falls. Oh, Medulla gonna lock down Vision, try to take Iron Man out before it ends, and no, not able to do so. Just kidding. On the follow-up, does manage to get Vision. Devin falls too from Alex. Maddie Figs taking out Don Twist. This entire spread is going in the favor of Groats now, who are flying towards the end of point with 20 seconds on the clock. We will be in an overtime situation.
Yeah, this is a much better map from them so far, and they also found the stagger onto the hero. Actually, no, they forced out the monster Hulk. If this Hulk can find value, forces up the dance floor, that might be good for the defense as we enter a last-second touch.
Yeah, Sakura doing a good job there, shutting down Chris Bosch during all, and that's going to give them a lot of space, as I think Windbreaker should be able to hold this now. Odds are in their favor. Medulla does get a pick on a strategist, though, which could turn the odds. Vision trying to make a play. Great combination there. Does get one on Maddie Fig. Don Twist going to take out Alex. Medulla going to drop Vision out of the sky, though. And Devin holding on with an ultimate, keeping on a point. And Windbreaker should hold on point 3.
You know, that was a much better round from Groats. I mean, this composition, I think, is working out easier for them than the previous maps with that Iron Man alongside the Hela. They look a lot better. You know, hopefully they can maintain it, but, you know, we'll never know, as the Windbreaker now on the attacking side could look good as well. It's a very hard map to defend on. So for Team Groats, you know, moving over to the defense, things will probably change up. I like forcing off Vision of the Hela. For as good as Dantwist is, right, and for as good as Windbreaker has been playing, I'm still enjoying seeing Vision, at least if you're a Groats fan, off of the Hela, because this man has been so insane on the character. You rely heavily, at least on defense, on Devin playing an incredibly aggressive Mantis, like you mentioned, and Sakura, you know, with a little fake out in terms of the Eye of Agamotto, you know, going for it, not going for it, maybe forcing out those strategist ultimates is huge. So for Windbreaker, you know, I would like to see them shore up this composition a little bit. You know, if they win the series regardless, I just think that they need to fix these sort of small compositional changes, and they could, you know, end up being one of the best teams in the game. Meanwhile, for Groats, right, on their defensive side, they've done a good job supporting GGG. I would like to see them continue to do that. And, you know, obviously playing around not Chris Bosch. He's been doing insane. Same thing with Medulla on the Hulk.
Yeah, I like the setup. It seems like they're really keen to use the setup from Doctor Strange here and immediately follow up with the Iron Man. But here comes the portal plates. Let's see if it works out for him this time, or the team going to try to counter portal. I like the strategy of putting it up in the sky and looking down on Strange. It looks like they're not even going to teleport off the rip again, forcing them to use the teleport in another fashion. No reason to utilize it to try to get poked, because honestly, Iron Man just going to fly right through it and leave you vulnerable if you're not paying attention at that time. You really got to have communication. That's why it's dangerous to counter portal at certain times. But it looks like GGG now spots the other Iron Man, keeping him at bay. The whole team kind of just waiting. It looks like the entirety of Windbreaker taking different angles, which may be difficult to for the strategist to keep eyes on, but it does divert focus and allow for an open window for the attack. And it looks like Dom Twist dives right in. They are strange portaling just late, very late. And I like that idea, making them think it's not going to happen. Immediately following up, but GGG is going to shut that down. Okami goes down from Badges. Dom Twist taking out Badges immediately after that. Ooh, great work there by not Chris Bosch, taking out Dom Twist. Vision gonna drop GGG in the Iron Man battle, and it's just a trade city as Medulla takes out Munch as well. Alex taking out Visions, and it is gonna go in the favor of Groats here.
Yeah, Windbreaker maybe getting a little too cute with it. Devin also gonna get staggered, you know, going for that portal play on the right side. Also, you know, the game within the game, you mentioned how this Iron Man's just looking for each other on the coastal side. I know that, you know, a lot of top Iron Mans will talk about how, you know, it really matters where the other Iron Man is. That's the duel you need to win, because if the other Iron Man's gone, that's so much damage removed. And you could tell, you know, Vision was in the fight, but it was a little bit too late, obviously, on the back of the map, having to deal with flying in and taking so long to come back in. That's huge for Groats. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock now on their attack, on Windbreaker's attack.
Yeah, you're talking about that Iron Man duel. Here we go again. Eyes go away as GGG tries to reset and take that back. Goes back to his strategist to get healed up. Does feel uncomfortable in that duel, which is smart. Devin was looking up. Devin doing a great job applying a lot of damage pressure as a strategist. The Mantis is scary in the right hands. A lot of damage out of Mantis, who self-boosted. Alex gonna take this off angle on defense. I like where he's playing right now. Near a heal should he need to be with his fly. Can retake Medulla and Doctor Strange holding up top with not Chris Bosch, keeping that angle as Iron Man is forced to hold that back left side.
I mean, the spam coming from GGG is huge. Also, understanding of where all that verticality in terms of the cover is. Hulk on the flank! Oh my god, that might open it up! GGG goes down!
That was an awesome takedown there. Really well done by Munt to take out GGG in the sky. And immediately on the next duelist. This is a great play here. This is exactly what you want on Hook, but Hook is going to fall back to banner here. Odds are back in the other favor as Groats is going to pop ball, get some success. Medulla drops visions. Medulla drops another on Sakura. Make that 3 as he takes out more. Alex going to follow up and take that 1 from the Luna Snow. Badge is going to get 2 more on Devin and Dantuis, and they are going to successfully hold on here.
Yeah, minute 26 seconds left. Groats looking good on this composition. Once they've gotten Dauntwist onto the Hela and then put their own Iron Man in the game, they've looked a lot better, as well as that Hulk. You mentioned Medulla looking insane on the Hulk, really making an impact right now on that hero. And for Team Windbreaker, you know, they're trying to come back at the moment with a minute left to go. I mean, this has been rough for them right now. We'll see if they can continue the dominance they showed on previous maps 1 and 2. Obviously, on this third one, Groats are finding some semblance of stabilization.
Yeah, here we go again as potentially getting near to the final fight. Ooh, a lot of damage on the frontline. Vision taking out not Chris Bosch immediately there. Well played. I saw that laser on both Vanguards. And we got a drop off from Windbreaker. Now we have Bruce Banner instead of Hulk. Got about 42%. Just going to keep throwing that nade at his feet, get his charge up. While he doesn't see anybody. Try to put a couple shots out there to keep that going. But they do have point now. Moving forward as Windbreaker feeling confident, sitting on 4 ultimates. GGG and Alex, both duelists on the team of Groats, are ready to launch if need be. Chris Bosch holding that space. Dantuis doing a good job getting rid of the Iron Man out of the sky. Good focus there. Ooh, and a nice stun in to take out Badges. But as I'm saying, that Vision doing the same thing on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, Vision's beaming down the front line. That was some nice shots from Dantuis specifically. I mean, on that left flank, gets the stun, brings the Mantis, I believe it was Badges, back towards him on that left shot, or that headshot. So Dantuis playing super good on the Hela so far. And for Windbreaker, you know, that's huge moving forward. They've got 6 ultimates, obviously, for Groats' side. They've only got 3 coming up on 4, maybe 5 amidst the fight. So it's anybody's game at this point for Team Windbreaker with 2 minutes on the clock. They got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, you like to see the play. At first, I think they were struggling. Ooh, that's a great pick right there. It's really tough to take Iron Man through those tough angles, especially when you have a body like that in front of you. Hulk not allowing that to happen. Alex going to drop Okami back in the favor of Groats. As Groats is feeling good up in the sky. Trying to look for visions is a very difficult shot there. You cannot make that happen, unfortunately, into an Iron Man who has the moves and tries to get it to happen, but gets stuffed immediately with a great, not Chris Bosch stuff, with a great shield, but no. Oh, Medulla taking visions out of the sky and tries to make a play happen. Maddie going to fall from Visions. Visions on the off angle, getting 2, makes that soon to be 3. Bruce Banner is down. Oh, does do the transformation to try to buy a little bit more time, but it's not going to be for long, as now he's in Bruce, not even going to glance at him, moving forward and getting ready for the next fight already. I like that opening, trying to get Vision, try to look at that Iron Man, like you're saying. Whatever Iron Man wins that battle just equals a ton of DPS in every fight. Sakura with a nice throw there on Maddie Biggs to get a backline pick as the strategist does go down.
I mean, there's far too much pressure on the strategist players of Groats right now. Maddie Figs obviously had to go and save Alex outside of the ultimate. I know a lot of duelist players will blame their strategists for not saving them with the dance floor, but man, you just flew in with a flock of crows into your ultimate. Obviously, you're not going to have that cooldown up after you come out of your Hela form, so a little bit aggressive from Groats right now. They're going to need to find some eliminations to bring it back. There's so much pressure, though, on these supports of Groats. The strategists are putting in a lot of work for their team at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you. Using that aggressive TP and then trying to get an Iron Man out of the sky is detrimental. It's really difficult to do. I mean, it can happen, obviously, but an Iron Man at this level is very different than an Iron Man that we might see, you know, or I might see. Obviously, you're up there as well, but it's just very difficult to try to make something happen on Iron Man, who is able to have the aerial jukes. If you have that descend juking, it's so unique and difficult as a duelist to land on because it's not something you're used to. AD strafing off on the right side as Vision. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto. Does connect to some in the back. Alex going to take out Okami. Okami losing a few, or Okami and Devin. Dantuis and Monster down. Vision gets a pick on Alex. Just trying to get a little bit of a trade back. Really well done by not Chris Bosch to take out Sakura. Vision dropping another on GGG. Badges taking out Vision. It's a trade fest, but it looks like we are going to get a little bit more push here.
Yeah, not Chris Bosch. Absolutely insane plays from him again with the Agamotto. Was hiding over the top right, decided to drop down after flying above, sitting just right over that choke point from Windbreaker. They walked through and unfortunately took the brunt of that damage. Now GGG off the Iron Man of all things and is over to the Star-Lord.
Yeah. I do like what's happening here. We do see odds in the favor. Ooh, Groat's going to pop. Matty Fix is going to be using that a little bit early in the fight. No cancellation of an ultimate just yet. Devin going to do the same to even it out, but it looks like Windbreaker has the entire team of ults. They might have to pop Okami here to keep the team moving forward. Holding on. Really well done by Okami. Did not use it in the wrong situation, but now pops it to keep the fight going. We lose one as Vision goes down. Majula taking out Visions out of the sky potentially. Dawn Twist looking at Badges. Badges falls as well. Team just trying to hold this final fight as much as they can. Groat's holding on for dear life. They do have Hulk ultimate ready to pop it should he need to. Great job, great patience. Ooh, unfortunately doesn't get it before falling. That might have been a large mistake there for Groats as he needed to pop that to keep in the fight a little longer. May not have been enough to matter anyway, but really well done by Windbreaker, putting them back into the spawn door, buying them enough time to potentially end this game right now.
You know, who knows if they're going to go for the portal, the portal spawn camp. I mean, that cart was still pushing the whole time too. You had the Hulk in the flank, could have stopped that payload from pushing forward, but now that they didn't, that cart was just pushing consistently. And Windbreaker looked to get it done here and now to go up 3 and win the series, and they're going to do so on the map, winning 3-0 to put themselves further in the tournament, and they're not eliminated just yet.
Yeah, I mean, right there at the end, you saw the strength of Iron Man in a vertical cavern like that, a place where he can get above, where they can't see him until they enter the hallway, is a devastating thing to deal with. And yeah, Vision's going to get MVP off there. You saw the amount of damage he was doing. Odds are he's got a stacked amount of damage here on the line, but ooh, Alex killing it as well. Really well done by Alex there, who has 27K roughly. Really well played on the opposing side, but no, still Vision gonna have 22K. 17 final hits is the number you really want to see. Alex putting out 14, a really strong Hella there, as you can see, but yeah, no, 17 eliminations is the number you want to be glancing at. 42% accuracy, but yeah, really well played across the board. 35 eliminations is insane.
Yeah, that is huge. However, you know, I do think there is, you know, some potential chinks in the armor for 6,000. This team, I would like to see them play other compositions, potentially maybe shy away from playing the Hella at points and figure some other stuff out, because like you said, I mean, Alex played so well in the Hella. Obviously it was still an L, but at the end of the day, you know, there is a little bit of wiggle room for the side of Windbreaker to figure things out in terms of compositions and maybe come back stronger for the next match even.
Yeah, we've seen things, the likes of Nightmare, who when they see that Hella Hawkeye, they're not afraid to full dive. And you got to be ready for that. You got to have something that counters that. Either you want to dive back or you want to be, you know, prepared for anti-dive or brawl or something to just make some sort of play. We've been seeing a lot of the similar composition, not a lot of the Psylocke. Psylocke's been open almost every game. I don't think either side chose Psylocke one time. Didn't see anything. Obviously, no Panther. We haven't seen much Panther in the tournament at all, but not a lot of real strict dive on any of these last few games, man. So a lot of poke compositions, but we know how strong dive can be in this game.
Yeah, dive can be incredibly strong. You're right. And, you know, when you, to be fair, when you look back at that series, when you see Iron Man Hulk available, you have to take it. I just maybe would prefer if Dauntless is probably the one playing the Iron Man instead of Visions. Vision seems like their best player, and I wouldn't say it's particularly close in terms of the duelist lineups. You saw on the other side, Chris Bosch had some incredible plays on the with the Eye of Agamotto's on the Doctor Strange. But let's take a look at those highlights and then go to a short break before we see a brand new series.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
What a series. We're getting back into it. The next game right back into the winner's bracket. We're going to be seeing Nightmare versus Solar. Nightmare, obviously a heavy favorite to take this whole thing. I'm excited to see the comp they're going to run and what they're going to do, man. They've been incredible to watch.
Yeah, and they have been. I mean, I've had the pleasure of sitting on the scrim or two of theirs, and, you know, generally, even with subs, right, they've been managed to pop off. I think I told you yesterday they were like, even without, for the whole week, they were not playing with Super Gomez. Super Gomez just got back from Colombia. So now that they have him back, they're able to practice, you know, to full effect. And, you know, this team, there's a reason why they've won every single tournament so far. They won the War of the Realms. They won the Invitational. This team is definitely one of the best teams in the game. I think there are teams that are matching them in North America, so we can't count anybody out just yet. But from what I've heard, you know, the only teams that are really playing them to a high level is like Mutants, maybe one of the other team with Intergalactic. So there's a few, you know, teams that are up to their level at the current moment, and with time, any team can catch up. But I heard a lot of the good teams are in Europe, and those teams as well are putting up a good fight versus Nightmare. But Solar, you know, this team's full of talented players. A lot of them are top of the ladder, so we'll see if they can get it done.
Yeah, I mean, we see an immediate Hella ban, which is not, you know, that's to be expected. I think they just don't want to have to deal with that, and they know they don't need it in their comp. They can handle whatever with whatever. So getting rid of Hella so that there's no, you know, messy, like with Hella, you can get a couple headies, take out the back line, strategists are down, and then win a fight. So getting that off the battlefield, often, you know, all these guys who have incredible ability to land those headshots, just removing that a little bit. They are going to keep Hawkeye, though, on the team of Solar, trying to keep that around. They're going to ban the team up, of course, with Guardians, and that's going to be very focused, obviously, at Super Gomez, who's an incredible Star-Lord, taking that immediately off the battlefield, and they're going to save Iron Man in return. So, yeah, you know that's going to be run on both sides. Hulk obviously going to be banned here in a little bit. I have no doubt. Namor goes down as well.
Yeah, they're getting rid of a lot of that poke, I suppose, for Solar. I mean, what do they ban? Well, actually, no, that makes sense. They're going to go for dive. They're going to go for dive here, Shiv. You called about, you talked about it earlier, how dive's going to be potentially played. I think today, you know, you ban Namor, you ban Hela. Those are two characters that do really well with the dive. Hawkeye can struggle. Yes, you get the one shots, but against the Black Panther and, you know, really good players like Super Gomez, Magic as well for Rymazing. Usually people have been first banning Rymazing's Magic at points in practice because, you know, this team can be so oppressive with their full dive, especially with Magneto. What happens is you bubble with Magneto, a Magic, or rather the Venom going in first, and guess what? Now Gale, who's playing the Hawkeye, he can't charge up his left click, dude. Like you only charge up that left click if you're looking at an actual target, if you're not looking at a shield. So for Gale, he needs to, you know, wait out that shield or at least break the shield first before he can get value, because I mean, they're going to come at you constantly. Solar is going to be always on the back foot trying to counter dive.
Mace on the team of Solar, something I just noted, is the #1 on the ladder right now in the game. Number one Vanguard. They do play both Doctor Strange and Magneto, so this could be an interesting game. Zebra obviously going to be on here as well, a very seasoned player, especially when it comes to divey style heroes. He's going to be on the Venom, so this is going to be a very fun watch here with Solar versus Nightmare, and I'm expecting some really intense battles, and honestly, I'm just stoked to get into it as we start this fight. Are we going to see any portal counters, any portal plays? It looks like they're going to hold on for now. Mace electing to wait a little bit, assuming that they're going to obviously wait if they had one themselves, but they do not know that Nightmare is not running the Strange right now.
You know, the current moment, and that is interesting. You pointed that out, how, you know, obviously Strange being avoided so far for Solar. I mean, this game is probably one of the peak games so far. We're back in the upper bracket, like you said. I mean, it can go either way. Nightmare, the team to beat. Target is on their back for Solar. If you can find the opening pick, that's huge for confidence moving forward.
Yeah, Gale's really looking for one of those duelists right now. He sees the Magic. Magic obviously doing a little bit of damage. Gomez is going to run off there on the Psylocke. Just trying to look for an early pick, like you're saying. Getting that first pick really messes with the confidence of Nightmare. Nightmare obviously playing it slow, trying to set up the dive. One of the biggest things about dive is you don't just head directly over the front line. You've got to find an angle that allows you to get in there and cause some problems, as Dose is going to go in and take out Super Gomez instantaneously. Really well done on the defense to get a first pick. Just buying themselves a little bit of confidence. But immediately, Hogs is going to come in and take out Mace. Take out Gale, make that 2. Heading towards 3 on the Mantis. Mantis unable to get the sleep, does fall, but that's a double pick here by Dosui, who's going to take out Hogs as well.
Yeah, Dose is so good on Psylocke, but there's 3 on the objective at the current moment. The coach for the counter dive right now dashes back through the team. Pete's team with the clap. Absolutely shuts down Kurova. Gives them back the advantage. 2 ticks were given. Nightmare also, or sorry, Solar come back with the portal, so they'll all be here yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I like this take so far. It looks like there is a little bit of an advantage. Pizza does have the Luna ult. They're not running Luna over on Nightmare. They're going to be sticking with the Adam Warlock, which obviously, you know, having the team up with Mantis is great. And it's a little bit of a pain to lose the Star-Lord, but, you know, that is to be expected with the way that Super Gomez plays him. Great shot there by Gale to take out Aramori on the backside. That is a massive early pick, and that just goes to show you the value of a protected backline. When Gale is let loose like this on the Hawkeye, he can cause a ton of damage. Super Gomez getting a pick as well, though. Numbers are evening out here a little bit as we keep pressing forward. The res having Kurova. I forgot that obviously just an immediate res from Mantis. Kurova with a nice pick on Brazier. Gale goes down as well from Hogs as they are pressing with Nightmare, doing a ton of work. Taking out another from Zebra goes down as Kurova doing a ton of damage as Adam Warlock doesn't need the Star-Lord to shine.
No, I mean, Kurova is one of the best Adam Warlocks, if not the best Adam Warlock. I mean, just so consistent on that hero. Really one of the only people even trying to solo queue Adam Warlock, considering it's so hard to play without a team environment. Meanwhile, for Solar, you know, they're playing more for that brawl. They have a lot more healing necessarily, but Nightmare, I mean, they're not afraid to go in for this hard dive and get immediately mass res.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just a full team commit situation they've got here. They're diving, getting a couple picks, and if they fall, it is what it is, especially when you've got the res ready at any time. So as long as he's playing smart, Kurova, just a very valuable part of this team. Super Gomez going to take out Gale, but Gale's going to trade with Gastelum right before. Dosui going to be taking out Aramori. Kurova, that's a 2-piece right now. Make it 3 as Mace follows up with Super Gomez.
Yeah, that was a nice catch out on the strategists of Nightmare, who were a little bit too far forward. I imagine Kurova maybe slightly out of position. They wanted to go for the hard dive. They're still finding value somehow. Nightmare just want to reset at this point, though. Just hold on to the ultimates for next fight. I mean, live to fight another day. There's still 3 minutes on the clock. They're holding on to those still. But that was a great dive from Dose, like you said. Solar just diving in deep, making sure the strategist players could not get off that mass res from Kurova.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of good picks here from Gale. I mean, you know, we haven't seen a ton of value out of Hawkeye maybe a couple times in this tournament. He is banned, obviously, a lot, but getting early picks with Hawkeye on a backline, on a strategist, even if it burns the self-res, is a huge win, and he's doing that right now.
Yeah, you can see how everybody's trying desperately to play around Gale's sightlines, but you can't! Super Gomez dives in, and Gale shuts down the defense, or shuts down the attack instantly. You were right, you called it out, Shib. Gale, nasty work.
Yeah, I mean, these shots are clean. He's really patient. He's building the charge, and he's making sure they land when they need to. That is 3, trying to make it 4, but no, they are going to have to reset. Gale really, really focused on having off angles that don't allow him to be seen by the dive. You just got to make sure they don't notice you and save that deflect cooldown. Save that knockback for the moment you need it, because it is very crucial. It's a little less crucial into something like Hulk, who can jump right back. But with Venom, it's difficult to get back there unless you have ultimate in order to get underground and get right on top of him, because, you know, if he knocks you back and he puts a couple into your dome, you're way down. You're way down on HP, and it's risky.
Well, here's the early dive, and it's slept off immediately, and the dance floor. So, I mean, those two things combine, and now there's the Hawkeye ultimate as well. You can't live through that. Kurova will mass res, bring everybody back, and they're going for a dive yet again, Jim.
Yeah, and it's working for him. Super Goma's going to fall up on Zebra. Amazing is going to be rezzed as well. Gale dropping back, trying to get a pick. Great ultimate here by Mace, but does get slept before he can make anything happen. Well, then I say Hogs, as I'm saying that, takes out 2. Amazing takes out Pizza. Super Gomez on Mace, and again, Amazing is going to be dropping DOS.
What a huge sleep from Aramori. I mean, that shut down any potential for Solar. I mean, that was a big ultimate from Ace. Could have had the follow-up with the damage, but Aramori with the snipe from across the map is massive, and Gale still needs this hard pocket. Amazing trying to screw up the TP play that's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is a battle back and forth. Gale with a great shot there again. Really putting in some work here on the Hawkeye, dropping Super Gomez. All that matters is those final hits, and he's that's what Hawkeye does best, but he's making sure they happen. That's everything. Just get the numbers in the fight. The tough part about running into these Guardians comps is some of these picks don't really matter, but if you get enough of them, they matter. And there we go as another goes down. Gale gonna make that 2, trying to make it 3. Out of position does fall a little bit as Gomez is gonna drop Gale. Gale doing a lot of work before that ends, and they're going to take that advantage and press in.
Ultimate's forced reset now from Nightmare. They understand this fight's not really winnable. Early Mantis ult from Brazier. I mean, it did win him the fight, so that puts him in a decent spot. 2 minutes left, but Nightmare, the pacing is absurd. Even on that retouch that Solar tried to do with the portal play, it was just disrupted by Nightmare, who just dove straight exactly where the entrance was to make sure they couldn't retouch. 2 minutes now in third phase. Solar want to give up some space and look for a dive.
And the thing you can't sleep on right here. Here comes the butterfly, getting 1 in the backside. Super Gomez just kind of holding. Pizza's getting a dove, and he's going to work with the team. They forced that ultimate out. That's a win in and of itself. Going to reset and try to find a location that he can start building again towards another butterfly. And Brazier is falling in right now. No luck. Does manage to get Super. Good pick right there. Amazing going to retake onto Mace. Mace is 1. Does fall immediately. Getting very close to sweeping the backline, but no. Has to drop back. Good teleport right there to get those iframes and just reset with the team.
Yeah, you can see the cover abuse that Nightmare is doing right now. And that's why they're one of the best teams in the game. Everybody hiding from Hawkeye, right? Most times in ranked mode, you'll see people just like go in the open versus a Hawkeye. You need to give as little sightlines as possible to a guy that can one-shot you. And that's why you're seeing Nightmare constantly hide around angles, constantly taking flanks, constantly not making sure that Gale can't get those one-shots. So beautiful work from them so far.
Yeah, it's nice to watch. I mean, the thing we aren't even discussing, which I think is funny, is these guys they've got almost to the final point. These fights have been so back and forth, but Nightmare still does the job of getting the payload pushed through, and that's all that matters. As long as you're winning the fights that are going to allow you to get to the end of the payload, that's all you need. You don't need to be winning every fight as long as you win the round, and they are showcasing that they can get that done in any situation. It is still a very hard-fought match, though, for both sides. Super going to be taking out Gale. That's a huge pick early on. No res there, obviously. Good retake there. He's going to reset. Wait, it's because they have both. Psylocke and Magic honestly slept on that team up. I totally forgot. As Macy takes out Mace, Hogs is going to take out Brazier, and down goes another as they do take point 3.
Aramori towards the end there, Shib 2 got the sleep to make sure that I have Agamotto didn't go through. I mean, that was pure masterclass from the strategist players of this team. I mean, Aramori, one of the best girl gamers in the game, if not the best. I think that there's a lot of very talented players, but Aramori legitimately, truly is one of the best players. And she on Mantis is disgusting, right? Those sleeps just countered Mace. Like you said, Mace, one of the best Doctor Strange players in the game, best tank players in the game, just got absolutely rolled by the sleeps from Aramori. So Nightmare got the job done. And interestingly enough, Shib, you talked about it. This Hawkeye team is one of the best. It's totally possible to make Hawkeye work, especially versus a team like Nightmare. I think it's got a lot of potential. But right now, I mean, Nightmare, even though it was looking close at points and Gale was popping off and so was the rest of Solar, it didn't really matter because at the end of the day, Nightmare eventually got it done with, they just kept running at him like zombies, right? The Resurrect came through from Kurova. The Resurrects come through from Aramori and Kurova with their passive because of the team up. And it's just, it's a lot to deal with for Solar Shift. You're going to need to get, or Solar, you need to get so many eliminations to even manage this composition.
Yeah, I totally get with what you're saying. Like, we see all these picks, but it's just like, it doesn't matter if they lose all 3 points, right? Like, they still got 27 seconds on the clock. They're still doing their job. Picks are nice to see and they're valuable, but if you're not winning the fights after the fact, what did the pick really do for you? And especially when this team has res up, these picks are just less effective. So it's very back and forth. It's a ton of fun to watch, so I'm loving seeing these battles. But yeah, we just got to hope to see. I mean, I personally want to see a tight game like this. I'd love to see these guys push through on both sides, get towards an OT maybe. Let's see what happens as Solar is getting confident. I see a teleport pop somewhere. I'm not sure if that was from Mace. It must be from Mace. I think I saw the circle heading out. So let's see what they do with it, or maybe they just reset it. Zebra trying to find an angle in with Das. Das and Super are now looking at each other. They dive directly onto the back line. Good shots there by Gale, putting a ton of damage in. Got to get one down. Super Gomez does fall, but Venom on top of Gale immediately. And yep, down he goes. I don't know how Hogs does it, but he is incredible at getting these picks with Venom. And Venom is very difficult to find that much value with.
Yeah, what I was telling you earlier, I mean, first of all, Hogg's insane on all diving characters. Plays the Hulk to a high level. By the way, they just close out on everybody else here now from Solar. But you know, he's just so good at this. He counter dives. He's there. The right click I was telling you from Venom, the what's it called again? The cellular corrosion.
Yeah, okay.
The link. It hits on everybody there. It does so much damage. Underrated amount of damage. How much that character does. That's why you'll hear people like Aramori and a lot of the good strategist players say you have to line of sight that. If a Venom dives on you, go around cover, hide because you need to get that off of you. Otherwise, you're going to take a bajillion damage and go down like they just did.
Yeah, and one of the things that some people don't know, especially as you're climbing ranks, is that you can actually use Venom's ult after you link with the enemy. After you use that cellular corrosion and you link with them, use the ult to go under, pop them up to CC them so they can't get LOS out of you, and then they take not only ult damage, but the pop from the cellular after the fact. So much damage potential on a good Venom, and it can work out in their favor like they're showing right now.
Yeah, Nightmare holding on pretty well. 1v1 me on the outside. Dawsu, I mean, they've done such a good job dealing with Super Gomez. We'll see if they can capitalize here, though, Shiv. I mean, there's so much more work they need to get done.
Yeah, and here we go again with the next fight. Doss with a nice pick on Hogs. That's a nice advantage, but Amazing gonna close out and take out Gale. Pop the Dark Child. Let's see what happens here as he dives in, gets some shield. And he's still holding Amazing, looking for a play as the AoE on the ground. Slept immediately. Really well done there. Incredible sleep, not gonna lie, from Baser. And no, still pressing as he does get a pick on Baser. Immediately returns the favor. Now on Pizza. Pizza goes down. Amazing on a 2-piece. Zebra gonna take Kurova though. Aramori goes down. The reses are still available, I believe, for them. They might be able to retake. And they're just gonna try to hope that they can hold this fight. They're double res immediately, like I said. Amazing gonna take out Mace. Doss gonna get picked by Super. Gale gonna return the favor on Gasklin, but not enough as they are holding as Amazing gets another pick.
You can see why a lot of teams first banned the Magic versus Amazing. I mean, this dude, the only person that really matched him was yesterday was that Magic player that we saw previously, right? The one that now is out of the tournament in Fandori. So, you know, this is a great player on Magic, and you can see exactly why. Hogs, you could see, like, maybe you could say, okay, this Venom player is feeding. Hogs is diving in and going down, getting KO'd, but he's creating space for his duelist, specifically Amazing, to get value on Magic, absorbing a lot of that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of these, you know, like more off tanks, like you may say Cap, you know, maybe Cap isn't considered as strong as everyone right now, but his value is distraction. If you're able to make people look at you, despite whether you get picks or not, it takes focus away so everyone else can do their job easier. And that's what matters. And that's exactly what Hogs is doing right now. Mace with a nice pick on Gaston right there as well.
Nice work. This has got to be incredibly demoralizing if you're Solar. A retouch is going to come through potentially. And wait, did they? Never mind. They capped out. They got it.
Yeah,
they got the objective,
yeah.
And they pushed in the streets. This happened again on the defense. It happened so quickly behind our very eyes. But for Nightmare, now they're resetting. Solar in a good spot. Gale's gonna keep this up though, right? That's the thing about this composition playing against Nightmare. You mentioned how they're constantly running at you like zombies. It's tough for Solar to deal with it, but if they can just get a few fight wins, anything's possible.
Yeah, you see Amazing literally a mile behind, trying to find a flank and just setting up for it a little bit. We haven't got a visual of it yet, but Amazing on Team Nightmare is actually behind point right now, and they're all looking forward, not quite seeing. And now the dive happens with Venom, and Amazing's gonna pop up out of nowhere. Does get picked though by Baser. Good pick there. Hogs gets 2 though, and almost 3. Kurova gonna drop Mace, and the team is pressing. Super Gomez with a nice pick, and the team just all collapsing at the same time. The timing of that is gorgeous to watch. Seeing the call out dive from Venom initiating and everyone collapsing at the same time. That is dive. Set up and commit. Set up and commit. And they're doing this thing gorgeously.
Yeah, Nightmare team better than pretty much everybody, right? At this dive specifically, and Solar probably better than everybody else at this Hawkeye composition as well. I mean, they're doing so good, peeling it off when they can. 2 minutes left to go now, though, so they need to get at least one fight win and deal with Hogs, and a sleep is a good way to open that.
And here we go. And the ult is popped. The support, the strategist ultimates have been popped in return. Gale gonna get picked on Magic. The res is up from Kurova. Keep the team up if anything should happen. Great ult there by Mace. Trying to get 1, gets 2. Gale gonna make it 3. Kurova gonna res 2 of them immediately. Baser and Gale and make it more with Doss. Taking out Gasklin as they are gonna find a ton of free space here.
I mean, a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people probably wondering why Kurova is running in there to go, like, just running into Mace with that Eye of Agamotto. He tried to go and save Amazing. The res AoE follows you, right? Everybody goes back to where you spawn the res, but it follows you. So Kurova tried to run in and save Amazing to bring that fight back.
Yeah, that's just really well done. And here we go again. Doss trying to get a pick. Gale's going to drop Hogs immediately. Zebra going to take out Kurova. Those are really good early picks. Maze dropping Gasklin. And the reses start happening. Kurova's back up. No ult up for Kurova to bring the team back. But they are going to be able to take this point, I believe. At least they have the advantage so far. Nice shot there by Gale. Taking out Super Gomez. The patience is incredible. Now looking towards Magic. Trying to get something to happen. It looks like Zebra has ult up. Doesn't want to use it yet. No need yet. Hold on for the next fight. Pressuring the front line as they are staggering in. But that's what's necessary to keep the touch alive. Great Venom ulti there. Does use it back to return retort a little bit on Hogs. Ooh, Zebra still holding on, losing a lot of HP. The team is retaking as Nightmare, but Mace shutting that down as Rymazing goes down. That's one. Holding on, no ultimates on either side. It's all about who can fight right now. Keeping the pressure on, trying to get to the strategist. Gale taking out 2 though, and that's where Hawkeye shines. Make it 4 as he cleans up the rest. Make it 5 for Gale. Incredible shots.
Gale, are you kidding me? I mean, absolutely amazing from the Hawkeye of Solar. This guy, absolutely on another level right now. Truly, maybe his Twitch channel lives up to his name. #1 ranked hit scan for a reason. Gale, disgusting on that hero and Nightmare. You know, they got to deal with them. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. They capped out the whole map, but Solar right now is on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, that was awesome, dude. Great shots there across the board. Gale, just one by one, dropping everybody after the fact. Hawkeye shines in moments like that where the strategist ultimates are down, and he can just provide that pressure, and it really is just difficult to mitigate that amount of damage that fast. Here comes all on the backside. A lot of work here from Psylocke, potentially getting a few more than 1, 2, 3. Super Gomez taking out 3. Rymazing cleaning it up on Zebra, and just like that, Solar is going to have to retake completely.
Yeah, I mean, I risk gushing about these players too much, but I think that, you know, that was a great engage by Super Gomez on the Psylocke. I mean, he's one of the best players in the game for a reason. Truly an amazing engage, especially following up the fact that there was no support ult there to save them. That was massive from Nightmare.
Yeah, you got to know that these guys, and this is the next level of play, right? And you know this very well, that everybody is just assuming and calculating ult charts. They're knowing when everyone's even. They're knowing who should be around the same time to have them ready. And that's discussion that they're having in the middle of the fight. So they're not just sitting there expecting and hoping that the strategists don't have an ult to counter. They know when they don't have an ult to counter or when they're getting close. So that is where the real strategy of the game also takes part. There's so many facets to this game. Eye of Agamotto out. Unlucky, not able to get anyone with it as they do drop back. If you look there, you can see Zebra and Hogs just on the ceiling waiting to drop down as Venom does, and Rymazing taking out 2 immediately, gonna drop both the strategists in the backline. Zebra gonna take out Super Gomez in the opposing backline. Korova with great shots. Korova doing a great job taking out Mace, just decimating that shield, and Doss gonna take out Korova, and they are gonna res back. There's just a lot of back and forth fighting here. Rymazing doing a great job staying firm, playing super aggressive here with Magic, and forcing them to look elsewhere as he decimates the backline.
Yeah, I mean, they try to run back, switch to stall characters, make sure they can touch the objective. Gale's back onto the Wolverine of all heroes. Rymazing potentially could get caught out, but I mean, in overtime, everybody just wants to funnel in, and somehow Solar is still here, right? They still are relatively healthy until Zebra does fall. The rest of Nightmare collapsing on the objective as well. If you can find eliminations in Solar, that's big. They've been able to build these strategist ultimates so quickly. You can see Pizza Demon with yet again another dance floor, but Dark Child from Rymazing is available afterwards.
Yeah, these fights have been wild. Holding here in the OT is a great hold, honestly, from Nightmare. This is a tough choke, especially after a few picks, but it looks like they're doing a clean job of it. Rymazing walking through the back line and literally putting the pressure that no one else can. Insane amount of damage. Gaskelin gonna follow up on Mace. Mace goes down, Zebra goes down, Gale goes down, and just like that, the W goes to Nightmare.
Nightmare doing a great job bending but not breaking, and just playing so consistently throughout the whole series, at least for that map specifically. You know, on the other side, it's tough because for Mace, I mean, that was a bat breaker. Went in for that Eye of Agamotto, got kited by all of Nightmare. They played that perfectly. Mace thought that they had a free ultimate, did not. Disengaged by Nightmare, they came back through. You know, and if you take a look at the stats, it was great work from the rest of Solar, but for Nightmare, I mean, they just put that pressure down range so much. I mean, it doesn't matter how many eliminations are found on them. They just get it done at the end of the day. And, you know, I wonder if a respect ban will come through for Rymazing next round. We're always going to see a Hella ban for this team. This is what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned you got to think long-term if you're some of these teams, because the top team in the game is always banning Hella, so you're not going to get that hero. So if you want a chance to win the whole thing, if you want a chance to win the title, you have to play other things well. You saw Solar's option, Solar's idea was to play the Hawkeye, but even for as well as Gale was playing, it just didn't work out on a map that was as long range as that one as well. On the Hall of the Jala, it doesn't bode well for that composition, I think.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you see here is like, yeah, Gale absolutely popped off some incredible plays, but still 15 deaths, right? Or 15 KOs. He gets dropped 15 times. And that just shows you how strong that Nightmare is. They were able to get on there, even though he was popping up, providing a ton of damage. They mitigated that by taking him out every opportunity they could. So just really well done by Nightmare. Just doing, you know, they're willing to accept that sometimes they're just going to get picked. But before we get into more of this conversation, let's drop in and see some of these highlights.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We just got finished with map number 1 of Nightmare versus Solar, and it's been an incredible back and forth series in that map number 1. So it's exciting to see what's going to happen on map number 2. But we got Hank in today with me, Dogman. How you doing, Hankster? It's good to see you amidst this series between Nightmare and Solar. We have one of the best matchups of the day from the former champs of Nightmare taking on Solar.
How's it going, Dustin? Yeah, it's me, Hanky the Tanky. I am here. No longer I run Shib, but this I would say this would probably be the best series of the day so far, right, Dustin? I'm very excited to see how the second match plays out. Two of the top teams right now fighting to advance to that top 4 in the winners, right? And it's just gonna keep getting better and better. Nightmare up 1-0 right now. I'm curious to see how the ban process goes as well, but I feel like either of these teams could walk away with this one, right?
Yeah, either team could walk away. I mean, like I was talking about this earlier, but a lot of teams have been first banning Rymazing's magic, so that might be a change in the shift. But Solar, respecting Super Gomez on the Star-Lord, going to ban that first, whereas Nightmare, again, removing the Hela, making sure that character is not played, considering, Hank, we've seen it throughout the whole tournament for Nightmare. They just do not want to play against Hela.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dosui is a very good Hela player as well, so he will not be running that. But Nightmare has been extremely consistent with that Hela ban. It looks like they may want to whip out the Iron Man here, but I'm pretty sure that Zebra may be looking forward to playing that Hulk, but I'm not sure if Nightmare would ban that here. It looks like Solar is going to protect the Luna Snow. It looks like they will ban the Hulk.
Yeah, you got to pressure then. I think you have to take the Hulk out of there, considering, Nightmare is so good at the Iron Man composition. I'm sure they practice against it. Nightmare again with the ban on to Namor. So it's right back into the hands of Nightmare in terms of what they wanted. Now we're going to Royal Palace, a domination map as well, where personally, I don't think that the Hawkeye comp's going to be as good. Obviously Hawkeye is available here, but for Nightmare, they've been playing the dive so well, you might as well keep doing it with the same exact setup. And for Solar, I'm curious if they change anything up, if they mix it up. I don't know if Gale on Wolverine is the play, Hank. I know that Wolverine can be good, but versus dive, it's not as strong, right?
Yeah, it definitely won't be as strong. We always know the Wolverine pick is very hit or miss, right? Magneto, one of the tanks, maybe he has a little bit better of a matchup up against Wolverine, being able to bubble himself to get out and use the shield as well, or if his teammates get dove, he can bubble to help them get out. But it will be definitely very interesting to see how the Wolverine plays out here. I definitely love the Psylocke Magic duo of Super Gomez and Rymazing, and that is an underrated team up as well, being able to use the Limbo disc to basically essentially have a get out of jail free card as well. But this pressure from Nightmare, the trio of Super Gomez, Hogs, Rymazing in that backline, it's going to be pretty hard to deal with again.
Yeah, this team proven to be one of the best in the game. Reason why they're the reigning champs. For Solar Shift, they are going to lock with Gale on the Wolverine. I do want to see if this comp works. If any team can do it, it is Solar. They have been able to make these interesting compositions work versus Nightmare, who are maybe quote-unquote running the meta. Solar Shift trying to redefine the meta almost, Hank, it feels like.
Yeah, it's always fun to experiment, see if you can find the new meta for sure. Nightmare trying to own the high ground right now, but it looks like Solar has started trying to capture the point.
Yeah, right now, Nightmare controlling the right side of the map. Gale trying to force out these tanks currently onto Super Gomez. Able to take down Super Gomez, so maybe proving me wrong with Gale finding the opening elimination. Now Zebra and the rest of the crew kind of surrounding the point. Without one, they still trade it back. This is so consistent out of Ryan Mason. Trades back Mace, and that's a tank as well, so the Vanguard remove allows Hogs to just do whatever he wants on this Venom. Dives back through, jumps onto the wall temporarily, constantly over the place. Right now, Solar is on the back foot. Can they keep everybody alive? As Super Gomez back into the fight, takes down Zebra. They're going to capture the point first, and Solar is shifted off of the objective.
And Baser will be staggering right here as well. Nightmare ultimates being built up as well. Super Gomez already at 80%. Aramori already with ultimate in hand as well. Trying to own this high ground right here. Hold them at this choke point. Definitely build up a lot of percentage right here if you can hold them.
A lot of poke damage coming through while Solar attempts to walk in, and they have to deal with Super Gomez on the flank. Immediately finds one at Dossier with his right click. Oh, dance floor to try to peel off Nightmare right now. Already up one. What does Solar do? They have to back on out of there, or they have to wait till this dance floor runs out. Super Gomez, maybe he's going to go in with the ultimate as well. No more dance floor to peel for. Here comes Hogs as well with the peel, or with the dive. Made his ultimate to try to counter, but there's too much damage from Hogs with the follow-up of Super Gomez. He goes down, though, and Ains does Amazing. So both duelists removed. Gale and Solar Shift countered that so well. The full res is here, though, but here comes the Magneto from Mace. Is it going to slam into the res? It takes down Amazing, but Hogs is still back into it. Everybody from Nightmare is here and healed up. Dossier on the backside, trying to find a support. Gale, passive used as well. Aramori with the damage on the right side, playing that duelist kind of style out of the Stratus is huge. Aramori kind of putting the team on the back at the moment. Gale on the point, trying to take down Aramori, slams them into the ground, able to get the elimination, but the res is still there. Nightmare still in control of the point as well, as Hogs and the crew are still kind of harassing Solar Shift, right? No matter how many eliminations Solar Shift are able to find, there has been so many resurrects in that fight, resulting in them losing this one for now.
Yeah, and as you were saying, that's kind of how you have to play Mantis, right? Very aggressive, very big damage dealer as well. Amazing, managing to find 2 more eliminations, looking for 3.
He's so good. Hogs set that up, Hank. I mean, Hogs went in towards the bank side, towards that treasury, sets up that dive, does go down, but Amazing comes through with those 2 eliminations. That's absolutely crucial. And now for Nightmare, they're still on this objective. Overtime ticking down. Kurova Gastelum gets down. That's big, as Kurova doesn't have the ultimate to bring back Gastelum. We'll see if Y can pop up with the Dark Child, though. There's one. Kurova's back in it, so it's going to be even fight. Magneto's still on the objective, but so much damage coming through from Amazing. One-man wrecking ball right now. Pizza Demon, what do? You need to live or find elimination. Nope, you can't do either. Amazing shuts it down. They gave up the point temporarily. Zebra is going to be able to touch last second. But overtime, slowly dwindling. Nightmare able to take down Zebra surely. Ryan, he's just diving around. No, he flies into the air for like a split second and cannot touch. Royal Palace, round number 1, you're going to go in favor of Nightmare.
Yeah, at first it looked to me like he touched right away there, but I guess not. But he probably would have died anyways there. But I definitely like Amazing just absolutely singling out Pizza Demon on the Luna Snow with the Dark Child right away. But as we were saying as well, Aramori finding so much value on the Mantis, right? Literally playing it like a duelist hero, right? And then you just heal occasionally, basically. That's how it feels. It's a very strong strategist. Yep. Absolutely love playing the Mantis, but Nightmare will be taking that first map right there. A lot of few ultimates built up as well. Solar won't really have anything going into this first fight. It looks like Zebra is switching over to the Thor, so they'll be running Wolverine with the Thor and the Magneto as well. How do we feel about this comp? It looks like Dosui will be pulling out Hawkeye as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting comp. I mean, I like the Thor. It kind of acts like a third duelist almost to a degree.
Yeah.
And you know, for Team Solar, they just want to play everything except the comp that Nightmare's running at the moment, just because maybe they don't have a Magic player as good as Amazing. And I think it's kind of costing them. But you know, for Solar, I don't mind them trying something else out, right, Hank? I mean, if you can't find a solution, you might as well keep throwing darts at a board instead of just playing the same thing over and over again, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And it is definitely very hard to have a Magic player at the skill level of Amazing as well. And it looks like Gale will be kidnapping Hogs and taking him out. One Vanguard down for Nightmare, and Solar has the advantage capturing this point right here.
Yeah, they will be able to get Hogs back in the next fight. Kurova dove upon in the 1v1 with Gale. Gale also has the passive, though, so he'll be able to live. Meanwhile, Dance Floor on the low ground. Amazing able to take down Dossier. or Dosweet. Bazier also going to go down as well, so there's too much damage coming through. It was one from Gale early on, but the point wasn't even in their control, and Amazing truly living up to his name. Not Badzing today. Truly has been on another level. Nightmare stuff him. And that was tough, Hank, because Gale, you know, they had the counter, but they didn't win the fight off of it, right?
Yeah, they had the advantage going into the fight, but as we've just been saying, Amazing is very hard to deal with on the Magic. As you were saying, not Badzing, definitely Amazing today, and he is showing why he's the best Magic in the game right now.
Nightmare still seeing the choke point. Mace trying to look all over the place. Shields out, checks for that. Venom over the top side. They see him, but like, what are you going to do, Mace? Oh my gosh, you fall so low. Doesn't go down though. The heals are there. Solar, they have ultimates. You got to make a play right here and now, though. Please find the elimination if you're thinking, as a Solar fan, can they get the job done? Kidnap, but Gale doesn't have the passage to live. Is the kidnap even worth it when it costs you your life? They're losing Gale in this instance. They have the Meteor as well, but how much can this Meteor really do? Against the Soul Bond, it looks like not that much. Thor, though, with the elimination of the Hogs, comes through with the follow-up. Only onto him, however. Res still available as well from Kurova. Is going to pop it. Super Gomez, meanwhile, on the right side, gets two with the ultimate. The Dance of the Butterflies is able to find all of the KOs that they possibly would need alongside the Dark Child. So Nightmare able to get maximum value out of their ultimates in this fight. Zebra sure you're going to find Kurova on the stagger, but 60% has been built in Solar. Don't look like they have an answer.
Yeah, it's very hard to find an answer against Nightmare, right? Just such a strong team with this dive. It's really like, what can you do sometimes? The Wolverine, it has its moments right now. It is definitely working, but Nightmare is just such a strong team with this dive and this pressure. It's literally like, what do you do about it? They're at 80% already, and it's looking like they're struggling to find an answer.
I mean, they're desperately trying to escape the pressure from Nightmare, who dive in, but Rubber Band back out. Can they get Gastelum? They do. No res as well to bring Gastelum back into it. The Mantis ultimate a bit too late from Aramori. Amazing still trades one, though. I mean, that's brutal to go in, find the opening pickoff, and then get two right in your dome from Super Gomez and Amazing. Kurova as well on the back end, able to take down Dosweet. I mean, Mace goes through to touch the point, or at least Gale's here to touch the point, but I like the attempt from Solar. It's just going to be not very fruitful for them. Nightmare gonna win the map pretty handedly. 2-0 in the series on match point already, Hank.
Yeah, I mean, that was a quick one. That was just very strong gameplay out of Nightmare. Amazing doing an amazing job on the Magic. I don't know how I do feel about the Wolverine pick. It definitely had its moments for sure, right? And Super Gomez with the MVP as well on the Psylocke, very well deserved as well. Let's take a look at the stat sheet real quick. Amazing and Super Gomez, just so many eliminations out of these two.
Yeah, I think previously, Hank, Amazing had 30 eliminations on the last map, and now on this one with 21. I mean, you would think, like, maybe on Domination, personally, for Solar, I just don't have much faith on them here. Like, the Hawkeye comp can be good, but I don't know, Hank. It just seems like on Domination, it's far too easy to get dove upon. If you have longer sightlines, like maybe on the Convergence and Convoy maps, you're in a good spot. But it might be honestly just GG versus Nightmare when they're just going to run full dive like that against you on these maps.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe definitely on a map like that as well, the dive will surely have an advantage, right? And the Hawkeye on the Convergence maps, just being able to sit very far away and like long sight lines would definitely work a little bit better, and I guess that just didn't play out in Solar's benefit as well, right? And Hawkeye without the mobility as well to fight that off, it would not really work against such a strong dive team.
Yeah, it's so hard versus such centralized objectives, but let's take a look at the highlights and then head into that last map or potential last map for Nightmare in a second, and then go to a short break.
법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어진 운명. 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 운명에 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marble Rivals Championships in the North America. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. 2-0 currently for Nightmare, one of the best teams in the game, the previous champions of the War of the Realms tournament, now into the Marble Rivals Championship. Hank, they're looking just as strong as ever. I mean, they struggled a little bit in that top 16 in the upper bracket versus, I believe it was, take a look at the sheet real quick, versus Hail the Sun. Hail the Sun won a map versus them. Now Hail the Sun is out of the tournament, so that's obviously huge for them moving forward. But Nightmare just kind of getting better at the moment, Hank, and right now they're up 2, looking to close out on the series. I mean, what are your thoughts so far? Just on that last map, did feel pretty one-sided, but, you know, the opponent that they're against, you know, they're a really good Hawkeye team, so things can kind of change on this next map, right?
Yeah, the team they're up against, it is definitely a very strong team as well. We are in the top 8. If Nightmare manages to win this, we will be in the top 4 as well. Both of these teams are extremely strong. I feel like Solar could definitely find the answer here. That first match was definitely a lot closer. Hopefully they could, let's see if they can get it together here. Nightmare is going to ban the Hella. Definitely like that out of them, staying very consistent with the Hella ban every single time we see them play. The Hulk Protect, that is interesting. Maybe a switch of the pace here. I'm sure oh wait, Zebra's not playing, it looks like, right?
Oh, you're right. You're right. We got Guin instead this time. We got Guin. Is that Guru? I'm not sure exactly.
I think it's
is. Mr. Goo. It's just labeled as Goo. This is Goo the man. Goo the Goo Marvel Rivals. Goo Rivals, man. It's him in the flesh. They banned the Iron Man to counter out the Hulk, like you said, and then a Doctor Strange ban for Nightmare's side. So they want to mix it up as well. Continue to play that Magneto alongside the Venom, it seems like, Hank. And this pick ban, this protect ban worked out exactly how, you know, Nightmare wants yet again. I mean, they have the Adam Warlock ban for Solar Shift sign, but now, you know, you force Korova onto the Luna Snow instead of on the Adam Warlock, which is honestly even more terrifying, to be real.
I mean, I feel like both ways is terrifying, whether he's on the Warlock or the Luna Snow. Very experienced on both heroes and both extremely strong as well with the Mantis. But I think it's very interesting subbing Zebra out here, and then Nightmare they're gonna protect the Hulk, so you ban the Iron Man. So neither of those heroes I'm sure we will be seeing, but it looks like we will be seeing some Groot gameplay here from Hogs, actually.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, then we would see the Moon Knight come.
Oh,
through.
never mind. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he changed it up. Like, it's quite interesting too, because for Nightmare, Hank, I mean, you know, they've been consistent throughout the series with their compositions. They have, by the way, early armor packs from the Rocket Raccoon. You still hold on to those after you switch off Rocket Raccoon, so that's why armor rates on that character. Where Solar Shift not doing that. But for their comp, running that triple duelist comp, they think this is their chance to win against Nightmare. And I don't mind this from Solar, right, Hank? They're at least trying things out. Even though Zebra was still playing okay on the previous maps, it looks like they sub in a Wolverine player to go that triple duelist composition to match Nightmare. It's definitely something that you can try to do, right, versus a team that's winning as hard as Nightmare is right now.
Yeah, especially being down 2-0 in the series against such a strong team. I definitely like that they are trying new things. Whether it work out or not, at least they know whether it stands a chance against a composition like this, right?
Yeah, it's the white play, and Mace takes down Armory early. Nice work from Mace on that off angle to find the opening KO, and also gets a little poke damage for Super Gomez. So now without the Mantis player, Solar Shift put themselves in a good spot. We'll see if they can maintain it. Obviously, with triple duelist, you need to get those eliminations to get value. And Dosui, whatever, however you want to say his name. Hopefully, he'll tell us in the future. Who as well with another one. Finds those eliminations. Solar take control of the objective first, and they did quite well with this duelist composition to find those opening KOs.
Definitely. I believe it's pronounced Dosui. Pretty sure.
I like it. We'll go with that. We'll stick with it going forward. Hank, Nightmare, now they're doing the Hogs on the group play like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, definitely love the Groot Moon Knight combo. I believe it works with Namor as well. Maybe not as strong, but definitely very excited to see that. Gasland hanging on for dear life, just having to peel a little bit right here. Gale going to the high ground, and the high ground is going down.
Yeah, remove that middle area. Liking Gale as well so far on the Star-Lord. Looks to be very strong in combination with his counterparts. Also, having to match Super Gomez is a tough challenge for anybody. Here comes Ledger in the sky. Neither doing the animation cancel, but both dueling it out. Also, Super Gomez getting the lesser end of that side. Didn't have the support necessarily that Gale got, so Gale able to come out on top. Hogs now going towards that point. Hogs going to go down as well in the group in just a moment. Looks like there's so much damage coming through. They're able to live. They toss out Groot. Ultimate Gaskin here with the follow-up of the Meteor. Waiting for the shields to go away. Armor able to take down Pizza Demon, but you still have Goo in the back. Dived in. Able to take down Hogs. Can they get any more? 6 HP, no. Armori popped the Mantis ultimate. Everybody else for Solar getting a bit dicey. Running around the objective, trying to stall it out as they're losing member after member. May's going to go down, so will Gale, and Nightmare get the flip finally.
I mean, it's definitely looking a little bit better here for Solar, right? Managing to get it to 80%, running the triple duelist with Wolverine as well, running basically as the second Vanguard into the Groot as well. A bit of a losing matchup right there for Groot. Maybe Solar has found the answer right here with the triple duelist as well.
Gomez getting so low to getting that Wolverine on the top angle. You're right, maybe this is the opening that they need, but Goo I don't think has the passive, so this Wolverine sort of debuffed walking into this fight just by simply existing. Nightmare also trying to hold the choke point. Amazing spamming with the Namor. Usually would play the Moon Knight in this case, but he has played a lot more Namor on dominations maps. I think the Moon Knight not as strong potentially on domination as Namor is. Meanwhile, diving from Goo has the passive, so he's got some support. Dives to him, immediately takes down Gaskin as well as Dossed in the whale as well, so the extra follow-up was enough. However, it's traded on the other side. 1v1 with the Wolverine and the Namor. Wolverine's got the passive, so Goo's gonna live. Everybody's coming back to peel Goo though, and Goo's gonna go down. Flip did not come through yet either. Super Gomez runs through on this dance floor, just kind of tosses it back. Solar Shimp missing Goo still is tough. They lose a lot of damage. Legendary still available. Amazing on the back, able to deal with the flank from Gale. So much pressure from the Octopus, as well as the Spears. Able to take down Gale. Mantis ultimate committed, however, they can still find the elimination onto the Mantis, and then on the Pizza Demon, and then on the Doss Wee. Nightmare, hold on yet again.
It looks like there might be a little bit of a stagger here from Goo as well, trying to kidnap Super Gomez. Never mind, managing to get out, hanging on for dear life, building it up to 90% right now. Is Solar even able to touch? They might have to get a Wolverine or a Star-Lord touch here, but I don't think they can.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard versus this Namor. I mean, great shields find the way to keep Super Gomez alive. Here comes Gale to touch the objective. Amazing going forward, has the whale into that ultimate from the Groot, into the back of everybody. Legendary towards the point, unfortunately for Gale, is going to be not enough to do anything. Overtime ticks down in Nightmare, although it was dicey in the beginning. We're able to come back on Burn and Chala to win round number 1 and put themselves on round and map point.
Yeah, that was saying as well, that Groot Namor combo is pretty sick. It feels basically as strong as the, or maybe not as strong, but it works just like the Moon Knight combo as well. I saw Goo as well make a pretty sick play in that last round. He kidnapped Gasklin on the Magneto and bringing him into Dosui's Namor ult as well. Not enough for them to acquire the victory, but definitely some pretty sick stuff you could do with some Wolverine combos.
I'm with you on the Namor instead of the Moon Knight. I mean, the combination is nasty, but the difficulty is living in the neutral games. It's sort of like when you play Hawkeye. The reason why we were talking about Hawkeye being not as strong is because, yeah, you can just kind of, you have a hard time living. Whereas on Namor, you know, you have your shift, you have the bubble, and then nobody can eliminate you. You're just flying up there for free, and it's so hard to deal with a good Namor player who knows how to use the cooldowns. Nightmare now in a good spot. Or Mori, no, just flopping over to the Mantis. Not going to show the Jeff the Landshark today, but Solar, meanwhile, Hank, they're going to go over. Instead of having Gale on the Star-Lord, they have him on the Hawkeye now.
Dude, we're not seeing enough Jeff the Landshark gameplay, man. I'm pretty upset about that one, but Gale will be switching over to the Hawkeye. Maybe that is the answer right now. This is do or die right here.
Do or die indeed. Bubbles already used. I mean, that's tough. Here comes an ultimate as well from Good. Forces out the dance floor at the very least, but nothing else. Gaskin goes super low, but not going to go down. Super Gomez going aggressive with the blasters as well. Going to look for that damage to the back line. Help from Groot is there as well. Gale's going to fall immediately. Whale is here on top of things from Doss Wee. Able to take down Kurova at the very least, so they're bringing it back in this fight, but Super Gomez on the objective. Prioritizing the mission area. Trying to be a team player right now. Dance floor as well. They try to come back through and touch the objective, but they're not going to be here in time. They need to find the eliminations. Dance floor, once it runs out, Super Gomez is going to come through with the legendary surely. Flies into the sky. Waiting to use it to the last second. Now here it comes. Super Gomez over the top side. Can they delete him in the sky? He has some support from Gaskin. The bubbles are there. Gaskin also follows low on the low ground. Legendary does force the Mantis ultimate at the very least, but no eliminations will be found from Super Gomez. Meanwhile, towards the objective, Solar Shift trying to flip the point. Gasland contesting it, however, constantly booped away. Daswi able to tank down Super Gomez as well, so that's a lot of damage removed once you get rid of that Star-Lord. Solar get the flip. Ultimate still available for Nightmare. They got the combination with Hogs, but Hogs get stunned up and frozen, so Amazing has no one to throw the whale into, and that's a reset now for Nightmare. Solar Shift claimed the objective.
Wolverine is getting in here as well, trying to dive Aramori and Karova. I don't... Oh, they will take down Aramori. Very well played from them right there as well. A lot of ultimates on board as well. Definitely the Groot combo as well with the Namor and the Luna Snow dance floor. Nightmare looking to get this point back as well. Super Gomez lurking on Goo right here. Unable to find an elimination.
Yeah, he's just being a pest, just flanking, making everybody take their eyes towards the objective or off the main front line. Both Octopus taken down. Also has the guard on him the whole time, so he doesn't need direct healing whenever the tanks are healed in the front line. Here comes the Groot, by the way, deep into the back. Here comes the whale. Goodbye, Gale. Goodbye, Baser. Catch you next round, because it seems like you won't be here for now. Ultimate's also removed. Pizza Demon did pop the ultimate. The dance floor is there, but Amazing wants the duel. He's about that life, taking the duel with Daswi on the left side. Nice help from Goo, though, to come peel it off. Karova with the dance floor back towards the objective, trying to lock it down, but elimination is not found for them. In fact, it's going in favor of Solar. They're trying to find Mace, but Mace is getting some great healing from the strategist players of Solar. They really do not want to give up this objective, and it's costing Nightmare a ton of ultimates. No eliminations found just yet until Daswi again on the name board on the Gasland has been such a standout. Solar still in control. Nightmare desperately trying to hold on. They don't have any ultimates either to work with. Armory able to trade back Mace. Super Gomez on a 1. Trades back for Hogs, though, so Solar. These trades are going in their advantage. 10 seconds left. Mantis ultimate is here. You need to find the eliminations if you're Gale and crew. And it looks like they are able to find him. Gale with some nice shots. Solar Shift with the triple duelist comp have made it work. They've tied it up on this map, and the potential comeback starts here.
Yeah, Gale with some absolutely clutch headshots right there, helping them secure this point. And this is definitely what Solar has needed, right? Coming back into this fight, being able to take one map with this triple duelist comp. I definitely like this, actually. It's working out for them.
Yeah. I would not think it's that good, Hank, but it seems to be working quite well for them. I think they have a really good Namor player. Gale, obviously, incredibly talented on the Hawkeye. And then Goo, you know, constantly, like you said, getting those pickoffs on pretty much everybody, utilizing the Wolverine kit to its best ability. And right now, I mean, this is not that bad of a map either for this triple duelist composition. We'll see if it works out, Hank.
Yeah, I feel like Hawkeye works very well on this map, definitely. Being able to own the high ground or get eliminations through the big hallway right away. I feel like it definitely will work out. Goo making the switch over to the Moon Knight, and I definitely think Dosui's been doing a very good job on the Namor as well. I believe he mains Hela, not 100% on that, but I believe so. So definitely should be able to put in pain with the Namor, as we're seeing as well here.
I will say Waterfall in comparison to Spaceport. I mean, Spaceport's so open. So I think that Hawkeye had a lot more space to work with, and now on this map, it's a little bit more closed off. So, I mean, originally I feel like I had faith, but I'm kind of changing my mind on this map. I mean, Nightmare already kind of controlled the objective. Hogs on the Groot goes incredibly low, has to get healed up, and will do so for now. Meanwhile, they're actually going to control the missionary pretty easily. Oh, dance floor touches last second. By God, that was literally last second. Into the sky with the meteor. Karova with the dance floor to counter it. Traded those ultimates. Pizza Demon's dance floor is now up. Now Super Gomez in the sky. Free reign. We'll see who he chooses to focus. It looks like it's Goo. Goo, nice heals, though, from the strategist players. Nightmare going to take control of the point. However, they lose Amazing. Can they trade this out? No, they cannot. Amazing going down is massive. Daswi on the flank has to deal with Super Gomez. That's a trade you're willing to take. They run to the health packs together in a foot race. Daswi wins. However, the sleep comes out from Armory, who pops the Mantis ultimate. She's been amazing so far on this hero. Keep Super Gomez back in it. 1v1 yet again, but it's against all the squids, and Super Gomez wins it through the help of Armory. Now towards the point, Nightmare tries to rotate. Solar Shift still not in control of it, but they are finding the eliminations. Mace on to one of the Hogs. Finds Gasland as well. Whale into Gale. Is going to shut him down. Goo gets slept on the back. The strategist player is putting the team on the back right now for Nightmare. Can they keep it up, however? Yes! Aramori shuts down Gale, but Goo trades it out. Kurova's going to go down. Same thing with Super Gomez. And Goo will find Aramori and the flip on the point. Solar Shift are now in control.
Definitely love that for Solar Shift. I feel like every time you're mentioning Gale, it's like with the whale, like him and Namor just have this chemistry with the whale right now. But Solar is definitely popping off right now, trying to own this high ground here. See if Goo can hit a kidnap here on Super Gomez, maybe, and Mace just managing to get out as well. Gale looking for some long range eliminations here.
I don't know if I'm crazy, but right now, Amazing on the Namor, you know, usually this guy is an incredible pop-off hero or player. But honestly, yeah, DosWee's kind of winning in those trades on the Namor. Maybe it's due to composition or whatever, but right now, DosWee needs some pressure. Here comes the Magneto Ultimate, the Meteor, defensively used by Mace, not going to find an elimination. Dance Floor also committed. Meanwhile, Gale's looking for that Star-Lord, but the Star-Lord avoiding all of that damage. Meanwhile, Goose towards the point is going to get down, but Gale trades it out. Super Gomez will fall. That's that Star-Lord damage removed. What can Amazing and crew do for Nightmare's side? They're against the whale. It's Amazing to win on the right side angle. Also the Groot ultimate on the top right, just to make sure nobody else can walk out. So the whale for Solar will not find the eliminations required for Solar. In the flip of the mission area, it goes back in favor of Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare, they could get a pretty decent hold right here as well. I'm sure they're going to go up to the right side as well. No ultimates really built up for them as well. Trying to own this high ground. Goo trying to get a kidnap onto Super Gomez, unable to do so.
And this is last fight territory, Hank, here now for Nightmare. I like how you said the ultimate. Solar, you know, sitting on that ult bank, but what can they do? If they get picked off, it's pretty much over for them. Whale into Gale yet again. Gale goes down. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Rest in peace, buddy. They're walking back now. They want to reset, get Gale back. They use Mantis ultimate there too. That's so bad for the Solar.
Bro, why does this just keep happening? The whale into Gale, bro.
It works.
It's literally like they have the chemistry. It just keeps happening.
It's like a negative chemistry though. It's like a black cat walking across the street. You know, it's bad luck for him. That blue whale into Gale. Now Goo tries to run in. Back towards the point. Ultimate. Whoa, that was some nice movement by the Wolverine. But just like every Wolverine player I've seen in ranked, it's shut down no matter how flashy it looks. And the Meteor from Gasplin removes Gale again from the fight. And this could be it for Solar. For as good as they looked on this triple duelist composition, they need to find the eliminations right here and now. Bazier's able to find Super Gomez, but they might have lost too many people. Kurova also has the dance floor. They're frozen on the right side of the map. Overtime now ticks down, and there's no Doctor Strange, so no portal plays back to the point, no gimmicks. With that, are going to come through. Nightmare get it done 3-0 over Solar.
Yeah, I mean, definitely very well deserved from Nightmare. Very strong fight put up from Solar as well. I respect them trying out different compositions as well with the triple duelist. It definitely had its moments, right? But Nightmare just sticking true with the compositions they've been running. Kurova as well. We see him get MVP a lot on the Luna Snow. Just an amazing strategist as well. So much healing, such little deaths as well. Just such a strong team all around. They're staying true to their compositions as well. They're Solar trying out a lot of new things as well. But Nightmare just taking this one home, going over to that top 4.
Yeah, I don't want to risk gassing up Nightmare too much because then people will think caster bias and all that. But, I mean, obviously you got to check out all the players in this game. Pretty much all of them, I believe, are streaming their POVs in general. And like you said, Kurova, just a standout player in the Luna Snow. I mean, just so consistent with the freezes. There's a lot of stuff that we don't catch on the camera. It's hard to in a fast-paced game such as Marvel Rivals, 6 versus 6. So much flying around the map, right? There's so many stuns, CCs that happen that you really need to watch out for if you're a viewer, right? But for this backline, for these strategist players, they've been able to be so consistent, so deadly with these stuns and CCs, shutting down any dive from Goo in the crew.
Yeah, as a strategist main, right, you have to save your stuns for the perfect time when you're getting dove by, say, for example, like a Venom or a Magic or a Star-Lord, right? To preserve your life, you need to hit that stun and then just get out, get a health pack, or regroup with your team so that they can't take you out, right? And they do a very good job of that, and sometimes, like you said, we don't see it, but definitely two amazing strategist players in Aramori and Kurova, and Nightmare will be going over to that top 4 winners. Just such a strong team, right? Very well deserved for them.
Yeah, and we could very well see a rematch potentially between teams in the grand finals. Overall, incredible series from them. Incredible series from Nightmare. They're still looking incredibly strong. And, you know, this is still the team to beat, Hank. I think that, you know, we talk about them quite a lot. We give them a lot of props, maybe too many at times. But to be fair, they're just like kind of on another level. I mean, you ban the Hela. Every other team is playing the Hela still. They're not banning it first, similar to Nightmare. So I feel like there's that linchpin where like you are kind of reliant on the Hela and then it gets removed and then teams kind of get lost.
Yeah, as we've seen, Nightmare has a lot of different comps they run, whether it be the Star-Lord and the Magic, or the Psylocke, or the Groot and the Moon Knight, right? They don't really need to rely on that Hela as much as, say, for example, other teams do, right? And then when the Hela gets removed, maybe the other teams may crumble a little bit more, right? I feel like Nightmare, they probably could run the Hela, they just choose not to do so because they really don't need it, right? And we don't even see them get to run for the Hulk Iron Man much, right? They'll protect one of them and the other one just gets banned every single time, so they just stay true with the Magic or the Star-Lord.
Yeah, they just play it too well, that composition. And that's really the highest level of Marvel Rivals right now. It's being able to be flexible with your compositions and understand every single play style. That's kind of what the Protect ban system does. It forces you to play poke, it forces you to play dive, and you have to be good at pretty much every single one of them. Otherwise, you're not going to be in that prize pool, in that top 2, top 3, top 4, like Rymazing and the crew are right now. But Hank, you know, obviously that was one series of the day. We still have more going forward. We're still waiting for those to get set up. I mean, overall, Hank, what are your thoughts from that series, though? Like, you know, that triple duelist composition, it did kind of work out towards the end. However, you know, on domination, it's always going to be a bit tough versus that, you know, insane poke dive sort of tandem that you have from Nightmare.
Yeah, I definitely liked the Namor pick there as well. You could definitely own height with Namor, get those octopus turrets in good places as well. Maybe people won't really deal with them as much. But Namor, I feel like he's a very underrated hero as well, being played on both ends, right? Maybe, for example, when Hela is banned, Namor works very good as a sniper, and you could just get a lot of big, crucial eliminations as well out of him. And the combo with the Groot as well, a substitute for the Moon Knight. I like Namor a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's a great hero. I think the tough part is like it's less about the player, I guess, and more. I mean, less about the character, the hero, and definitely more about the player. I generally, it felt like for Nightmare, they've been playing so much Moon Knight, they've been playing a lot of that hero. I think the biggest reason why Rymazing swapped off of it is because of, like you said, with the Namor, it brings so much value in terms of being anti-dive. First of all, if you have a Psylocke or a Star-Lord diving you got the Octopus to just constantly shoot them, make sure they're out of range. And then if they do get on you, you have a bubble to save yourself. So compared to Moon Knight can kind of do like Hawkeye's thing where he can jump into the sky and fly away. But that's about it. He's got no survivability outside of that, whereas Namor's kit enables him a little bit more. Like, sure, you get that one-shot combination with the Groot ultimate, but as teams are getting better, it feels like, Hank, everybody's avoiding that Groot ultimate anyway. So, you know, really great work to switch up to that Namor, and I think you're right. It's just kind of a big reason why they're winning in general. And, you know, it's tough. This team can play so many different compositions, Hank, in general, right? They can play that dive, they can play the Magic, they can play the Namor, as well as that Iron Man, like you said. What is the one weakness that you could tell, at least, from Nightmare? I mean, it's a tough question, I know, but what's the weakness from Nightmare right now? Because it seems like they can play everything so well.
I don't think to be fair, I don't really think there is a weakness, to be honest, Dustin. I mean, they run every single composition at such a high level, whether it be the dive or the Iron Man comp, just everything, right? But we are going to be getting into the highlights of that previous match where Nightmare did take it all home and advancing to the top 4, and then we will be back after a short break as well.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship in the North America. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. We just finished up another series. Today, we've seen 4 incredible matches. Ended it off in the last one with Nightmare getting the 3-0 win over Solar. I mean, Solar put up a fight, Hank, but pretty one-sided for the side of Nightmare, who, you know, obviously we've talked about them before, are the favorites for the tournament. There's other teams that are up there. Obviously, the Mutants are going to be meeting them in the upper finals. But now we're going to be going back and watching Windbreaker, which we saw earlier, Hank. Between them, it's going to be them and Chock. So this should be a fun one in the lower brackets.
Yeah, I'm curious how the bans are going to play out here. It looks like Chock is going to be banning the Hella to kick things off, and Windbreaker taking out Punisher. That is a ban we really don't see much. I don't really think teams run the Rocket team up with it as well, just because there's such other strong healers like Luna Snow, Mantis, Adam, maybe even Loki out there. But it looks like Chock is going to protect the Hulk. Definitely like that. I believe they may have an Iron Man player on their team as well. So curious to see if Windbreaker will be taking that out. And Chock is going to be banning the Mantis to kick things off. Let's see if Adam Warlock is taken out here.
Yeah, definitely a possibility on the side of Windbreaker, but you know, obviously, like you said, they did not ban the Adam Warlock on the side for Chock, so that leaves that Star-Lord up to do whatever they really want. Punisher, Hawkeye, a lot of duelist prioritization, 4 duelists involved in this Protect Man system. Whereas on the side of Windbreaker, you know, they have some really good poke players. We saw, I think it was earlier, Vision was popping off on Iron Man and Hulk. By the way, that made it through the pick ban, so we're also going to see Iron Man and Hulk potentially come through as well as a Star-Lord matchup with Dauntless and Devin.
Yeah, it looks like a mirror match, right? Yeah, it's a complete exact mirror match right here. Both the Adam Star-Lord team up with the Hulk, Iron Man, Strange, and then we have the Luna Snow, one of the strongest strategists in Marvel Rivals. So right now it's all about which team can do it better, right? Both of these teams are extremely strong. We are in the top 8 right now. All of these teams are absolutely amazing. It's just all about who does it better right now.
Yeah, Windbreaker team that did very well earlier today. Chock as well. I'm sure they've been kind of running it up as well. So we'll see if they can get it done. You know, you'll notice, by the way, how a lot of these good Luna Snow players leave the guard on their Iron Man to really support it, because this comp is based all around this Iron Man, right, Hank? I mean, it just seems like Iron Man does so much damage, you have to play around it.
Yeah, it's all about... Iron Man is definitely the difference maker. Just being able to not only shred tanks, right, but more importantly, just get those crucial eliminations onto those strategists and duelists instantly, right? In like less than a second, and Windbreaker is going to try to own this high ground right at the enemy spawn, and has to back up a little bit as Jalen taking down Dan Twist right away.
Yeah, that was a nice opening pick. Unfortunately for Dauntless, got picked off after going top left. Does have that res though, so we'll be back in it. Card, however, in the meanwhile, will garner a lot of space. Jalen trying to make sure that Iron Man's life is miserable in the sky. Hulk as well, creating a lot of pressure in the back line. Will get taken out of Hero Hulk form, so Munch will be headed back to the spawn. And it's been clinical for Chock so far, who sort of has been walking at Windbreaker. And Windbreaker going a little bit too aggressive. The Hulk takes down Sakura in the sky, who is flying away. What a knockdown from Bexy on the Hulk. That was beautiful. And now Windbreaker, they're on the back foot and are having to reset.
Yeah, Chenzo doing an amazing job just owning the high ground on the Iron Man. Same with Lancer as well. Just being a menace in the sky, making sure that the enemy team can't really approach them, right? But with these compositions, it really is just all about keeping your Iron Man alive. And as I say that, Chenzo gets taken out, but Jalen Mans getting his get back, taking down Dan Twist on the Star-Lord.
Yeah, that was a nice opening KO. Vision's now just kind of getting the beam on the front line, able to track down the Adam Warlock. Lancer now coming back with the legendary. Can they find the eliminations? They do, in fact, get those eliminations, even though they went down their first KO. Chock it, try and take advantage of the situation. Jansport pop, Devin gets the res as well, so they'll be back in this fight. But they need the ultimates to have a chance here, or to at least get these eliminations. Cart still pushing, 3.5 left. Maximum pulse from Vision, does find a KO, and then the Eye of Okamoto from Jalen. He's going to need to find these eliminations, and does so. After the TP, though, is here to push him away. So last second Windbreaker here. Full res comes back. Oh my gosh, it's 4 members for Chock. The res brings them back. Also the peel is here. Or the ultimate from Dan Wist in the sky with the legendary. He gets shut down, able to get one, but tracked down by Jalen. Doing a great job to remove them. But Lance is going to get res as well. So everybody's still here from Chock. They took control of the point as well. Windbreaker still trying to hold on last second. Lance is trying to get these final blows towards the right side. Able to get one, make it 3 in this fight actually. Takes down Akami. Sakura's also going to fall. And Chock what a massive res from the Adam Warlock out of them to bring everybody back in this fight with that pulse as well. Gave Chock that first point cap, and they move on to the streets phase now.
Yeah, like Quavius with a beautiful res on the Warlock, right? And then Vexy just doing an amazing job hunting down Devin, the enemy Adam Warlock as well. Just not allowing them to get any heals in from him as well. They're just beautifully done from Chock. And the Iron Man maximum pulse as well goes through the Luna Snow ult. So maybe saving that for those situations as well could be a very big difference maker in certain fights.
Windbreaker now. What do you want to do? Well, in this case, feed. The answer is feed. Munch just kind of got caught out on that back left. Unfortunately for him, that's a terrible spot to be in. Vision now gets stunned to the sky. Gonna get taken down as well. Chen, nice tracking. This man on the Iron Man has been playing so well. And Chock pretty clean from them. Legendary pop as well from Lancer in that fight, and the Hulk ultimate. So it cost them 2. So Windbreaker gonna bank on that going into the next fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Chock is just steamrolling forwards right now, right? Still 3 minutes remaining, about to reach the second checkpoint. A lot of ultimates built up as well. Iron Man on both ends. So could see a maximum pulse through the Luna Snow ultimate. Chenzo just doing an amazing job owning the high ground right here, not letting them get through the doorway. A little bit of a flank right here maybe from Chenzo, targeting Visions, unable to get an elimination, but down goes Chenzo and forcing out the revive as well out of Adam Warlock, and the maximum pulse coming through. Not much value out of that as well.
Yeah, Lancer on the flank, try to get the Adam Warlock, but if you're Adam Warlock, you look away for a second, can full heal yourself if you don't have anybody targeted. So great work from the back line from Windbreaker to stay alive in this instance. Devin as well and the rest of the crew able to get those eliminations. Crucial pickoffs found, as well as Lancer's back in the fight. However, now here's comes an ultimate from Dauntless. Who's he going to find? Going to find 1, 2 down. Full strategist removed. Chen able to get another one, but at this point, without any healing, it's very tough to be in a winnable situation for Chock. They do have ultimates. Chen does get 1. Can they find any more? No, it's Vision in the sky to take down Chen. They still have control of that convoy as well. They'll stop Chock for now.
Yeah, it looks like Chock is going to regroup here and get into this fight together here. Only a minute remaining now. TP to high ground, maybe catch them off guard right away, and they do. Down goes Devin immediately on the Adam Warlock. I don't believe he has revive as well.
No, yeah, he does. He's back in, and actually, I also thought he also didn't have it, but that was such a terrible catch out for them. Everybody's so low at this point, waiting for the Adam Warlock to resurrect. That was a clean TP play. You would think Windbreaker would be able to read that, right? Hulk ultimate here, but it's stasis. Oh no, great job from the Hulk of Chock to stop that from doing any more damage. Meanwhile, Vision runs in to touch the point, but nobody else is really here. You just have Hulk, you have some healing on it. Eventually out of that Monster Hulk form, and then out of Heroic Hulk. So now they're moving to third phase. Chock it. Keep this payload moving. Windbreaker caught off guard, and it cost him tremendously.
Definitely did cost him tremendously. You can make some very sick portal plays in Marvel Rivals, and it definitely worked out there for Chock. Windbreaker just was not ready for that. 2 minutes remaining right here for Chock. Almost every single ultimate out as well. Some very strong ones. Gonna try to continue to push this thing forward. Lancer getting stunned by the Hulk, forcing out the Luna dance floor as well.
Yeah, Chen looking for Jantwist, who is on the right side, pressuring out Chen. Chen went for that flank, able to take down the Star-Lord early. Now gives him an edge. Ayabakamoto as well catches out, but a lot of members, but the dance floor is there to keep everybody healthy on Windbreaker's side. Missing Jantwist still though. So they're gonna be lacking that ultimate Lancer going into the sky. Ayabakamoto's there. He dodges that, but multiple members are cut out with the peel. He's here, however, loses his back line. No more strategist. Rez is well committed by this defense, and everybody's here to help secure that Rez as well. Jalen's gonna reset, as is the rest of Chock. They have a minute left on the clock. This is entering last fight territory now.
Yeah, Munch sniping Shenzo out of the sky with the Hulk right click. That is absolutely sick right there. Only a minute remaining right here. Chock looking to push this thing all the way. Vision, maximum pulse in hand. Probably gonna use it here.
So over the top, Dauntless on the right side, able to take down K-Jules. They run towards the cart in a straight line. Jalen Man trades back one. Chen on the right. Tracks. Oh, Dauntless gets the better of the trade with the Snow Guard. Gets healed up as well. Has some pocket. Will go down on the objective to Lancer. Does have the res, however. So they're still in it. Like you mentioned, maximum pulse available from Visions. That could be huge. Legendary from Dauntless does get poked down low immediately. Is the follow-up there? It is. Massive shot from the Atom of Chocolate. Vision has to back on out. Munch trades it back for Jalen. Needs some healing. Vision's on the low ground. Ready to go with the ultimate on the payload. 14 seconds left. Overtime nearly about to start ticking. Oh my gosh, the beam from Vision is huge! And the follow-up is there from Munch. K-Jules and Chen both gonna fall. 6 seconds left now. In no ultimates for Chock. The one opportunity they had with the Reds was there. Wait, they come back through. Oh, wait! Through the portal with the maximum pulse? No way! Now the Reds is not going to be made person from the spawn. Lancer, however, will be brought back by the passive. I mean, everybody's trying to run in now. You can't even use the ultimates in time. Jalen holding out of theirs for the next game, unfortunately. Same thing with LeFlop's way they actually use it. Brings back everybody. Wait, that could be massive. Oh, never mind. They get shut down by Sakura. Rest of Windbreaker here. No matter the res, how big it was, the healing was not there to supply them with the healthiness they require to stay on the objective, and Chock gets stopped in the third phase.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick maximum pulse right there as well for Vision, going through the enemy portal, managing to find one elimination, and then the Adam Warlock res for Chock just coming in a little bit too, or just not at a good timing there. It's a little bit unfortunate. Not really much they could do there, but that was a good push though from Chock. It is definitely still very winnable for them. It looks like we will be running the mirror match still, right? No reason to switch it up on both ends.
Yeah, it's just too strong of a composition, I think. You know, we talk about how Hulk is so strong as the seasonal buff, gets all of that HP. Same with the Iron Man. Usually when you see that Hulk protect, the other team likes to go for the Hulk ban, or for the Iron Man ban. But Windbreaker looking so strong in it. You talked about Munch being so talented on Hulk. Vexy had his moments on first point, but towards the end, it was all Vision and Munched. Talkit did make it pretty far though, Hank, and you know, they've had so many good moments in the Streets phase, in the first point as well. So this series still could go either way, especially on map number 1. I mean, this is neck and neck, back and forth between these two teams that are running the exact same comp, like you said.
Oh yeah, I feel like this will be a very close series, and yeah, they are running the same comp for sure, but Hulk can definitely make some sick plays, man. Hulk's a very fun character, just constantly holding that space bar, jumping around. You could snipe Iron Man out of the sky as well, as we saw a few times. And Chock just trying to own the high ground here again, as Windbreaker is trying to push this thing forwards.
You see a lot of Iron Mans hold onto the Gamma until they have to take that duel with the other team's Iron Man. So you saw Vision used his early, and now Chen comes back second with his. Forces off the Iron Man in the sky. These micro battles between Iron Men in the sky. is a huge deal. Dauntless coming to contest Chen on this off angle, who has been beaming over the right side. Doesn't even have the guard on his side. So the support is helping Vision more so at the current moment. And Vision tracks down Lancer, caught out. Now that's going to be free damage for Vision. He sees Chen on the left side too. I mean, has a god spot of an angle right now. Falls back down to the cart as well. Lancer is going to res, but notices the Iron Man flank came through. Everybody's focusing them. Chock it. What a tempo play from them to come back into it. Vision's going to fall. Dauntless going to res themselves. Okami trades back one. But at this point, I mean, Chock it has done a great job coming back into this fight and stop Windbreaker's push for now.
Yeah, I believe I saw Shenzo get a good flank in there on the enemy Iron Man, and then he just had to run away, get a health pack, and then I just saw Windbreaker collapse a little bit there. So Chock it with a pretty good hold here. Maximum pulse built up as well. Lancer getting on that high ground there.
Chen still waiting over the top right. I mean, Vision surely aware that Chen loves this spot. That 1v1 is going to happen while on the low ground. There's a bit of a main fight happening. Chen wins the duel in the top right. However, like we talked about, Chen does get taken down by Hulk and found by Munched. I mean, great work from him. Also, Lancer came back for the peel, but desperately needs some healing. Hulk ultimate committed from Bexy as well. On the low ground is frozen, so that's staved off for now. However, you know, Hulk in this ult is so strong. Born Again also committed to bring back that member. Dauntless back, same thing with Vision, but the Legendary of the high ground is going to be putting in so much damage. Dance floor keeping everybody healthy, however. Lancer has to drop back down. Needs some healing from the health pack. The Mega is used. Now Dauntless in this guy. Gonna Legendary. Can he find anything? Chen pops the maximum pulse before going down, but it's not going to find value in the rest of his team. Unfortunately, not going to get much out of the dance floor, too. So, reset surely going to come through. Wait, res did come through from Liquop. That's going to be everybody as well back into the fight. Ayabogamoto, meanwhile, on the cart from Sakura. Not going to be able to find those eliminations until Visions is there. But Lancer still making it work on the Star-Lord, being a nuisance. Everybody was raised. However, they came back into the fight just to go down again. I mean, I don't even know if they get a retouch here at this point. Windbreaker look like they're going to move on to the second phase of the map, and yes, they do.
Yeah, Lancer was trying his hardest right there as well. Still on 30 HP. He managed to find an elimination on 30 HP as well. A little bit of a Star-Lord duel right here. Dantwist looking a bit healthier. Heels coming in for Lancer. No, they're not. Dantwist will be winning that fight right there, and Windbreaker will continue to push things forward. Vision trying to find the sneaky low spot on the high ground with the Iron Man. Probably will be seeing an Iron Man duel up here as well.
I think the back line of Chock has been so good. K. Jules and Laquavia's John have been amazing until now. They just get ran at by Windbreaker. The pacing flipped on its side. Vision over the top, able to help Munched as well, who on the Hulk has been an absolute pest for Chock to deal with right now. Resets coming through. Nobody really pushing the cart. In the meanwhile, Windbreaker just trying to stall out Bexy, who's getting staggered terribly right now.
Yeah, that is a huge stagger right there. Not really much you can do about that if you are Vexy. Just a little bit unfortunate right there. No one's still pushing the cart for Windbreaker, but they're just doing an amazing job keeping this pressure, trying their hardest to not let Chock get through right here.
Sakura pressuring that choke, like you said. Soulbind committed. Oh, Vision falls so low, but it's not going to go down. Legendary committed, but it's beamed out of the sky from Vision. Cart still pushing forward. Nobody stopping it from getting that objective space. Rise as well from Devin, committed to bring Dauntless back in the fight. They want to win right here and now. Chen, meanwhile, on the flank, going towards said cart. Maybe looking for a backline flank. Will Clampius John able to get one? Here comes Vision on the flank with the Quantum Pulse. It's able to get one onto the Adam Warlock, who was brought back. Dance Force still here, however, for Okami. And they're just getting all of that pressure until a Legendary comes out from Dauntless over the top left angle. It's peeled off, but there's so much damage coming through from both Iron Man in that Gamma team up, and then with Dauntless over the top left with the Legendary. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Jalen's trying to secure the space. Ultimate's still here from Chock, but they might lose their lives before they even have a chance. People are so low. They need healing so bad, but Chock has nobody here to keep them healthy. Chen able to get Dauntless, but they do have that res. Meanwhile, Windbreaker controlled that payload yet again. They've not done a good job controlling the objective, and that's what's bringing Chock back into these fights, it feels like. Meanwhile, what an ultimate from Sakura. Huge Ayabogamoto. Shuts down the front line and Adam Warlock. Finally, Windbreaker will move on to the third phase, it looks like, as the staggers come out onto Chock.
Yeah, that's a huge eye right there for Sakura. Looks like Pidgeos was able to escape right there on 1 HP. Maybe not, actually. Oh my goodness, Munched is in. Bro, Munched is in that backline. Looking for more. Shenzo on the Iron Man managing to get taken down as well. And this is not what you want right now if you are Chock at Windbreaker. Just doing an amazing job getting very deep into that backline. And this is a lot of deaths coming in right now for Chock it.
I mean, Devin has been playing so well, man. This guy is the standout player so far on this hero. Rise again committed from Devin as well. They're not down anybody yet, however. They can still use it for the next 6 seconds. They may not even need it, though. I mean, Chock it being ran at. Meanwhile, the cart not being pushed whatsoever. So Windbreaker prioritizing fight wins over cart space right now. Chock it back to the spawn. Vision's like, guys, please, somebody push the objective. We need to keep it moving. I mean, they could have probably closed it out, I think, here and now if they had people on the cart. But Chock it's coming back.
I think we've seen it a lot. Windbreaker doesn't really have anyone pushing the cart. And the maximum pulse once again coming through the portal, I believe blocked by the Strange Shield. Legendary coming out for Lancer. Sakura trying their hardest to block it with the Strange Shield as Lancer gets 1 elimination, but Windbreaker might be getting the better of this fight right now. Vision being able to take down 2, but the Adam Warlock res comes in as well. The eye from Jalen, but it looks like not managing to get any value right now.
Yeah, they're pretty much donezo here. Dance floor to delay. You got the Hulk. I mean, maybe Vexy could build up towards the ultimate. They can come back. Maximum pulses here. But Devin, over the top right. Full right click and a left click shuts it down even through the dance floor. Now the Eye of Agamotto is here. What a shot from Devin and crew. As Chock it gets stopped for now. Windbreaker on their attack looked amazing, and specifically Munched. I mean, he kept the team alive as well from that Eye of Agamotto. Hank, he bubbled the whole team, so that couldn't get value as well as the shield being there. So great work from them on map number 1. They win it.
Yeah, that was a good play as well there from Devin, taking out Shenzo with the maximum pulse right there. Munched with the MVP. Just an amazing job out of him on the Hulk. You really don't see that many Hulk MVPs, to be honest, but that is a lot of damage as well for a Hulk. Very well played for their team. Vision 51 eliminations on the Iron Man. A very close match. I feel like this could go either way. Both teams very strong for sure as well. Not many deaths for Munched and Sakura on the Vanguards. Very good job keeping them alive as well. This match could go either way, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, Munched was so good, like you said, just constantly putting pressure on the height on the Chen. I mean, Chen 18 deaths, unfortunately, just simply because of the fact that Munched was just all over him, just constantly in his face, making sure that he was pressed out as much as he possibly could. And like you said, we don't see too many of these Hulk MVPs, but I mean, they're kind of the unsung heroes in a lot of these games. Munched, though, kind of was being the star of the show in that match, I think, specifically, right? It usually is Visions with 51 eliminations is massive, as well as 23,000 damage. But I mean, that was the Munched show. I mean, just absolutely ate the rest of the team of Chock. They couldn't get much done. And Hank, that's map number 1 of Spider Islands out of the way. That was a 15-minute match as well. That was a long one back and forth, but they got the job done at the end of the day.
That was a long back and forth match, and Munched just in the enemy backline doing an amazing job taking some of the pressure off of maybe the Iron Man, so he's able to like roam free a little bit more as well. Even the Doctor Strange doing a good job just getting in the backline as well, taking the pressure off them so the Iron Man and even the Star-Lord as well can just thrive even more, right?
Yeah, there were so many ways they played that. It was so amazing how they got it done, and that was honestly how they wanted to look in the previous game. I mean, I'm glad we get to see more of this composition. We get to see more of them play it. We'll see if they have to if they have to change things up in the next map. Before that, we'll watch a highlight reel and then go to a short break before we see that map number 2.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. Map number 1, Hank on Spider Island was pretty in favor of the team that played against Chock. It was pretty great from them in general with the Iron Man composition, right? I mean, just throughout the whole map, it was just pure dominance. You know, at points, Chock, it looked pretty solid. I mean, they could come back into it, but you're right. Munched, I think, was a big standout player on the Hulk, right, to support Vision. It was just overall fantastic communication and teamwork from them to get the job done on the first map, and to go up 1 in a series in this first 3 is a huge deal.
Yeah, you definitely want to kick things off going up 1-0. You want to build that momentum, right? Momentum, it can definitely demoralize the other team sometimes, but if you're this deep in the tournament, you can't let that get to you. You have to adapt. You have to maybe switch things up, or maybe just play better, right? But I feel like either of these teams could walk away with this. Chock is a very strong team as well. I feel like they could tie things up here potentially. Just have to wait and see.
No, Windbreaker at the moment, in terms of that whole composition, it was kind of close, right? It wasn't totally one-sided. I think that composition could work out for Chock as well if a few things went their way. You know, Chen looked really good on the Iron Man. It just was at points tough dealing with everybody. I mean, Vex was incredibly good on the Hulk as well. He had his moments, but you know, when you compare it to the other side of Munch, just having his way with Chock, it was really tough, right? I mean, you don't really see Hulk players have that much impact like he did on the previous map, but Windbreaker at the moment in the driver's seat rank, they're looking good. Punisher ban yet again, Hank. They did the same thing as they did previously. And then a Moon Knight ban on Domination out of all places for Chock.
Yeah, these are 2 interesting bans. Probably the mains of some of these gamers on each team's for sure that they could be very strong with. Definitely usually see like hella bans or team up bans immediately. It looks like we will be seeing the Iron Man protect for Windbreaker. We did see Vision pop off a lot in that recent match. I'm wondering if we will see Hulk banned here from Chock. And I feel like they're gonna want to run it back with the Hulk Iron Man. That was a very close match, that last one right there. They will be protecting the Warlock. Wondering if we will see a Star-Lord ban coming in. I don't think we saw any Mantis in the last match because she was banned, right?
Yeah, probably not. But we'll see what comes through. There you go. Exactly, you're right. And that means we'll probably see Iron Man Hulk, like you said, and you know, for Windbreaker, they probably feel comfortable in the composition. We talked about on Domination how the Iron Man Hulk comp kind of it can be kind of tough to run on Domination specifically because you don't have as much wiggle room, right? You have some flank spaces, but once you're found out, especially with such a centralized location, it's hard to play that hero. Hella ban, last ban by Windbreaker. Regardless, I mean, you can still play it on these maps. It just requires a ton of communication, a ton of well-played Iron Man gamers. You could probably play the other comp though too. If they had the Hela and the Psylocke, I could see that being a little bit more of a force to be reckoned with. But since that ban didn't go through, I imagine we're just going to see the Adam Warlock, Star-Lord, Iron Man, and Hulk team-ups go through yet again, like we saw previously, Hank.
Yeah, running it back, the same exact mirror match. Adam Warlock with the Luna Snow as well, Mantis being banned. Luna is just such a strong strategist as well, but I feel like this game, it really comes down to Hulk bullying that back line, just taking the attention onto him, right? Looking for those eliminations onto those strategists, maybe taking them away from their team, not allowing them to heal during crucial fights as well. And then it comes down to the Iron Man duel a lot as well. Luna Snow Snowflake going to the Iron Man, like we've been saying as well. Very important for them so that they have as big of an advantage as possible in these Iron Man 1v1s as well.
Yeah, it's going to matter in terms of the macro of the game for sure. And you know, I'm interested with the Moon Knight ban. I mean, that was just like unique. I think Moon Knight throughout the day, people are getting lower and lower on him. I mean, Moon Knight's a good hero, but compared to Namor just has so much more survivability. So I'm curious about that ban. It might be targeted, like you said. Both portals used. Hulk flies out of that portal, creates space immediately. Meanwhile, Gamma Beam as well. So both teams committing so many cooldown. Soul Link here, but it doesn't save Devin and Okami. Immediately removes them. Adam Warlock has the res, and same with the Star-Lord, but they're going to need to find more trades to bring this back. Jalen shuts down Vision. That res, or nobody's able to res him either. No ultimates in his first fight. Jalen done such a good job. He talked about this guy being a veteran of video games in general, just a great player. Now showing up today for Team Chock.
Yeah, Munch jumping off the map there. Definitely what you want to do. We see Bruce Banner being staggered a lot, and Chock will be taking this first fight right here. Jalen just doing an amazing job on the Doctor Strange, getting a lot of eliminations and just harassing their backline, applying a lot of pressure here as well.
And Shen built up so much ultimate charge as well in that previous fight, Hank. So I imagine Windbreaker's ultimate tracking that, seeing when that will come in. Gamma comes out onto them immediately, making sure Chen has no chance to do it with the Soul Link. Gonna keep him healthy. Make sure he's still in a good spot. And also oh my gosh, meanwhile, Vision got taken out the air by Vexy, and then Okami on the front line down to him. So these Hulk players really standing out today right now. Vexy, map number 1, maybe didn't have as huge of a performance as Munch did, but I mean, right now he is, Hank.
Yeah, he definitely is. Definitely turned the tide a little bit. As you say, that down goes Munch right there. A little bit of a stagger. Chock has a lot of ultimates built up here as well, reaching 60% on the board. They're looking a lot stronger right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, also playing super far back, playing this poke style. Not playing too aggressive at the choke point. Usually we see teams try to make a move here, but they just want to peel, it looks like, onto Windbreaker. Here comes Jalen on the left side. Hulk goes aggressive, gets frozen. Vexy into the Ultra Hulk, or sorry, Monster Hulk form. Is going to stay alive, reset his HP as well. Meanwhile, they're trying to walk in, but how do you walk in when Hulk is in your face? At the current moment, they need to delete him, but it's Vision, the one to get deleted. You need to use a res to bring it back, but everybody's going to be brought into the Eye of Agamotto. That catches out Devin. But the dance floor is here, perfectly timed from Cage Tools. They need to run to this point, however. Meanwhile, in the back left, the Hulk traded out. Munch is going to go down. Did not have a strong Monster Hulk form. It's traded out by Vision and Dauntless, though, bringing it back into this fight. A lot of ultimates used by Team Chock. And they're not exactly in a great spot. Eye of Agamotto into the res. This time, it's the other Eye of Agamotto that's stronger from Sakura. However, there's a legendary in the sky currently. It's pressuring out Sakura on the point, who is left alone. You have Devin on the point. They need to find the elimination. Soul Link to bring everybody healthy, however. It'll turn them into tanks. Chen needs to beam everybody else here as Chock regroup around the objective. They bend, but they didn't break. And Windbreaker, they have to stagger onto the objective. Right now, Chock look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge eye right there for Sakura, but just not enough as his team could not get there in time to follow up. And yeah, Chocked it with the beautiful Adam Warlock res, right? And then the enemy team, Doctor Strange, eyed before that as well. And then Keijo's beautiful Luna Snow dance for to save the team. To just Chock is playing very strong as a team right now.
Yeah, Chock comparatively, you know, Vexy was kind of having his way with the Windbreaker, just jumping in, making sure that backline was looking at him. Okami was having a tough time, man. I mean, Okami dealing with the Hulk and then has to deal with Jalen on the front line. I mean, obviously things can change. Maybe Okami, I don't even know if there's much you can really do. It's just so tough versus the Vanguards of Chock right now, who are playing insane.
Yeah, Chock is definitely... What were you going to say?
Oh, no, nothing. I mean, Chen's got the ultimate too, and they could portal play here. I mean, that's going to be scary.
That is very scary. We've seen a lot of Iron Man maximum pulses going through the enemy team Doctor Strange portals as well. Maybe we'll see it come through their very own portal here. I don't think so. Yeah, they're just going to use it to get the high ground. That is a very familiar strategy we see a lot on this map. It looks like the enemy team might be planning it as well here. Maximum Pulse could have came through there from Chenzo, maybe to find a few eliminations, but it doesn't look like he wants to risk it.
Yeah, that delayed pull kind of threw him off, so that was smart by them. But oh my god, goodbye Vision! Clapped and snapped back to the spawn door like Thanos. Vexy shuts down Vision. Munch dives in, but I mean, what do you do to top that? Vision's gone already, don't even need to use ultimates. It looks like Chen might have gotten his cancel. Wait, just kidding on the low ground. Dauntless and Sakura kind of bring it back. Sakura, nice job by him. Lance is going to be brought back. Chen, though, in the high ground, able to beam down. Sakura towards the point with the Vanguard gone. I mean, what else can you really do? Visions, you're able to get one. You have some support, but with Jalen on the front line with Vexy, I mean, they're doing so good on this map. It's been such a turnaround on the Royal Palace.
Yeah, they definitely are doing an amazing job, and that was very sick from Vexy, taking out Vision out of the sky with the Hulk. Lancer and Chenzo right here, jumping Dan Twist. Can't really get out of that. He does have the revive here as well. Not sure if he will use it. Chenzo trying to keep the pressure on him so he can't use it.
I mean, he's going to use it. Looks like at the top left, Legendary as well, committed by Dantwist. In the sky, is anybody looking at him? He only got stunned by Hulk. Nice work, but he's still going to take out Vexy to get his revenge. Born Again, meanwhile, on the other side, going to bring back Vexy into the fight. It has a massive radius. Sakura trying to shut it down. Eye of Agamotto ready to go for it. Here's the maximum pull from Vision. K-Jules and the Quavis gonna fall, but the res gonna bring them back. Everybody's being rezzed at the same time. Marvel Rivals with Adam Warlock to the cane. It's gonna be a constant fight, back and forth. Dauntless on the top right, having to deal with Jalen, and the 1v1's gonna fall. And Chock is still in control of the objective, still in control of the point. What a great res there from Laquavius John.
Oh, and it looks like they were trying to stagger the Hulk a little bit more, and yeah, he's just Munch is just wasting even more time right there by popping the Monster Hulk form. And Chock, they're getting up there. They're reaching 80% right now. That stagger for Munch is going to be pretty bad for Windbreaker. Not many ultimates built up as well besides the Luminous No Dance Floor. They're going to have to use that to maybe try to take the point here.
Yeah, in this map, they're struggling with dealing with Laquavius. Devin going aggressive. Soul Link keeps everybody healthy, so Laquavius John thought he could play aggressive. Not in this case. This gets deleted and walked on by the dance floor. So that ultimate advantage leads Windbreaker into winning their first fight in this map. And now Windbreaker on the hold.
Yeah, Windbreaker is up 1-0 in this series as well. They do not want to be allowing Chock to gain any momentum here by tying it up 1-1. Vision looking to get a lot of poke damage here from the Iron Man as well.
Yeah, he's going to do it. Saving the Gamma, by the way. Now decides to pop it because he's ready to go for that dual Dauntless in the flank. Goes in with the Hulk. What can they find? The Quavius John. Can you live? Soul Link is here to keep them alive for now. Health pack in advantage for Dauntless. And the 1v1. Wait, no way. Oh my gosh. Almost lost it. Lancer going to get traded out, though. Same thing with the Quavius incoming. Eye of Agamotto was there. From Sakura. Allowed them to find Jalen. Here comes Vision again. Has been so big with the ultimates. This time, they actually end up with a fight win as well. Windbreaker holding on with a full ace.
Yeah, that is a giant maximum pulse right there from Vision, and especially saving it for when they expect that Luminous No Dance Floor to come out, just being able to get all those eliminations through it. And it looks like Windbreaker isn't really aware that Chock is going to teleport to the point right here, just taking full control of it. And they get a touch last second. Out comes the Legendary from Dan Twist on the Star-Lord. Can he get any eliminations, though? Chenzo goes down. 2 Visions, giving Windbreaker the advantage, looking for more. Down goes Lancer as well. Windbreaker is in a 6v4 right here. Adam Warlock res coming out. Can this save the day for Chock here?
I mean, he went down while doing it, and now they jump off the map. They go for the reset as the Born Again's used. They want to get a retouch maybe with the portal play. Stagger's now coming through, though. I mean, 85% on the board. That's so tough because Laquavius brought everybody back, and then everybody's just like, okay, we can't win because we lost our Adam Warlock, who could have healed everybody up. They're actually, I don't even know if they have the portal.
They already used their portal. They just used it the last fight. I don't even think they can touch.
Yeah, and that's pretty much over. Windbreaker. Oh, nice shots from Devin. Tie it up 1-1. That means, Hank, we're done with the throne room, and we head to Odin's archive with all of the gold in a very close quarters map.
Yeah, definitely a very close quarters map right here. Maximum pulse built up already for Chock with the Eye of Agamotto. I know they don't have the portal, so we won't be seeing any portal plays here for the Eye or the maximum pulse. I'm not sure if Windbreaker has their portal here as well. But this is an extremely close match here, Dustin. I mean, I was saying it as well. This whole series could go either way. Both of these teams are looking pretty evenly matched, right?
Yeah, 100%. It is looking incredibly close. And, you know, it's a game of inches, like you said. You have Rocket Raccoon to give everybody armor packs and then swap off the Rocket Raccoon once the round starts just to make sure everybody has 25 bonus health on top of the Rocket pack. And then they also use the Jeff, too, to give everybody speed boost, which doesn't matter because they portal anyway, so kind of negates that value. But they're really trying to min-max regardless. Chock it come in late without the portal.
Hey man, at least we got to see some Jeff gameplay. Not really sure if we'll see much of that today. Love to see little Jeffy boy pulled up.
It's helpful. I mean, that's the thing, is that you use the Jeff to get out of spawn quickly with the speed boost and the Rocket Raccoon to give everybody bonus. So it's definitely valuable in its own right, regardless of the hero being played or not. Vision, left side of the map, able to secure some aggression.
No.
Oh, goodbye, Jalen. He also Eye of Agamotto. That ultimate is now gone. Went down during it, so it got canceled. Monster Hulk actually used Chen. They want to win now. This Hulk's going to have to go insane. Catch out the Iron Man in the sky, so Vision's going to be left behind. Dauntless looking towards his fellow man that went down in the sky. Iron Man going down just like he did in lore. Spoiler alert. Now here comes Chock it towards the point. Dance floor keeps everybody healthy for Windbreaker's side. Chen over the high ground, just kind of beaming towards that Luna Snow. Able to get the pick off as well into Devin. That's some nice shots as well. But Eye of Agamotto in the sky, as they're going on the jump pad, does catch out the Iron Man, but the strategist heals are too good. And now they come back on the dance floor. Chock still want to fight this. Into the sky, legendary. No! Lancer went too far away from the dance floor. He's going to go down. I don't even think that's the strategist's fault. Dauntless now over the high ground has free reign, but gets shot by LaQuavius Johnson. Traded out by Lancer, though. Visions is going to go down. Windbreaker, meanwhile, had control of the point during this fight. Lancer trying to get those eliminations. Born Again is here, going to bring back Dauntless, who just went down to Lancer. Also has to deal with Hulk, and Munch just knees him in the forehead. Removes Lancer for now. Everybody kind of just runs in. Born Again as well on the other side, too. Chock still want to fight this. They've committed so many ults into what felt like a lost team fight. And, I mean, Vision is just cleanup hour for them.
Yeah, that was just such a long fight right there. A whole lot of ultimates going out, and Windbreaker just managed to maintain possession of the point the entire time, and now it's just staggers coming in for Chock, burning even more time on the clock. No ultimates built up either as well. We did see Jalen burn the Eye of Agamotto on 1 HP and die with it earlier as well. Windbreaker is just doing an amazing job holding them here. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto from Jalen. Can he get any value? No. Oh, yes, he does. Down goes Devin. That's a big pick for them right here, and forcing out the Luna Snow dance floor. This is what they needed if they can manage to convert this.
Yeah, but Visions is still sitting with the ultimate ready to go. I mean, he could use it. Lancer coming through on this backside. They're trying to play scrappy. They know Vision does have that ultimate, so if they play around it, they're in a decent spot. Vision's able to get 2 at the very least, but it's rotated by Chock. Here's 3 members. Vision's, I mean, I'm sure he desperately wants to look for that ultimate. He knows the other team's looking for it. Hulk also has the shield to block it if he really wants to, so the wipe's just going to come through. Windbreaker reset.
Yeah, Chock has to play near perfect right now, or they will be going down 2-0 in the series. Vexy trying to get a clap, trying to stun the enemy as well there. I don't think Windbreaker has portal here, right? So they're going to have to try to push through this choke point.
I'm curious what they decide to do. Chen, meanwhile, sitting with his own pulse ready to go. Meanwhile, Munch looking for him. Chen's getting PTSD looking at this man, jumping around him in the sky. Dance floor already used to the top right. Visions jumps out, needs the healing, gets the soul link as well. Maximum pulse from Vision, goes down while utilizing it and doesn't find the eliminations. That's brutal. Legendary committed, but Dauntless goes down. Eye of Agamotto here from Sakura. Can they trade it out? It doesn't look like it. Sakura's going to go down. So Chock it. I mean, Devin's going to bring everybody back. Oh, no, but the Hulk's off the map. Munch jumped off while getting out of the Hulk form. Can't get resurrected either. And now the beam is far too much. Vision's going to be down 2 before being taken out the sky. Maximum pulse as well from Chen. Isn't going to find anything, it looks like. Rez is coming through in the sky. Eye of Agamotto's here from Jalen. Do they find the final blows with it? They do. And Jalen, massive Eye of Agamotto there. 70% of the board, now Windbreaker, half the resent.
Yeah, huge Eye of Agamotto there from Jalen, but even before that as well, him flying up into the sky, taking out Dan Twist during the Star-Lord Legendary to just kick things off, giving them the advantage was very crucial. No ultimates built up on either end right here, but the res is on board for Chock, and it's looking like they have the advantage here. The portal comes in.
And that portal play has been very consistent with them, and it seems like Chock haven't reacted to it as well as you would like, but they're still in it at the moment. Everybody's healthy on their side. Maximum pulls from Vision. Oh no! The support wasn't there. Iron Man goes down, and that could be it until Munched and Dalwis get two. Immediately resurrected though. Finally, Quavius, John, and Windbreaker. They do not have any ultimates to work with here. I mean, it's just scary for them currently. Chock just need to play around their strategists, make sure they have the damage as well with Chen in the skybox. And it looks like they're going to do it. They'll get the job done to tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, very well played from Chock right there. Some very crucial eliminations at the perfect times as well. Jalen popping off on the Doctor Strange too. Beautiful res from the Adam Warlock. Just very well played from their entire team. And as I was just talking about him, Jalen, very well deserved MVP from him on the Doctor Strange. Just such a strong hero, man. Just being able to even play very, very aggressive, even getting in with the Hulk, getting in that enemy backline right there. Very good job as well from these supports, just all around. Iron Man, Chenzo popping off, as well as Lancer. 31 eliminations, just very well played from their entire team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they played it so strong on that map, and you know, moving forward, I think that bodes well for Chock, considering they take this Iron Man Hulk duel very well. Now you have to consider on the other side, do you want to keep playing it, right? Do you, as Windbreaker, want to keep playing this Iron Man? It seemed like on Domination, requires a bit more coordination, potentially requires a bit more teamwork to get the job done, to make sure you actually can do well with this composition. As it stands, you know, tied up the series, like you said, that's pretty brutal for them moving forward.
Yeah, will be 1-1 going into game 3. I'm curious if either team wants to switch up this composition. It looks like the Hulk just getting in the enemy backline. Cage was even winning with 14 deaths. That's a lot of deaths. It looks like Hulk could be a little bit of a nuisance. Maybe the team has to play a little more together, or just, I mean, Hulk is very hard to deal with, right? Just getting in that backline, even Doctor Strange, as well, as I was saying, just being able to get in the backline as well and taking the attention off so the DPSs can thrive even more. It's very hard to deal with.
Yeah, very hard to deal with indeed. Let's take a look at how difficult it was to deal with it from this highlight package, and then we'll go to a short break and see you for map number 3.
Maximum
tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back over to the Marvel Rivals Championship. Hank, as we were discussing during the break, this has been such a close series back and forth. Entering map number 3, it's coming down to the wire. And, both of these teams obviously don't want to be eliminated from the tournament. Now in this loser brackets, it's very close, right? Chock hopefully trying to come back now. In that Hulk matchup, they were looking better. Like you said, on Domination, on Royal Palace, things were sort of panning out like how you would have expected on Spider Island. Do you think it's up to the map at this point, which map either team plays better? Because it feels like compositionally they're even.
Yeah, it definitely could come down to that for sure. Both of these teams are looking pretty evenly matched, to be honest. It's about as close as it could get going to the final map. 99% for both teams as well. It really could not be any closer. I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same exact mirror. Oh, wait, never mind. As I'm saying that, we will not be seeing the same exact mirror match. We're going to be seeing some hella gameplay to switch things up. Windbreaker feeling very confident in the hella right now, not wanting to run the Hulk matchup anymore after losing that previous match. So I'm curious whether we will be seeing the Iron Man played as well. Probably not, because hella will be out there.
Star-Lord banned too. I imagine, Hank, they're going to put Dauntless onto that sign lock and then Vision on the Hela. They did that previously. Vision looked insane on the Hela. We haven't really seen Chock play it, but I'm curious if it's good on this line.
Yeah, so with the Mantis ban, I'm very sure we'll be seeing Adam Warlock with the... Or maybe not Adam Warlock, actually, because Mantis and Star-Lord are banned. Not really much value for that. Not sure if Laquavius will stay... Oh, that he will stay on the Rocket. We did see a lot of Punisher bans from Windbreaker to kick things off. And Punisher getting through here. It looks like that is part of Chock's strategy, the Raccoon Punisher team up. Maybe not one of the super strong team ups, but it definitely has its moments where it's very useful. For example, where Punisher has the infinite shoddy as well, or just infinite AR ammo to just spray things down. And Windbreaker will be running the Loki as well with the Hela, so Hela could revive the Loki, and Chock will be running the Hela with the Thor for that team up as well here.
Yeah, I think in theory, you rely heavily on Vexy here. Vexy's going to have to shut down the duelists of Windbreaker, of Dauntless and Visions. Personally, I like the comp a little bit more out of Windbreaker. I just think then it's a little more consistent in terms of damage output with the Hela in the name where we've seen it out of top teams so far. But for Chock, we've seen Vexy play well before. Can definitely do it again on the Thor. And this character, Thor is so annoying to deal with. It's so much tankier than you would expect. It just feels like you shoot Thor so much, similar to like Hulk. Like you're just always pumping damage into him. But sometimes he just never dies, and considering that character is also incredibly mobile, it's tough to deal with a good Thor player.
Definitely. I feel like Thor as well, just getting in your face. Maybe Hela would be able to do a lot of damage to him here, so he wouldn't live that long. But for Windbreaker, I do like their comp a lot more as well with the Loki Luna Snow. That is essentially a double Luna Snow ultimate for them. Vision managing to get out on 10 HP.
Yeah, playing around these angles very well. Utilizing the cover of the map. Obviously lost the middle area considering it was shot so much. Shots coming in as well. But Chock try to push forward. Objective, mission area now unlocked. Now here comes Much on the flank. They didn't expect this. Lancer looks to his left. Is like, where did you come from? Much came up the staircase. to the right side of the map. It wasn't even that long of a rotation, but the flank worked out regardless. Windbreaker controlled the point first, and without Lancer now in this fight, so much damage is removed. Chock it. Gonna have to say Chock it for now as Windbreaker control the point.
Windbreaker will be controlling this here. Vision maybe looking to... Oh, no. Oh, he is looking for a little bit of a flank here, potentially. Maybe looking to hold them at their spawn door. But no, a Doctor Strange portal coming in. And the script has been flipped. Chock has the point right now. Windbreaker is able to get a touch.
They need a fan out. Also, immediate clap used with the invuln. So both of those cooldowns committed. And Devin able to take down K-Jules. However, it's traded back. K-Jules also resurrected by the BRB, but Lancer will not be in this fight, which is brutal because that's who had the Punisher ultimate. That would have changed this fight, but Chen, what a shot on the Dauntless. Right side flank angle. Now looking for the Loki clone, looking for maybe more on the right side. Here comes Vexy into his counterpart, the other Magneto. Able to take him down as well. As much will head back to the spawn into the sky. Will be the Hela, but they need to find those eliminations onto Chen. Otherwise, they're not going to get much value. Yeah, will fall down. Late dance floor also committed in a lost team fight. Windbreaker gave up the point, and also will head back to the spawn.
Looked like Devin and Vision died through the Lunas node, or they died through the Lunas node dance floor there as well when they were damage boosting instead of healing boosting. And I'm not too sure about that, but that is definitely a little unfortunate for them right there. Chock it with a lot of ultimates built up right here with the Hela and the Punisher and the Doctor Strange. Very strong ones here as well. If they manage these properly, it should be a win here in this team fight.
Yeah, Lancer is already utilizing a cooldown to get away, right? He's going to be constantly rotating. You're going to see this from Windbreaker. They just want to collapse upon Lancer. And in fact, look how aggressive Munch is being towards this point. Chen used the ultimate on the front line. He is pretty much alone here, so... Actually, sorry, has some help in the sky, able to kind of deal damage into the back line, potentially find the elimination. Here's an Agamotto. Catches out one, counter Agamotto comes back. Lancer as well with the ultimate, able to track him down. Chen traded down by Munch, though. This Punisher ultimate not really finding value. Too much cover right now utilized by this defensive side. Lancer also stunned, goes for the right side push, tries to find elimination, but it's just zoned out also on the dance floor. Keeps them healthy, able to push forward. Dauntless, though, left behind in the dust. Vexy, nice elimination from him. Also, the Meteor could be huge. Invuln utilized by the Loki, gonna keep himself alive, and also towards the point. Vexy turn this fight on its head. Chock it. Still in control at the moment with the Punisher, and Shen is there with the final blows. 92% of the board as well. Windbreaker, I mean, it's last fight territory now. Windbreaker also have ultimate still to go. Here comes the Meteor. Slams down to the Lancer. That's big, but can they find any more? Chen able to make it to the health pack. Oh, almost gets booped off the map, but towards the point, Jalen's able to find one. On to Munched. Maybe looking for a bit more. Chock is trying to close it out here and now. Invuln used with the crystals from the Loki on the backside. Jalen has to fall out of that angle. A lot of poke damage coming through, though. BRB also available here towards the point. Not seen by Windbreaker right now. Captain America in overtime stall is here. Tries to dive onto the back line, but maybe that's why we don't see too much Captain America, because Munched absolutely fed. Now Lancer on the right side of the map, able to get so much damage off onto the back line. Pretty much free farming right now. The clap comes through from Windbreaker to keep the team healthy. Whale comes through. Desperation Whale. But no elimination found on that right side. Can they find the eliminations on the side of Windbreaker? Okami with the copy on the dance floor is able to keep the team healthy as well. Agamotto's here, but only catches out Devin. Can they find the blow onto them? They do. Lancer as well with the Punisher ultimate, able to track down everybody else, and nobody else can touch for Windbreaker on Burn Inshallah. Round number one going to go in their favor.
Yeah, Jalen with the huge eye at the end to close things out. And I feel like Lancer at the end of that match right there was just getting so much value on the Punisher, right? Just over on the side, no one was really looking at him. Everyone was focused on the team fight at hand on the point, and Lancer was just, he absolutely bullied, munched on the Captain America as well, as you said, a little bit of a beat at the end there, but Lancer was just absolutely popping off at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Lancer, what a great job by them. And, you know, for Chock it, now you move on to Waterfalls. This might be a better map as well for this Punisher. We haven't even seen too much Punisher turrets as well to Lancer. Lancer's just utilizing the team up from that right side. You know, able to just constantly pressure out Windbreaker, who are maybe potentially looking at playing a Jeff, or just using it as a spawn boost. Who knows?
Pretty sure the spawn boost, most likely. I don't Yeah, definitely gonna go back to the Loki. I like that with their team composition. And another thing we haven't seen too much of right now is the Doctor Strange portal play with the Punisher turret. As you were mentioning with the turret, you could just... I feel like we see that a lot more in the payload maps as well, that it take a lot of space. Don't really see it that much in the domination.
No, yeah, you do not. Squid's removed for Chock, or for Windbreaker. Loki spamming. You need Dauntless to find those eliminations, though. A lot of that damage needs to come from him. Eye of Agamotto into the dance floor. They do get it. There we go, Dauntless. Perfect elimination to find for Windbreaker. Res, though, by the BRB, so Chen will come back towards this fight. Windbreaker's ultimate was a little bit later, or earlier, rather. Laquavius Johnston going to go down. Same thing with Lancer. Visions walking forward, getting so much pressure, but Jalen is there with the damage output. Eventually will fall, though. They will succumb to the damage output from Dauntless and Windbreakers. They control the waterfall first.
Windbreaker as well, trying to own this high ground right here. It sounds like the Doctor Strange portal is coming out from Jalen here. Wondering where they are going to TP to. Don't think they're going to TP to them on the high ground here. Maybe they'll go straight to point. I believe we've seen them do that a few times, but it looks like... Did they stop the Doctor Strange portal here?
They might have, yeah, and that's why they're so close to the spawn. They just want to make sure that they have to walk out on the side of Chocket. Whale comes through. My gosh, able to take down K-Jules. Jalen as well trades it out, however, and K-Jules brought back by the BRB, but Visions now has come through, and then also munched over the high ground with that meteor. Windbreaker put themselves in quite a great position, having a handsome lead now, 50% of the board. Windbreaker send Chocket back.
Yeah, Windbreaker is doing a very good job here, owning this high ground, just holding them somewhat at their spawn door as well. It looks like Chock is trying to be a little sneaky, go up to the left there to try to get to the point. Just Windbreaker is owning this high ground on this right side.
Well, I mean, on the flank, too. They're going to drop down below. Eye of Agamotto is here to counter it. Jalen able to take down Devin. Lancer with the shotgun blasts Sakura out of there. So Windbreaker's push was a little bit maybe overzealous. Chocket now rotate to the point. And surely to get the flip here. Windbreaker. I mean, Vision still taking that 1v1. Able to get it, actually. Probably brings back the res, too. So Akami's going to be here. Vexy's brought back by the BRB, which was towards the point, though, so didn't matter too much for him as he is brought back. Here comes Jalen, going as aggressive as can be, forcing the dance floor. Now here it is with the Punisher ultimate to come back through. Here comes the meteor as well. Can find the elimination. Dunked on Division in the sky. Shuts that down. Punisher ultimate going to run out for Lancer in a moment here. Has to whip out the shotgun, actually blasts to the back of the map. With the grapple, gets blocked off by some map terrain, though, towards the middle. Meanwhile, in the sky, Chen raining hell from above. Dauntless going to go down, and same thing with Devin. Chock will get the flip, or sorry, continue their point presence, as well as send Windbreaker back to spawn.
Yeah, that's a good amount of ultimates there burned from Chocket as well. The hell of the Punisher, the dance floor as well. Very necessary probably to win that team fight, though, but a little bit unfortunate for them. Windbreaker just needs to win one fight here. Oh no, a TP play. They could single out a support here maybe as well, but no, Dent was just taking down Vexy immediately. Oh my goodness.
It was an insane play from them with the portal. Whale also now comes through, is perfectly placed. Oh my Jesus, Dantwist. That was crazy. Chock it back to the spawn. Windbreaker flipped the point off of some fantastic Namor play.
We have done our part.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. The first elimination through the portal, and then the huge whale. Chock it trying for dear life to get a touch here.
Yeah, there's no way. Lancer gets picked up by Visions towards the spawn. 3% off. Anybody can touch. Well, there's somebody on the objective. You still have a chance. Also, Visions kind of caught out. Gets taken down by Jalen. They also dance for. Oh no, this could be terrible for Windbreaker. They had such a big lead, and now I'm worried for them. Dantwist on the left side, dance for as well. Keep Chock getting it. Vexy as well onto Akami. I mean, they're tracking everybody down. Chock had brought it back, maybe a little bit too far forward for the side of Windbreaker. Munch able to get one, but there's just three here. Devin doesn't have the dance floor. Maybe a bit of a waste of an ultimate as now Chock are in control.
You almost never see that as well when a team is fiending to get that last second touch, as Chocket was right there. They end up winning the team fight, right? I feel like, yeah, you were saying Windbreaker might have pushed in a little too deep there, and Chock almost even capturing it without Windbreaker realizing, and then they realize at the last second, and Chock just managing to win that team fight. They look like they will have ultimates on board for this fight as well. It could go either way right now.
Windbreaker trying to walk in right now. Ultimates available on both sides. Chen, top right angle, has a good spot, but Vision! What a shot in the K. Jules, who's brought back by the BRB, the see ya later. Able to take down Sakura with all of that damage. Jury execution of the high ground. I mean, there's going to be so much damage coming from that angle. Can they find the eliminations? Copy from the Loki, able to catch on to the Luna's to give everybody even more healing. Double Luna's ultimate. I mean, how much healing is in that single spot? Feels like an unbelievable amount. Here comes the Agamotto. Is it blocked in the low ground? Also, Hella in the sky, burned out of the ultimate. Counter Hella ultimate now committed by Chen. Damage is there on Okami. Can they find the other support? Yes, they can. Devin's gonna go down. Bull Stratus removed. Dawnwist finds one, but it's not nearly enough. And Chock it. This was such a tough map for them, but it almost seemingly didn't matter. They're able to come back. Able to take down Sakura now. It's just one more. Chen gets it done. Chock it. Go up one in the series to go to map point.
Yeah, Chock it up 2-1 now. Just an amazing comeback from being down 1-0 in the series, winning the next two maps. An insane momentum shift. Lancer owning the high ground at the very end with the Punisher ultimate, and then forcing out both Luna Snow dance floors. Still not enough, as Chenzo clutching up with the Hell Unleashed from the Hella. We've seen a difference in the heroes played in this map as well. We got to see the Punisher finally. We got to see the Hella finally. No more Bruce Banner. MVP for Jalen once again on the Doctor Strange, popping off 25 and 4. Very well done from Chock as a unit.
Yeah, Jalen's definitely a standout player. You know, I think based on what you told me, maybe Jalen's experience with portals in this genre has led him to being a kind of a god on the Doctor Strange. I mean, this dude, simply one of the best Doctor Stranges we've seen. Definitely check him out if you have the chance to. I mean, that was a masterclass from them. Considering how things were going too, Hank, it was just like so much in favor of Windbreaker. They were just constantly putting pressure on, but that one overextension, I mean, you probably agree with me, right? That cost them the whole map.
Yeah, they almost let Chock cap the point without even realizing as well, and then Chock even turning things around, managing to win that team fight. That's a bit of a throw, I feel like, right?
Yeah. I mean, they overextended for sure. I thought it was working out until that Agamotto play. I mean, usually you see teams pop off in these cases. Windbreaker is a team that loves to go for those aggressive plays. Didn't work out in this case, and that's kind of something you maybe have to write off as, oh, it's a mistake, a little bit of an oopsie. But I mean, when it puts you on map point in this double elim format in the lower bracket, I mean, it's now or never. If they don't win this, they're going to go home. I do think, Hank, however, regardless, both these teams have learned a lot. It does feel like they have a ton of mechanically skilled players. They've shown that they can play the Iron Man compositions, even though previously we haven't seen them play it too much. But let's take a look at the highlights and then head to that next map after a short break.
I'll be there. 쓰러지지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. And right now, it's a very close series between two incredible teams. 2-1 right now for Team Chock. And considering how Windbreaker were looking early on in the series, Hank, I think it's a bit of a surprise to both of us. The situation they're in now. We've had some different compositions played so far. We saw some Iron Man Hulk get played. We then saw some Namor into Punisher. A lot of variants, I think, in this matchup. First ban Hulk for Windbreaker. They like to play without that character in the game, and it seems like Moon Knight being respected. Maybe Windbreaker, like you mentioned, have that Moon Knight character, Moon Knight player to play to a high level of the group.
Maybe Windbreaker has that Groot Moon Knight combo down as well, and Chock just doesn't want to go up against that. But we did see a little change in the last match with the Punisher Raccoon team up being brought out. It doesn't really look like Windbreaker is looking to ban that immediately right away here. It looks like they are not messing with the Hulk Iron Man team up, and they're going to protect the Mantis. We haven't seen Mantis once here. They will be banning the Rocket instead of the Punisher, which is interesting as well. Don't think we'll be seeing that as well because of the team up. We have not seen Mantis yet. Maybe we'll see Warlock Mantis from both teams.
Yeah, that's a possibility. We'll see if the Star-Lord is banned here and Luna Snow banned. I mean, at this rate, I mean, both teams definitely going to run it. There's no reason not to. Maybe we could see a Cloak and Dagger, I suppose. But both have shown they like to play the Star-Lord, Adam Warlock, and the Mantis. So, personally, I don't think that makes a lot of sense, considering I don't think Windbreaker was going to go away from that anyway. I mean, maybe they do, considering it's a convergence map. But yeah, with the Hela available, maybe Windbreaker, think about it, Hank. Maybe they go to something a bit different. Maybe they go back to that spam composition with the Hela and the Namor.
It looks like Windbreaker is going to be sticking with the Loki here instead of a Adam Warlock. So Loki would be able to copy some very strong ultimate, such as like Mantis or Hela if used in the right situation here as well. Chock going with the full triple team up. Adam Warlock, Mantis, Star-Lord, and Windbreaker has none of those heroes, so might be at a disadvantage without that team up. Chock just being able to get so many revives out here. How do we feel about that?
I mean, I'm curious about the group. Vexy was pretty good on the Magneto, so I don't personally understand it because I know Chen will get a lot more value. By the way, Lancer's onto the Hela and then Chen onto the Star-Lord. Usually you see vice versa, hero pool wise for these two players, but or at least for the two roles. But yeah, I like the Magneto helping out the Star-Lord because you can get your blaster pistols off a lot easier when you press the E button on the Star-Lord. So it's gonna be a lot more. It's gonna be a lot harder, I think, without the Magneto. And meanwhile, Windbreaker going for that early flank play, right? They're setting up on the back left. Dauntless already getting some spam off. You need to find multiple eliminations here on the same heroes, sometimes on that Mantis or on the Atom. So even if you pick them off, they'll be brought back. Here comes the Groot, though. On the Munch, kind of booped into a corner. You could break that wall, but he's going to go down to Vexy. Nice job from him with the wall. Visions as well onto one, but Lancer and the crew able to kind of just clean up house here. Mantis Stagger comes through onto Devin too. And Chock, they get it done so far, right? Windbreaker reset sort of for now.
Yeah, that's a very big Groot wall right away. I definitely like Groot on this map, just being able to wall the enemy off in all of these doorways and the hallways too. And as I'm saying that, Vexy gets another elimination onto Okami, and Laquavia is taking down Dan Twist, and Chock is holding it down.
Yeah, that was a bit on. I don't like that from Windbreaker, but that was a great wall from Vexy, right? Did a good job on the Groot. You could see why he picked this character, maybe. Walls off. Munch made sure he can't fall back, and now Lancer just poking out this left side has done a solid job so far on the Hela, but he is against Vision, one of the best Hela players in the tournament we've seen so far. A lot of spam coming through. Chen on the right side, going for a little bit of pokage, then falls back towards the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Loki drops, goes invisible. Can't see him if you're Lancer right now, just looking for Dauntless. Windbreaker's trying to take angles right now, but they're not able to find the eliminations just yet. Dauntless surely will be a nuisance on the flank as Lancer and crew have to make a decision. You want to look for Dauntless, goes for the whale. Actually, he's going to get it, force the dance floor. A lot of heals coming through. Dauntless also pops back into his own healing. Ayabagamoro here catches out a lot of members in the Mantis. Can they find the elimination, though? The bubbles are there for the Magneto. Doing a good job keeping the team alive. Not Munch drops down onto the Mantis player, who does have that self-friend, so Cage Jules will fall. Same thing with John. But both of those members can be brought back in the fight. No healing, meanwhile, for the Star-Lord. That's super unfortunate because they're being res. Shen's going to go down. Same thing with Vex. So slowly but surely, they've been able to come back into it, but a Born Again is here from Laquavius John. Going to bring back everybody who just went down into this fight once again. Ayabagamoro, or sorry, Hela Unleashed, rather, from Visions here towards the point. We have to get so many eliminations to make this composition worth it. And they do so. Lancer going to go down. No res to bring them back. Same thing with Chen and Laquavius John. Windbreaker finally cracks this point. It took about 3 minutes, but they got it done. 50 seconds left to go. Chock Back to the spawn Windbreaker. Now move on to the streets phase of the map.
Yeah, Lancer going down there as well with the Hell Unleashed ultimate in hand, not popping that as well. I'm not sure if popping that would have maybe helped them secure the fight there. He may have gotten just beamed out of the sky immediately, but I feel like his team might have been able to follow up on that. Not too sure, but Windbreaker will be continuing to push this thing forwards here.
Gonna get in that cart space. Chock it now. On a regrouper on the right side. They've got ultimates to work with. Dauntless is one with the whale ready to go. Visions getting some free poke off. There goes the whale from Dauntless. Forces some cooldowns out, but it's Lancer to get the better of Vision. And now with that pick, I mean, you lose so much damage. Lancer again with another one. Eventually, they just walked on Lancer, hitting some nice shots on Chock inside. That's 3. Make it 4 in this fight. Make it 5, actually, as much goes down. Chock it, good hold so far.
Yeah, that is a lot of eliminations right there, and Chock it holding on to a lot of valuable ultimates. Lancer using that crow to acquire that high ground with the Hela. Getting a lot of poke damage here right now.
Yeah, a lot of poke damage indeed. The entire wall removed. Destructible is a big part of the game at the current moment. Lancer on the top right looking for some damage with the Meteor. Forces out the invuln. Meanwhile, dove upon by Sakura, who is now left alone in a 1v2 against Chen. Chen's able to take down Sakura, but here comes Vision on the top right. Legendary used, and then shut down by Visions. Oh my gosh. Meanwhile, Laquavius on the right side with the res. They found him. He can't go for it. He's going to have to reset and back on out of there. As Windbreaker and Vision specifically has been absolutely disgusting on this hero. Windbreaker reclaimed the objective and now keep it moving.
Yeah, that is huge there from Vision. It's definitely what they needed, right? Taking down not only Lancer right away, but then Shenzo during the Star-Lord Legendary, leaving them with no value from that one, and stopping Laquavius from the res too. Afterwards, Windbreaker continuing to push forward. A minute remaining here. Magneto Meteor coming down, taking down Laquavius John, and responding with the Eye of Agamotto as well. Lancer hanging on for dear life, popping his own Hell Unleashed, raining or flying to the skies right now.
And board again also utilized by John. We'll bring back everybody who did just go down. Dauntless on the left side. I will take down Lancer. But again, they're brought back. Whale on the cart. Blocked by that shield from the Magneto. Bubble for the Star-Lord here. They changed to that hero off of the group to keep them alive and healthy. But Jalen able to take down Sakura. Dauntless, the crew have to keep backing up, but just so much pressure. 23 seconds left. That res was so big from Laquavius John. 20 seconds to go now. Windbreaker. Dauntless over the top right, pressuring out Chen. Chen just backs out for now. 10 seconds left to go. Windbreaker on the top right. How do they want to do this? Dauntless, I mean, trying to find a hole on this right side, does so. I have Agamotto, and there's Dauntless with the follow-up onto Laquavius John, and then Vision over the top. Takes down Lancer, who will not be in this fight regardless until they respawn. Mantis Ultimate committed from K-Jules. Chock it want to end it here and now, but they need to live in this Mantis Ultimate, and they're not going to be able to do so. K-Jules will go down. Overtime is ticking. Legendary from the high ground. K-Jules will be back with the res. Here comes that Legendary. Not going to find the elimination until just about now. Vision's going to fall to Chen. They can close it out. If they just secure these final eliminations towards the cart, Sakura will fall. Insane with Okami. Whale comes out, but it's in desperation. The Adam Warlock and crew get it done. Windbreaker, unfortunately, could not cap out in this streets phase. Gets staved off. Chock it. Good work from them.
That is a big clutch right there from Chock it, because the enemy team, they got the 2 early picks with the Namor, right? And then the Hela as well. So they're in a 6v4, and then Chock it, Shenzo just managing to secure 1 elimination with the Star-Lord Legendary, and then just a huge momentum shift with Jalen and everyone following up. That's just excellent. They just held it down so strong right there, only allowing Windbreaker to reach 1 checkpoint. It's looking like it's in the favor of Chock it right now.
Yeah, this is Hank. This is sort of what we talked about earlier with Solar and in Nightmare. Solar, you know, playing against that Adam Warlock composition with the Star-Lord. If you let that go through, it's just way too strong, right? I mean, they just keep flying at you. Windbreaker, I mean, sure they messed up, or Chock it, rather, Laquavius John, it messed up 1 res play. But after that, I mean, that huge res brought everybody back from Chock, and they just got healthy off of a nice E from him, and Windbreaker just got walked at, man. It felt like Chock were constantly in a fight no matter what.
Yeah, and as we were saying, just running that triple res team up and the enemy team choosing not to do so puts you at a huge disadvantage, right? Because if you take out Laquavius or if you take out Jules, even Chenzo, right? All three of them can just manage to revive themselves constantly, and they can't do that. They're running a Loki with the Mantis and the Star-Lord, and as much as I like the Loki, just don't get that value of the triple res.
Yeah, canceling the portal, Sakura just using it for scouting. Usually we see that. But it's interesting that Dantwist, like you said, going to be playing the Star-Lord without the Adam Warlock this time. Let's see how much value they can find without the team up, which was available to them and still is. Okami obviously values the Loki a lot more. Here comes a very aggressive play from Jalen. Forces the cooldowns early. Devin as well into Vexy, able to trade it back. Sakura onto Lancer. So that was a little bit too aggressive of a play on the rotation from Shocket. As now everybody's kind of cut out on this right side towards where the payload would spawn, where that convoy would spawn. And I mean, that was kind of unfortunate for Chocket, who have been sent to the spawn, sent back to the spawn.
Windbreaker doing a very good job holding this down right now. I believe they used their portal, right? So Chocket, they still have the Strange portal, and it does look like they intend on using it. Jalen popping that Doctor Strange portal. Can Chocket secure this point here?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how much value the store is getting at the moment. We'll see if Vexy can start to pop off. Gets poked incredibly low. Magneto and team from Windbreaker peeling off the dive from Chocket, who now rotated back to the point. The objective, the mission area, being focused for Chocket. But they have a very aggressive composition. They're trying to force everybody off the high ground. Oh no, Vexy gets poked. Gets nice healing though. Ultimate from Jules committed. Oh, gets onto Munch and he dropped to the point. Just a Thor hammer to the face. Jalen is there with the follow-up, and oh no. This Mantis ultimate so late, and the shot from Lancer is huge. My God. Gets an elimination during the Mage's ultimate. And then onto Okami. Chocket with 2 minutes left on the clock. Capture out the point, move onto the second phase of the map.
Yeah, and Chocket has 4.5 minutes to just reach that first checkpoint to advance in this tournament. And just as you were saying as well, Vexy not finding value on the Thor, managed to find a lot of value on the Thor to kick off that first fight, which you absolutely love to see that from him. Trying to take them off of that high ground as well there. Chenzo looking for a flank on the right side.
Yeah, right now in the meta, Thor's like a Chaos agent. Can do so much. Meanwhile, anybody in that blue aura on the inside can float in the sky, but Legendary allows Dauntless to fly regardless. Meanwhile, trying to find one. Gets the follow-up, but loses his team in the process. Vision able to take down Jules, who will resurrect. Over the top right. The rest of Windbreaker able to collapse around Dauntless, rather. And now Vision on the right side is able to shoot down Banksy, force him out of there. A lot of ultimates still available for both teams, by the way. Just that Legendary committed by Dauntless. 3 minutes and 25 seconds left to go. Kind of last fight territory with how the cart is placed in position. Dauntless on the flank. What does he want to do? Plays it slow. Goes back to the team early. Eye of Agamotto forcing out the Hella ultimate. Nice cancel of that ultimate to make sure they're not cut off, but they are bursted out of it. Meanwhile, Mantis ultimate committed. Eye of Agamotto counter from Sakura. Not going to find anybody either. Legendary from Shen gets caught by Magneto into the sky. Tries to hit it. Is not going to hit anybody except Luquavius Johnson on the left side. Meanwhile, Visions takes down Shen. But they're able to be brought back by the Ramsey if they so choose to do so. Meanwhile, Vexy's able to take down Devin as well, who doesn't have that res because they don't have the Adam Warlock. And you would think at this point you would want to run it considering how things have gone. Dauntless gone also doesn't have that res. You get Laquavius John, but guess what? They're back in the fight. Okami able to get the eliminations. But by God, it doesn't seem like it's doing much right now. I mean, you have Munch on the backside. Does take down Laquavius Johnson, who did just use that resurrect, so they do have that advantage coming in this fight. Now Thor and the rest of the crew have grouped around this payload. Windbreaker desperately coming back, relied heavily on Visions there. Vexy's going to go down. That's a big KO from him.
Yeah, and it looks like Chocket just backing up here, trying to regroup. They know they have 2 minutes remaining. Lancer maybe making a switch here as well. Oh, never mind.
Guess he's back. Maybe a little bit of a DC, potentially. Regardless, Windbreaker. They have 2 minutes to hold. That's so much time that you have to play perfect. Dauntless Legendary goes up. Onto Lancer, gets the bubble. There we go. That combination was very well timed. KJ is also going to go down. Same thing with Latavius Johnson. I don't think they have the revs available for them, so it's a full reset for Chock. 30 seconds now off the clock. 1v1 goes down for Dauntless, but he's got the bubble advantage. Let's see if Chock can get it done.
Yeah, that's a huge legendary right there for Windbreaker. Only burning that there as well. So many other huge ultimates on board. It looks like another portal from Jalen coming out here. Windbreaker needs to back up, and Chock is grouped up on the payload right here.
Yeah, they weren't ready for that. Soulbind as well. Keeps that Star-Lord healthy. Friends gather land. Mantis ultimate committed. Meanwhile, 1v1 on the left side. Lancer between Vision. Who's going to win it? It's actually Lancer in this case who catches these hands. Vision's back to the spawn. Loki copy as the Mantis to keep this team healthy. Hell Unleashed in the sky. Blocked off by the Doctor Strange. I have Aquaman on the low ground. Can't be blocked because of the Doctor Strange in the sky. Pressuring out this Hela. Chen resurrected because they went down earlier. Lancer with the very last shot able to take down Okami. And same thing with Sakura. And this could be it. This could be Chock closing it out on Windbreaker. With just a Hela Unleashed in the sky. Will get popped out immediately. Pushed away as well. And Chock job done. Win 3-1 in the series.
Yeah, so Chock will be advancing to the top 6, I believe, in this tournament, winning 3-1. Very well deserved. They were looking like such a stronger team as well with the Hela out there, even the Punisher in the last match. Vexy, Thor MVP. You really don't see too many Thor MVPs. Definitely got a good amount of value there. Lantern popping off on the Hela too. Very well done from the healers. Just the Adam Warlock res as well, I feel like played a pretty, maybe not a humongous factor in this match, but definitely a big factor, right? I feel like if you're running that team composition and the enemy team is not, they're definitely at a disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could just tell based on eliminations. They got eliminated more than the team they beat. I mean, that in itself is pretty crazy. So they, were constantly running at Windbreaker, who looked like a good team. There's a lot that they can be hopeful for moving towards the future. You could see, they have so many talented players, but were maybe held back potentially by one or two switch in the strategist department. Obviously, Okami is a great player. I imagine they can flex over to in the future. They prioritize the throughput that Loki can provide, probably. But in this case, I think you're right. It seems like the Adam Warlock res with Star-Lord and the Mantis is just such an obvious pick. I just don't know why you don't want to pick that or use it. Maybe you just don't have as much faith in your Star-Lord or something. It just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, I feel like when you're this far in the tournament as well, you definitely have to have faith in your Star-Lord and your Mantis. Run that Adam Warlock, right? Loki, just being able to copy the Mantis or like the Hela or something like that brings the value, but you definitely want to have that triple res if the enemy team has it. So we will be showing you guys the highlights of the previous match, and then we will be taking a short break and getting into the next one.
쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. We just finished up an incredible series where Windbreaker lost it, unfortunately, out of the tournament. That means Hank, and you know that's huge for Chock, considering how Map #1 went. It was pretty rough for them, I think, on Spider Island, but they managed to kind of come back, continue to play compositions, including Punisher and other heroes, and it's been very consistent for them so far. And now we're heading into a match between Topsoil and Rad Esports. I think this will be an exciting matchup between these two teams, considering how things have gone. I mean, Rad Esports look good, and so did Topsoil. So, I mean, this will be a real neck-and-neck match, I think. Venom banned early for Rad Esports, and you know, on the side of Topsoil, keeping the Hulk out of the question is huge, because Pride you know, on the Hulk was so good earlier. Also, Zaytek, by the way, was so good on that hero as well. Groot, Protect, a lot of Vanguard focus in this instance. And Adam Warlock, meanwhile, being protected for Rad Esports on their side. They want to potentially put that Star-Lord. Also getting rid of the Namor is Rad Esports, considering earlier Topsoil have done well on that composition. Specifically, Speed managed to hit shots, but this is going to leave the Hella open, considering how, you know, Speed played it earlier. That's interesting that the Hell is left open out of all heroes, but maybe they know something that we don't.
Yeah, both teams choosing to ban the dive tanks as well, which is very interesting. And then protecting the Groot, so we could only expect to see the Groot Moon Knight combo out of Topsoil for sure.
You're a champ, Hank. You're a champ. I can't believe
I was joking, bro.
Poor Hank took a sip of water and went down the wrong hole. Happens to the best of us. happens to casters too, unfortunately. You know, it could be the worst case scenario for a lot of us. Hopefully, at least you're still alive. And that's the big thing, Hank, and that's what I love about you. Just strong-willed individual. Rad, by the way, Hank, you know, earlier they played a variety of different compositions. We'll see if they walk out with this. But for Topsoil, Speed was the one on the Hella earlier, not Nectar. Nectar, they were so good on Psylocke, and now that they've swapped roles, I'm curious to see how this works out, considering, you know, Speed was such a standout Hella player.
The battle starts in 5.
Seeing what we saw in the last match as well, Topsoil choosing to go with the Loki instead of the Adam Warlock here.
And the Loki, again, being a priority pick on this map. I mean, with the Mantis as well, removing that Resurrect capability out of both those players. The Loki, however, on this map is specifically good because you just put it on the high ground. The clones, that is, it's so hard to deal with. Now high on the Hawkeye, looking for those shots. Also another hero that was left unbanned. So two incredibly high dealing damage duelists, or high damage dealers. Oh my gosh, into a headshot. Goodbye. Fluttershy walked into their demise. That's brutal. And high again. I mean, Star-Lord earlier, now on the Hawkeye. High has just been so consistent. Super Hanley, though, trades it back. Zaytek's going to go down. Nice sleep on the left side angle. Able to track down the front line. Brian's going to get traded out from Garchomp, but as long as High has been here, they get pick after pick. No tick is given yet, though, by the way. 1 minute is off the board already. In Rad Esports, time off the bank. They're getting the eliminations, but haven't focused the objective quite yet. The portal as well is going to be there for Speed as he comes back from spawn. Nectar with one. High trades it. Nectar again with another. And Fluttershy with another. So it seems like Rad Esports picks are just going to waste right now. Resurrect comes through from Cooper. But it doesn't matter how many picks this Hawkeye gets. It seems like they've not prioritized the objective well enough. Everybody's still here on the inside ankle. On the outside, Cooper's finding these eliminations, but now they're going to get cleaned up and no res is available there. They even are on the point. Topsoil. Minute and 30 off the clock already and still sitting pretty.
Yeah, I'm a little confused how they didn't manage to get even one tick right there when High got two extremely crucial early eliminations right away. And they have so much damage output, right? They have a Hawkeye, Hella, even Adam Warlock and Mantis being able to provide that as well. There's so much strong long-range damage output from them.
Yeah, Speed on the Moon Knight. Looking as consistent as they did earlier. Nectar, meanwhile, on the right side. Nice shots allows them to find that elimination. Zaytek, though. Remember this guy from earlier who was going absolutely crazy on the Hella. Flies up top left, wants to take the trade with Nectar. Missing a couple of shots, also has the group dealing with them. Meanwhile, Pride and Crew need to prioritize this objective. They're trying to find those eliminations. Hella unleashed in the sky. They do blow it out of that form and then also get that final elimination. Then comes back for the peel. So great work from Pride. Worked out perfectly for them. Ayabagamotto committed on a Cooper-tastic. It connects. Spee as well was there with the hand of Khonshu, but it's resurrected by Spenny. Bring back Zaytek. Zaytek goes down with the trade, though. So they need to find a little bit more. Tick and a half given. Committed ultimate from Super Haley. The Mantis ultimate towards the point. Allows Speed to get that elimination on the high. That's a nice KO found. Here comes the Meteor on to Haley. Doesn't get the elimination, though, because of the bonus health from the Mantis ult. And now, Speed and Crew and Topsoil still on the point, still healthy until Cooper has hands on the right side. Nectar goes down. Here's the Hell Unleashed. in the main side. Zaytek needs to find these limbs, but in his face, is that ultimate, or is that Doctor Strange also in the copy? Goes that Loki, goes for the ultimate as well. Can they find those limbs? It doesn't look like it. Month will lose his teammate. Spee and Garchomp falls. Zaytek hits the shots, and Rad Esports finally close out. It took them a long time, but they still get it done. They move it to the second phase of the map.
Definitely did take them a long time, but at least they got it done here. Nectar trying his hardest not to be caught staggering here, but oh my goodness, Pride taking down Month, and Nectar winning the 1v1 against High, bringing back Month on the Loki.
Yeah, that's a nice find for them. Zaytek on the speed, however, still will get another in. This is what we saw earlier. Mike Zaytek, this guy has been absolutely crazy on every hero he plays. Star-Lord swaps over to the Hela, pops off. It's hard to shut down, but if anybody can do it, it is High-End Crew. I mean, it is Nectar and Crew on Topsoil. Zaytek again. Right-click with the daggers, takes down Fluttershy. Everybody pressed back again. Cart being pushed. Meanwhile, Rad Esports are not slowing down. It seems like you don't want to give Zaytek this hero, because with the passive and the headshot, Nectar's going to go down. I mean, Zaytek is just free farming right now, man. This is like the best Hela play so far we've seen today. In Sky, still holding on the choke point, has ultimates ready to go. Rad Esports still in a good spot. Zaytek wants more, flies forward, feeling aggressive, feeling confident. Nectar, knowing that they can't match him, is still pressing out the backside, High on the left side, looking for more, but it's like Topsoil's not giving it to him. They're playing it incredibly slow. Meteor used by Pride. No Ayabagamoto just yet, but here's that defensive ultimate from Garchomp. Takes down High, and even more come through. Rez not going to be there from Spenny. 4% off from getting it. Everybody's on this cart. Meanwhile, ultimate's committed from Topsoil and Crew. Spenny's going to get Rez back into the fight, close to their ultimate. Do they want to commit it, or do they just want to go for the reset? It looks like they're just going for the reset for now. Spenny's going to get that full reset after using the passive. In 1 minute off the clock, or 1 minute left to go, Topsoil get a hold.
Yeah, if there was a fight to win, that was the fight that Topsoil needed right before reaching that checkpoint, giving Rad Esports maybe only enough time for one more fight here. They do, however, have the Psylocke ultimate on board, but Topsoil does have a Loki, which could cancel that out with the Loki crystals with his shift. Out it comes, and Loki popping it, canceling it out.
Yeah, High on the ultimate. Luckily able to live and just dips around the corner and takes down Speed. Born again, though, going to bring those two members who just went down back in it. Spenny as well, going to bring back Zaytek. Sky not going to be brought back, however. The res eventually goes down, and there's far too much pressure now from Topsoil, who are maybe not playing the same composition as Rad Esports, but with the Loki, they've made it work quite well. Month has done a good job peeling. Still has the ultimate as well if he wants to go for the copy. Turret on the point from Punisher. Speed able to get all of that AoE damage just towards that card. Everybody's running in. He knows he can just kind of sit back, but Zaytek just runs straight at him. Gets the elimination, and actually even gets out with their lives somehow. Close to the ultimate as well. Copy comes through. Mantis ultimate to secure this objective. Keeps their team alive. Month goes aggressive. Also with the Groot ultimate. Finds another. Can they find more? Month is going absolutely crazy on the Mantis with a copy. Has some help from Super Haley with the rest of the crew. Jumps onto this payload. Full ace. Full team wipe for Rad Esports, or for Topsoil, who stopped Rad Esports towards the end.
Yeah, that's a big pop-off for Month at the end. Very clutch copy onto the Mantis, popping that ultimate, being able to clutch up and stop them before capturing that checkpoint. We saw Zaytek as well, popping off on the Hela earlier as well. They were winning a lot. They won their first team fight pretty blatantly, and it took them a long time to capture it. I feel like that maybe as well was a little bit of a sell in why they didn't get to push it that far. It looks like we will be seeing some Luna Snow here too. We didn't get to see her.
No, yeah. Loki on this map is kind of crazy, to be fair. You know, they played the Mantis Adam Warlock. That's the reason why we didn't see that there. But in terms of Month, right, and specifically this map, I know that a lot of people love Loki on Shin Shibuya because the Loki just is so annoying and so hard to deal with. You can put your clones on the high ground, teleport to them whenever you want, go invisible. Right, it's tough for a lot of heroes to deal with this high ground presence, but for Moon Knight, that's the theoretical counter, right? You can bounce your shots off of the Loki clones, and it's just been so consistent from Spee. Well, High wasn't even on it, rather, for his side. He was on the Psylocke. But that's the tough part. When you're on Psylocke and dealing with Loki on the defense, it can be way more difficult, and that's why we see him switching over to that Moon Knight now. And Rad Esports in general have flipped up their composition a little bit.
Yeah, both teams choosing to run the Moon Knight Groot combo here. Don't think we are seeing a Doctor Strange board, or no. It looks like Topsoil is going to be approaching from the low ground on the left side here.
They're still sitting above on this height. Building being demolished by the offense. Forcing Zaytek to drop, who comes on this right side, looking for guard chop. They're playing around that health pack. In a good spot right now. Topsoil, meanwhile, they're prioritizing the objective. Rad Esports did not do that as well. Onk on the right side. High has to fall back. Nectar hitting the shots. Oh no, poor Zaytek. On the left flank, Nectar came and deleted them. So that was a great flank play by Nectar. Very aggressive play. Now here comes the Doctor Strange, but at this point it might be too little too late. Spee finds another one of the Spenny. And with that, they get 3 eliminations. Topsoil now looking to finally capture out this first point. Tick given 2 ticks. It's going to be a super hard recontest for Rad Esports if they even want to. And it's going to be incredibly close. So they're just not going to give it up for now. Or they're going to give it up for now. And just take some space in the streets phase of the map with 5 minutes for Topsoil.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of time here. And as I say that, Garchomp taking down Zaytek, which is a huge elimination. And Rad Esports might start crumbling right here as down goes High as well. They're in a 6v4 situation. They're just going to be able to take so much space here. And having 5 minutes already, this is not what you want if you are Rad Esports.
No, yeah, the duelists right now, Topsoil, putting in so much work. Nectar with those opening KOs, and then Spee has just been doing a great job. I don't think we've seen a Moon Knight player do the amount of work that Spee has been doing on this hero. Just been such a pest, right? Every inch of space you take, you have to deal with them. But High trades it back. Spee's gonna go down. That's a nice trade after the start of this game, considering how it went. High wants to look for more. Throws the Onk down, can deal with the hell on the right side, and then has some help from Zaytex. So it was a great combination, great tandem between those two. Results in 3 eliminations in total. Topsoil now back to the spot, holding on to 6 ults versus 6 ult. Hank, we're going to have a crazy fight coming up.
It's all about who can press Q better, bro. Literally 12 ultimates on board. Zaytek's getting a lot of eliminations there, but it might be too little too late here, as Topsoil is still 3.5 minutes remaining. Just 12 ultimates on board. I'm surely we'll see a lot of Groot Moon Knight combos incoming as well. As kicking it off with an Eye of Agamotto, forcing the Luna dance floor on both ends.
Yeah, Groot ultimate here to follow it up. Hand of Conchu on both sides. Who has a better one? It looks like it's High alongside Zaytek. 2 for 3. Can Zaytek find more? The answer is yes. Pride is there on the low ground. Looks like 4 ultimates were committed on both sides. Copies as well come through from that Mantis to help with a little bit more. Super Haley trying to find even more eliminations as Atex removes the sleep from Super Haley. Rad Esports hold on again.
Yeah, Rad Esports, they're making a good hold right now. It is definitely still winnable, but they have to play near perfect right now and win a lot of team fights, right? There's still so much time on the board for top, so they still have time to get it together, regroup right now.
Damage from Zaytek for the top. Eye of Agamotto connects and can't find the elimination as well, as the support was there from Topsoil and specifically Super Haley with the Mantis ultimate. Kept everybody healthy. Nectar now comes through with the daggers, able to find one. Can they find even more? Pride's forced back. Oh my gosh, Speed fell so low, but is still alive. Into the sky, Hella ultimate. Both Hellas trying to eliminate the low ground. Zaytek actually gets one, but Nectar, prioritized them in the sky. Nectar gets the elimination, gets the resurrect as well in the month, so they're back now in this fight, whereas Rad Esports were missing both of their duelists. Cooper-tastic could hold on with the Luna Snow ultimate. It's the only ult in the game right now, but their vanguards are so low. They need to stay alive. Oh my gosh, Pride falls solo, throws the Groot ultimate out. The tree walls are there. The follow-up, is it there? Yes, it is. Nectar's gonna go down. They also walk forward with the dance floor. Groot ultimate to counter it. Here's the hand of Conchu. Who does it catch out? Anybody? Zaytek goes down, but that's not enough. Speed comes back for Sky, who went aggressive on a Super Haley. 1 minute, 33 seconds left to go. The Onk on the tree is there. Hand of Conchu as well. Secure Rad Esports right now. Spenny and crew walk forward. Rad Esports, but Nectar making it dicey over the left. They're able to get one. Looking for more. Here comes this top left Moon Knight flank. And he gets him. Oh my gosh, high. What a shot on the Moon Knight. Speed's trying to equalize it. However, without your Hella player, that's so much damage removed. They have to play it slow for now.
This is an insane hold right now from Rad Esports. They've managed to hold them for at least like 4 minutes right now, and it looks like the Doctor Strange portal could surely catch them off guard here. I'm sure they heard it, but they might not be expecting it. The Eye of Agamotto is on board here for Fluttershy, but I think the enemy team might be expecting it. Surely it comes out right now. He gets a lot of them, but can they convert? No, he cannot! Down goes Fluttershy. 30 seconds remaining for Topsoil, and that is not looking good for them.
Force fans crying in the corner right now. Meanwhile, Rad Esports go aggressive with the rest of the Loki ultimate, able to build up the Luna Snow ult, but here's Speed available with Guard Chomp. They've got the combination. Pride and High don't have theirs. Hand of Conchu, Groot ultimate could be nasty. Does Rad Esports even know it's coming? Ultimate still available for Guard Chomp. Do they want to use it? No pickoffs just yet. I mean, it's a matter of time before Guard Chomp and crew throw it out. They want to maybe force Rad Esports to group up or use Dance Floor. Ultimate by Nectar. Wants to create some space, forcing the dance floor. That's huge, considering they're not going to have it in this fight. And now they're caught by Groot. And now here's the hand of Conchu from the sky, and they can't stay alive. Oh my gosh, the dance floor keeps flying, barely alive. High comes through with the peel, is able to find two, and somehow Rad Esports have held on via High and crew. Can Topsoil even touch? They have Speed on Black Panther. They cannot. They've held them for so long, Hank. They get the job done on Shin Shibuya in an unbelievable hold.
I'm kind of speechless after that. Rad Esports making a 5-minute hold on the first checkpoint after what looks like an absolute steamroll from the other team. They flipped the script and they just made the hold of the century. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
Yeah, I mean,
47,000 heals from Cooper-tastic.
I think we just learned why you want Luna Snow in the game, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
That might be too crucial to leave out. I mean, it's so sick because not only is Loki good on this map, but also you get the copy of Luna Snow, so you have 2 dance floors on your side. I mean, you can get a dance floor for a month, but now you got the Mantis ultimate, which is just simply not as good as the dance floor. So, I mean, just such a great job from them in that hold, and in the amount of adjustments you had to make. It's unbelievable how they got the job done on that map, considering how things were going.
Definitely unbelievable, and we've seen throughout that entire match as well, Zaytek's just absolutely popping off on the Hella. Great ult management as well from their entire team up until the very end to make such a strong hold like that. That's a very strong team. That's a legendary hold.
Yeah, that is a legendary hold. I mean, that's one for the record books, at least for Season 0 of the Marvel Rivals Championship. And that's only map number 1, too, Hank. We've got more headed to after this break and after this highlight package, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these highlights.
내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망. 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나. 그래들어서 내 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지. 세계 운명.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. Map number 1 was a barn burner. It was so back and forth. I mean, towards the very last bit, it's been incredibly close, right? In this lower bracket matchup, right? It's all or nothing, right? At this point, Hank, you know, it's any team's game, right? For between Windbreaker, and, or not, sorry, not Windbreaker, sorry, Topsoil and Rad Esports. I'm getting distracted from the last one. Sorry, it's been a long day. But regardless, right, that map, Shin Shibuya, I mean, I don't think we've seen a map go to the distance in a Streets phase, right, where both team on their offensive got stopped. You know, usually it's the defenses that falter, but not on that map, not on map number 1. So I think we're in for an insane series, Hank.
Yeah, both teams had some extremely strong defense there. Rad Esports coming out on top. Both teams are fighting for their lives here. Whoever loses will be eliminated. Entering that top 4, Bruce Banner, Mr. Hulk himself, he will be protected here. I think Hulk and Venom were both banned in the previous match. Maybe we will see some Iron Man Hulk gameplay here. No, we will not, as he is banned by Topsoil. And then Groot is also banned. I know we saw a lot of the Groot Moon Knight ultimate combo in the last match. Groot was also getting some good value as well.
Yeah, still leaves Hela open, still leaves Hawkeye open. What are the heroes that are left open here? I mean, Hulk is obviously in the game, still a strong hero. We've seen earlier teams like to one-trick the Hulk regardless of if they have the Iron Man duo or not, considering how many good Hulk players are in this tournament. Doctor Strange going through is huge as well, right? I mean, that's another big one. A lot of people think Doctor Strange is one of the best heroes. And Mantis and Luna Snow being pushed on through as well over the Adam Warlock means that there's going to be a lot more throughput on both sides. We're going to see a lot of these long, drawn-out fights.
Yeah, I don't think Pride is running the Raccoon. Surely he's just dropping it for the health packs, and we'll be switching over to a second Vanguard here as well. Definitely going to see some Luna Snow Mantis gameplay for sure here. Hela is on board. Both Helas actually popping off in the last match for sure. I believe Nectar was on the Hela for top, so making the switch over here to Psylocke, and Speed will be playing Hela, right?
Yeah, I believe so. They'll change that up. Speed was the Hela player that was going insane for Topsoil earlier on with Nectar onto the Psylocke, and they swapped roles for that. Oh my! Speed, goodbye, see you later. Both teams just came out the portals at the same exact time, and it was just a very unfortunate spot to be in because High, you know, hits those shots, hits the left click and right click, and Speed couldn't even react. I mean, that's just first fight lost. The freaking ship hasn't even left the station yet. That's how fast that first fight went.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a quicker death in any match, actually. He couldn't even come out of the portal. High just instantly control alt delete. Goodbye, Speed. You will be in that recycle bin.
They take over the top left. Able to get in some pressure, but also, oh no, Sky too aggressive. Maybe expected some help from the rest of his team, and now High caught out. Used the health pack, but is found out in the back. Meanwhile, Zaytek able to find guard chop. That's a nice trade, but you know, you're missing so many teammates. I mean, what could you do with Zaytek? That would be absurd if you just could keep hitting shots. No way. Imagine Dragons. Imagine this guy could go absolutely insane right now. No, he's just gonna be rained down. Wait. No, he is! He has help from High! Are you kidding me? They're coming back. Mage's ultimate's here. Zaytek's walking forward! And by God, I'm believing. I'm a believer now. I'm a Zaytek believer. Rad Esports come back. They gave him the point temporarily. But by the Lord's name, this man is insane on this hero, and the rest of the crew is as well. Rad Esports just staved off Topsoil. Amazing work from Rad Esports.
Yeah, I think we've been Zaytek's believers for sure, and Cooper-tastic as well, coming in with the Mantis ultimate at the perfect time to help keep that team alive. Hela ultimate on board as well for both teams here, as well as the Luna Snow dance floor. High looking to take a bit of a 1v1 with Nectar on the Psylocke, and he gets the better of him, giving his team the advantage here, and a huge flank coming with the butterfly dance as well, forcing out the Luna Snow dance floor, getting an elimination through it. Goodbye, Super Haley.
Yeah, that was a nice engage from them. Zaytex as well with another one. Speed does trade it out. But, you know, for how good Nectar was playing earlier, they were absolutely doing insane work on the Psylocke. But Rad Esports, for High specifically, I mean, High has been doing so well to shut down a star player on Psylocke. Topsoil still have those ultimates and really haven't had a good spot to use it. 90% of the board left to go for Rad Esports. Oh no, Nectar's coming in to touch. Does have the ult to stay alive, but oh my! Zaytech! What an insane shot on the speed! Not gonna have speed in this fight. That's so much damage removed. And you have Zaytech in the skybox as well, putting in so much pressure. Magneto ultimate towards the point. Eventually gonna get high. So good job from Garchomp. Zaytech on the flank, actually not hitting shots this time. It's the first time in forever until just about now. Super Haley gone. Zaytech now into the front line, able to take down one more. Nobody can touch Rad Esports. First round done. Burn it to Chock.
That was pretty big from them there. I mean, Zaytech just absolutely popping off on the Hella clearly, and his team providing that crucial support as well. Just very well played all around here. Both teams have ultimates going into this fight as well. Could see an Eye of Agamotto portal play from either team to kick things off here. And I mean, Rad Esports, they're looking very strong right now.
They are. I mean, I don't know what you do to stop their duelist tandem of High and Zaytech. Maybe Topsoil can figure it out. Maybe Nectar and the rest of the crew can start to hit shots because Speed was doing so good earlier today on that Hella. But in this case, right, it feels like he's met his maker a little bit, right? Zaytech, personally, if I was a duelist player in this game, I'd be shaking my boots because this guy kind of crazy at the Hella. At least I want to get him off the Hella for the next games, potentially as portal plays come through.
Looks like both teams might be... Okay, never mind. They're not going for a portal eye play, so maybe the other team will get to here. Never mind. Both of them holding on to that, and Topsoil, Fluttershy popping the Eye of Agamotto, but it's a counter eye as well from Sky for Rad Esports. Hella in the sky. Zaytech, 1 HP, gets taken out by Speed, and it looks like Rad Esports is going to walk away with the first point here.
Yeah, you called it. I think the counter Eye of Agamotto from Sky was too clean. And, you know, I thought it might have been over when Spenny was caught in the Eye of Agamotto. But, I mean, Sky's ultimate was so well timed, so well placed as well. Able to follow up with those eliminations high on the right side flank. Pressured out for now. But, you know, so much damage coming through on this right side close to the Dance of the Butterflies as well. No dance floor to counter it until Month has built it just about now. So they do have the ultimate. They want to go in with the dance floor because they can even get the eliminations through said dance floor. Prime's able to get Super Haley. The dance floor is here, but it's a little bit mistimed, or rather the dive from Pride and crew is so good because the Hulk right now is putting in so much work, just pouncing into this backline. Nobody's really doing anything about it just yet. I mean, eventually you're going to get him low, but he's into the Ultra Hulk form or Monster Hulk form and is bouncing around everybody. The displacement is so annoying. Garchomp doesn't even know what to do. Heel's still there for Pride as well as Eye of Agamotto. Cancel! Oh my gosh, Spenny! What movement, what counteraction by the dance floor there. They do lose Pride, however, on the backside. Now they try to walk forward without Pride. Rad Esports, what can you do? Sky, though, with the peel, comes back for Nectar, who went a little bit too aggressive. Zaytech on the outside, gonna lose that duel. Speed finally coming on live. Topsoil have ultimates ready to go. But High, waiting around the corner. Do they know he's here? They do now. High goes solo. Sky on the back. That's 3! Oh my, Sky, are you kidding me? Putting the team on the back right now. Doctor Strange is in the lobby, and Sky's making it known. 4 eliminations, 80% of the board. Now Topsoil head back to the spawn.
Yes, Sky is going absolutely bananas here, and he is just holding W, looking for even more. I would as well. That is definitely a very hype moment, reaching 90% as well. Spenny with the huge Luna Snow dance floor as well before that fight. Topsoil should be able to touch right now. High is looking for a huge flank right now, and they're not even aware of him. Never mind, out comes the Mantis ultimate to protect their team.
Yeah, counter ultimate by Cooper. Sky again on the Month. Oh no. Is that during the Month had ultimate too? Oh my gosh. And Nectar and Super Haley able to combine for 2. That's huge to equalize it, considering how things potentially could have gone. Not enough ults for Rad Esports to take that win just yet. Topsoil hold on at the very last second, and that's huge for them.
That is huge. You don't want to be going down 2-0 in the losers bracket. That would be very demotivating here. They do have the Luna Snow dance floor as well to try to help make this hold. Zaytech on board with the Hella ultimate. Hella Unleashed. Nectar trying to get a lot of poke damage here, trying to hold him up as long as possible. Eye of Agamotto also on board here for Fluttershy. We saw Sky get a huge eye previously. High hanging on for dear life right now. Speed managing to take them out while they're invis.
It was a nice shot from them into the sky now. Is the Hella. Do they have the follow-up damage here to take care of it? Spenny with the dance floor. We're going to be out of it soon. Once that's done, Topsoil, I mean, they can go in with Garchomp's ultimate or whatever else they really want. Stuns come through. Pride's going to go down. Here comes Garchomp into the sky, looking for the slam dunk on a Zaytek. They hit it. Zaytek's back to the spawn. Nice shot from them. Topsoil holding on once again. We're entering last fight territory now here, Hank.
Definitely reaching that last fight. It is very sick as well, getting to slam dunk on people with Magneto. Pretty good hold right here from Topsoil. Both Psylocks looking for that butterfly dance. Out it goes for Nectar. Not really able to get much value, so it looks like High popping theirs as well.
Oh, no. Speed went a little bit too far forward. So did the rest of Topsoil. This is a late ultimate from Super Haley. And they're just going to go down. I mean, that was just an absolute disaster class from Topsoil. A tough spot to be in. Rad Esports now. They close out on the objective. I mean, you could get a TP. No, you're not even a TP. I mean, who's going to come in at this point? It's over. Rad Esports get the job done. Go up 2. Put themselves on map point now, Hank. That's a great lead to have.
That's a huge lead to have. A great momentum shift built up for them. And I mean, that Mantis all coming out a little bit too late right there. A little bit unfortunate. And I mean, we saw it for sure during that match, right? Sky getting some huge solo Eye of Agamotto's by himself, just getting 3 eliminations as well. Most elims in the lobby, most final hits, just popping off so hard.
Yeah, and the teamwork immaculate right now. The rest of the squad has been playing so well. I'm curious with Super Haley's stat. I hate to be a stat watcher, but I'm genuinely curious why Super Haley's healing was so low comparatively. Usually, you know, I mean, maybe things were happening so quickly. It was tough for Super Haley to get anything really done. That's a tough game to come back from. Maybe on the next one they can do so. You know, usually I was investigating the top Mantis players on ranked lobby. You know, a lot of them, you know, they get upwards of 14,000 healing per 10, you know, 10k damage per 10. So, you know, a lot of these statistics obviously matter in the overarching thing. Maybe Haley can come back in future maps. Hank, it seems like they could very easily, but who knows? We'll see how it goes. Obviously, now we're on map point. Let's go to a short break and check out the highlight package.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. 2-0 currently in this series, right? We've seen some amazing plays out of so many players so far today, but at the current moment, Topsoil have been uprooted by Rad Esports, I believe, right? Rad Esports are the ones currently winning right now, up 2-0. Zaytag has been a big reason why that is the case, but also, like you pointed out, some insane plays by Sky kept them in that map, kept them in the Wakanda map. So far, Rad Esports, I mean, they're looking to close it out, right? If they can get it done now, that would be huge momentum shift moving for them forward in this lower bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, Sky has been absolutely sick on the Doctor Strange, and Zaytek's managing to find so many eliminations on the Hela, just getting so much damage in there. We've seen a Venom ban every single time. Maybe Rad Esports just not a fan of the Venom in their backline. Wondering who they're gonna protect here. Usually we see the Hulk protect, I believe, out of them. 5 seconds here. Adam Warlock. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, Adam Warlock protect coming through from Rad Esports. Last time I believe Topsoil banned that first because they didn't want to deal with Rad Esports constantly putting pressure on. Now it's on Topsoil. Do they want to ban a Mantis? Do they want to ban the Star-Lord? Tank still waiting. Rad Esports, obviously they like to play that Psylocke with Nectar, so they're going to protect the Groot. Rad Esports also don't mind playing it, considering how high was playing the Psylocke earlier. Topsoil with a ban available. Who do they ban now? Get a little time in the clock as well. It's going to be Star-Lord. There it is. There it is. Namor ban. Interesting. Namor ban. Namor ban. What are we doing out here? What are we doing out here? Okay. And something. And considering, you know what? Earlier they played the Moon Knight as well, so you know, curious because Speed loves to play it. You know, they're not going to have to deal with the poke. We go on to Hall of the Jolly on a convergence map, so it makes, I guess, a little bit of sense considering, you know, Namor's poke is pretty deadly, right? I mean, he can spam you out from the cross map, but as can Moon Knight, and that's even more scary with this Moon Knight combination with the group.
Yeah, maybe because they also see as well the group protect. They don't want to allow Namor to combo with him as well either, and they would rather run the Moon Knight instead here. So it looks like a bit of a mirror match, minus Cooper running the Luna instead of Super Haley on the Mantis. Let's see if Topsoil can redeem themselves after that previous match right there. Definitely love Groot here as well. I say it a lot, but the walls I feel like get a lot of value here.
Yeah, it seems like Pride has taken full advantage of it, as well as not running the Magneto this time. Maybe group more priority hero Vanguard specifically on this map. And, you know, for Rand Esports as well, early poke, wow, by the way. Insane early poke. The Ankh on the other side obviously forces off high. That's a lot of ultimate charge built. But both of the teams running those Lokis, you know, is definitely huge considering how Cooper as well on the Luna Snow played previously, like you mentioned. The Mantis in your Loki versus Luna Snow and Loki. So it's obviously a difference of opinion which strategists are the most important to keep around. Meanwhile, early crystals used to keep Nectar alive on the top left angle. Right push by the Doctor Strange has some help from his Hela. Trying to play together is Nectar and Fluttershy. Meanwhile, Ankh, oh, pressure out from high. Where did he come from? That bottom left angle is so much damage. Also still flanking, by the way. Could be a curious spot. Eventually, Zaytek gets slept, though. Forced to flock away. That is a very aggressive spot to be in on the low ground. Eventually going to get found as well as Fluttershy comes through the main and forced away. Both strategists not going to be able to help out whoever else is towards this objective. You still have High lurking in the back line. He's up here, able to take down Month. Going to get traded up by Nectar, though. Nice shot from them. And then he gets the res on the Month as well, who got picked off. So that's back to the spawn again. Topsoil did get a tick on the board, are building it. Dance floor by Cooper-tastic. Can they get anything else, though? As they try to come back on their defense. Maybe stall it out, maybe come back on a retouch. Pride, though, gets stuck and caught. Oh, no. Guard Chomp. What a great ultimate is to catch out Pride to make sure that retouch doesn't come through. They trade it 1 for 1. Portal to come back out of the spawn. But no, Sky gets removed, and the cart's going to get pushing.
It's definitely what Topsoil wants to build the momentum here, in Zaytek's being caught staggering as well. And yet a kickoff that first fight, Zaytek's, as you were saying, on the low ground, just I feel like being a little too aggressive and just getting absolutely jumped by the enemy team. Just feel like put them in a downward spiral maybe a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely did. I mean, Rad Esports now in the Streets phase have done it before, right? We saw first point not that good, but Nectar, this is what you want to see. As a fan of Topsoil, Nectar just hitting shots like that, going for that early flank, controlling those off angles. Zaytek in the 1v1 does have some Luna Snow support, so they're somehow still alive, also avoids the stun, and somehow Sky's here for the support. The sleep did come through, but this is going to cost Sky potentially their lives. Heal's still here potentially, so Sky's going to live. Oh, a lot of damage from the Ankh. Dashes back through. Health pack also unavailable. Needs heals. Where's the healing? Where's the healing? Doesn't need healing, I suppose, when you have support from Spee. Meanwhile, Cart towards the very end already. They've just done a good job of snowballing this momentum, pushing forward. Nectar still needs that healing. In the ultimate, comes back through. Can't score from Cooper-tastic. Eye of Agamotto is there. They're able to get Super Haley through the ultimate as well, or sorry, with the ultimate. In Rad Esports, Spenny with the copy. Did a great job supporting the team. Zaytek over the top left looking for the eliminations as well. In last second, Rad Esports get the touch again, and this might end up looking like Shin Shibuya from earlier.
Yeah, we did see some very insane 5-minute holds from both teams earlier before reaching that first checkpoint. And I mean, before this previous fight, Topsoil just looked, they were looking so strong, just pressuring them from all angles, winning every fight relentlessly. Gonna take the strange portal here to the high ground. Ooh. And Speed taking down high the enemy Moon Knight. Fluttershy maybe looking for a huge Eye of Agamotto here.
Zaytek being in the flank, goes in the ultimate. People can touch. Everybody has to look at this Hella. What's happening on the front line? Can Zaytek go down before that? Flocks back to the dance floor. Oh my gosh, nice shot from Nectar. Needed to hit the headshot in order to get the final elimination. Fluttershy does get traded down, however. And so does Garchomp. So they had that combination with Spee and Garchomp, and they just can't use it. Also, Portal is now down. High Shore gets found on the stagger. But at this point, Rad Esports still holding on in a very unlikely scenario. Rez did come through on the Loki. But Super Haley's going to get staggered out, and so will said Loki. So back to the spawn Topsoil. Go once again. 2 minutes left on the clock. They still have that combo, Hank.
Yeah, I mean, you've been saying it. They have the Moon Knight Groot combo, and Rad Esports haven't had it. But with the amount of time that they've been wasting right now, Rad Esports will have the Moon Knight Groot combo online as well at the same time that Topsoil does.
Right. Yeah, it's terrifying. But oh, nice shots from Nectar again. Put the team on the back. Currently with these headshots, flanks, right side, high. Oh, turns on Nectar. No way. Here comes a potential combination. But in the choke, Sky somehow still gets the elimination trade, and Pride again bring it back. So handing Khonshu was not good enough. Eye of Agamotto is happening on both sides. Surely High goes down here. Yes, that's one. But Zaytek trades it. It's back and forth. It's so scrappy, and Sky is still here on this payload, still on the convoy. So much time is off the clock, and it's looking a lot like earlier in Convergence. I mean, Fluttershy is alone. You have Loki, but he's going to go down. And everybody's coming back staggered. This is so brutal. Topsoil in the street phase of maps that cannot get it done, it seems like, ever.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are just apparently very, very strong defensively. I mean, we've seen some crazy holds. Another 4-minute hold right here from Rad Esports. So many ultimates built up, just winning so many fights back to back. I don't think Topsoil has a portal here as well. They're just trying to take this high ground. They want to push Sky off of that here.
Constant pressure from Sky over the top angle. Doing a great jump throughout the series. Zaytek on the left flank as well. Abusing cover. Getting those shots. Oh my gosh, Zaytek on his feet. See you later. Goodbye, Super Haley as well. That's 2 eliminations. And then he gets the invuln save as well. Into the Sky with the ultimate is Nectar. But Zaytek with 3 in this fight is looking to close it out by himself. That's 4. Oh my, this guy just doesn't miss. Everybody else is here. The follow-up is there from High. 10 seconds left to go. They had 4 minutes, it felt like, in the streets phase. And it's all gone to waste.
Yeah, they can't even get the Doctor Strange portal either. Sky is in their face. It comes out, but not in time. And that is just an insane hold once again. I mean, we saw it the first round, and they did it again. Like, they're just such a good defensive team. I mean, Zaytek as well, putting on a show with the Hella. As you were saying, it just looks like he doesn't miss half the time.
I mean, I think partially maybe you could blame the Mantis pick earlier from Super Haley, but regardless, you know, the healing from Rad Esports, the strategists have been so good. I don't think it's any one player's fault necessarily, but like you said, yeah, the Rad Esports staying alive on these flanks, staying in positions to pressure Topsoil as they walk in, and for some reason they're just lacking that throughput, always having to use cooldowns or getting picked off early from Zaytex. To be fair, it is hard to heal when you're against the Hella player hitting as many shots, and I feel like Nectar played well, right? Like, Nectar was hitting shots at points. But, I mean, like you said, dealing with Sky and Zaytex is a very hard challenge on its own right.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, at the beginning of that round, it did look like Nectar was the superior Hella during that round specifically. But no, Zaytex said, no, not today. I am here, and we are going to win this 3-0. And, I mean, Zaytex was just putting on a huge display at the very end of there. I'm 100% sure we may be seeing a Doctor Strange portal attempt here. Topsoil looking to shut that down immediately. I'm sure that Rad Esports would maybe be aware of this and not even go for it the first fight.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams have changed their opinion on these portals. It makes you a little bit too telegraphed. You can hear when the Doctor Strange is doing it. But they're doing it all the way in the back. Fluttershy well aware of it. I mean, they're all walking to the spam now. from Topsoil. But on the flank, oh, there's a Hella. It looks like Zatex came through that top left flank. High is incredibly low, or was that high on the flank, rather? One of the two. Still needs some healing. Zatek and the crew come back through. Looking to find the Moon Knight, and they do so. And Loki's also here. Oh, no. They're caught out. Nectar was also playing with the rest of the team, not taking an off angle. Instead, now they're pressured back by Rad Esports on their attack. It's been clinical from them. Nobody else here from Topsoil getting even a single elimination. Not even a touch of the point, it looks like. Rad Esports gonna cap out first point.
Yeah, I mean, the duo of Zatex and Sky, they're just running it down together, holding W in the enemy's face, just providing so much damage. Zatex is not missing. High managing to get out as well.
Yeah, I love how the duelist players and pretty much everybody so far in the game have been abusing the cover. Oh, Nectar. That's not what you want to see. That's a brutal stagger found on them. And now Rad Esports have ultimate advantage pretty much going into this fight on top of the person advantage. Zatek, headshot after headshot. It feels like this player does not miss right now. A lot of good ults in the middle. Staggered out fight now. Car's going to keep pushing. Meanwhile, Speed looking for something. Does have the Ankh ready to go. Doesn't even need it. Able to take down High. Finds their counterpart, and that's a massive find to get as well. Guard Chomp and them do have that combination. Is everybody grouped up? That's the big thing you need to ask. Looks like no. Everybody's playing back, but there's so much damage coming through, not even with any ultimates. Topsoil reclaimed the advantage, reclaimed the edge at such a crucial point in the series.
Yeah, there's still 4 minutes remaining. Group Moon Knight combo online for both teams here. Rad Esports, they're looking to close things out now. I mean, you would rather go up 3-0 advance in the tournament now than let Topsoil build any momentum here.
Steve with the grapple sets themselves up on the back right high ground. Able to pressure out the front line. Meanwhile, Nectar looking for those shots on his counterpart, on their counterpart. Moon Knight ultimate with the combination, able to get them as well. Finds both Haley and Month in the ultimate. Zatex as well onto Speed. Finds one, but then the shots come through from Nectar. What amazing shots that we see out of these two. Even though the group combination came through from Rad Esports, they're the ones to falter at the current moment. Nectar over the top left, looking for even more shots on the High. It's too easy to track down that Moon Knight as they jump into the sky. Nectar has come online. Maybe Topsoil have a chance.
Yeah, I noticed as well there, Nectar getting an elimination while Month, their Loki, was dead, reviving him there, and then being able to pop the Luna Snow ultimate there to take a lot of space as well, and the Nectar just using that to pop off. Pride just barely managing to get out there. Still 3 minutes remaining for Rad Esports. That's a lot of time for them to make a big push here.
They spot Zatex on the flank. Nectar's on the front line. Is anybody back there to deal with Zatex? Archomp also tossed out the ultimate. The combination didn't come through from Speed because Speed was too busy looking back. Hand of Conchu tossed out of there. Forces the dance floor from the attacking Luda Snow. Meanwhile, Nectar able to take down Sky. Still even through it. Zatex on the back needs healing, but it's going to be so hard to live. Not enough damage coming through onto Nectar, who has been playing insane so far. Nice shots from them. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. The switch to the Luna Snow, it seems like it's making a big difference right now, Hank.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, especially as well with a Loki on your team. I feel like just being able to copy your own Luna Snow instantaneously, I feel like the Luna Snow dance floor provides a little more value than the Mantis ultimate for sure. So I definitely like that. And I mean, why do we keep seeing both teams relentlessly just hold at this first checkpoint for so long? It's almost meant to be.
Welcome it on the low ground. Food ultimate on the side. Here's the hand of Conchu. Any eliminations found? They do. Oh my gosh, both Month and Nectar fall. Even though the dance floor is here. Speed now tries to come in with his own hand of the Conchu on the payload. Dance floor to keep him healthy until Zatex finds the elimination. High does as well, and he's gonna resurrect Spenny too. This is brutal now for Topsoil. Can they even touch last second? They've got the copy. No! Month will go down during the copy. Nectar comes back through, but it's also to get fried, and nobody else is here. Rad Esports will get the job done 3-0 to continue on their run to that grand finals potential.
Yeah, I mean, that was just insane. We saw so many good holds out of Rad Esports. We saw both Hellas popping off for sure, but I mean, Rad Esports, they just did it better. Sky once again back-to-back MVPs on the Doctor Strange, finding so much value. But I mean, we saw Zatex just absolutely popping off. Cooper as well. So much healing every single match. Just by far doing the best support job in this lobby. The least deaths as well. Really preserving his life. Cooper, an amazing pop-off. High, just getting so much burst value on that Moon Knight too. Their team is strong.
Oh, yeah. No, the strategist players of this team seem to be insane right now. I mean, just talking statistically, Spenny and Cooper keeping the team alive so consistently. We'll see if they can keep it up. Unfortunately, that means on the other side, they will be going home, right? On the other side of the bracket, sadly, Esports have sent the team home. So now, moving forward, Hank, that means they're moving into that next round of the loser bracket, putting themselves, I believe you said, top 6, right? So that's huge. That's a great spot to be in. That's a lot for their players. I mean, I'm sure a lot of eyes are on these players now. Potentially, orgs looking to get in the scene, checking out these players that have been popping off as consistently as like Zatek, for example. So many good players on this team are already waiting to be on that salary and continue on in their Marvel Rivals Esports career.
Yeah, I mean, this is the main stage here. This is where you make a name for yourself. We're in the top 6. All of these teams are absolutely insane, right? And we've gotten to see some amazing pop-offs. Zatex just absolutely putting in massive pain on the Hela. I mean, he's kind of crazy.
No, he really is like that. And 3-0 win as well is a big deal considering how things went in the previous map, but or in map number 1. Let's take a look at the highlights from the map, though. It was an incredibly intense series, so let's take a look at those highlights right now and then go to a short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And in a unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We're in the very last match of the day in these top 6 teams. Intergalactic versus Chock is going to be our next matchup. Hank, very good team in Intergalactic versus Chock. And there was some interesting kind of drama that happened behind the scenes. I believe they took a forfeit from the upper bracket, now moving down to the loser brackets. This team was a favorite to win the whole thing, man. I mean, a lot of people talking about how them, Mutants, Nightmare, these are some of the top teams in the tournament, so we'll see if Chockett can match such a powerful team.
Yeah, I mean, we're extremely late into the bracket now. This is top 6. We're going to see the Moon Knight ban from Chockett, and then Intergalactic, not a fan of the Adam Warlock team up, but they do want to protect the Star-Lord, and Chockett is going to protect Bruce Banner himself. Maybe looking forward to running that strange Hulk Iron Man trio that they've been running with Vexy, Jalen, and Shenzo. They're going to ban the Mantis as well here, looking to probably run the Luna Snow with Rocket. And I know we saw Chockett prefer that. I'm sure we're going to see Rocket, Punisher. Yeah, and I guess Intergalactic wasn't really aware of that as well here.
I mean, the Hela being unbanned as well happens to both of these teams, considering Chockett. I mean, they have Chen, who could play both the Iron Man and the Hela, has been a standout for them. But yeah, I mean, like it's interesting that would you want to play the Punisher, considering Intergalactic haven't really so far, and they have such good hit scan players, right? I mean, I watched a scrim between Intergalactic and Nightmare this week. Intergalactic, they played it well, but it didn't really. This team is supposed to be like one of the top teams basically to win the whole tournament, right? They are one of the best teams here in the entire thing. So you have to imagine they have one of the best Hela players, right? Can Chen match that, do you think? Like, from what we saw from earlier, it seems like maybe. I mean, he definitely has it in him.
I feel like he definitely can. Shenzo seems like a very good player, but it also looks like Senor Hoff will be pulling out the Hawkeye here, so it might be a little bit troublesome here for Lancer on the Punisher, having a enemy Hawkeye and Hela that could just 1-tap, 2-tap him. So I'm curious to see how that plays out with them not running their own Hawkeye themselves. But there is always ways to deal with the Hawkeye for sure. They do have Vexy on the Hulk. Definitely going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to the Hawkeye.
Yeah, you're right. That's a lot of pressure on Vexy to do it. You can go over the top left. Controlling this angle as you do. Making sure said Vanguards can't get a lot of the positioning. Has to fall back right now. Obviously, the Groot Wall to make it easier for them to have access to that high ground. Can do the jump up spot, but it makes it way easier if you just have that Groot Wall. Which he just does it, right? Just consistently up here at the top left. Can they find the one shot over the top? Stuns, backs on they're playing it safe in this instance. Vanguard's now trying to create some space for Chock. They want to walk up. They want to give this Punisher all the room in the world. They're just sort of grouping up as 6. But that allows this Hawkeye to get damaged off. But Senior Hoff, oh no. Not hitting the shots necessarily just yet. Doesn't have a fully charged headshot as well. A lot of pressure coming to that Punisher on the right side, but he's doing a job living. Lancer playing this angle very well. Ultimate's built up now. Oh no! Aquavius John will go down to Doom, but Chen trades it back. Games for too late to save anybody here on Chock, or sorry, Intergalactic side. They don't have it just yet. Fidel holding onto theirs. Senor Hoff going down is huge. That's so much damage to him. Now Lancer actually going on the left side flank, going aggressive on Punisher. We don't see this too often as it might catch them out. Goes back with the smoke grenade, but immediately gets taken out by Nuck in the sky. Trying to grapple away, but cannot res though. BRB will bring back Lancer. Next going aggressive. Amplifier from the See You Later. Gonna go aggressive. Impunity drops down the ultimate as well as the follow-up there. Yes, it is. Doom and Window combined for the eliminations. Almost a team wipe now for Chock as they stagger the Bruce Banner.
Yeah, I feel like we always see the Bruce Banner going down last here. Vexia, a big stagger. Hold on, Doomed missing a few shots. There we go, Doomed. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty bad stagger there for Chock, but it's pretty unavoidable. Definitely a very fast team wipe there for Intergalactic. A lot of ultimates built up on board for them and the other team as well here. Still 2 minutes remaining for Chockit to get it together. I feel like Lancer's been doing a pretty good job here up against the Hawkeye as well. Doing a good job living.
With 2 minutes to go, though, ultimates on the board. Intergalactic put themselves in a decent spot. Spammage coming through. Obviously, ultimate available soon for Jalen. Doesn't have it just quite yet. Nice deflections from Senior with the melee. Just avoids all that damage coming through on himself now on the right side flank. Dealing with the Hulk. Banksy contesting the objective. Oh no! Back into Baby Bruce form again. Banksy sent back to the spawn. They had the Monster Hulk ready to go. Banksy will be back though because of the BRB. But that cooldown used. Chen hitting some shots finally. But now here comes Doom over the top left. Those are some crucial shots. And then Lancer pops the Punisher ultimate. But Window immediately throws a meteor into his face. He was able to build it so quickly because of the damage of the Punisher. And on top of the dance floor, they're able to get so many eliminations now. Intergalactic in such a strong position over Chockit right now.
Yeah, Intergalactic is just looking insane right now, and that is the worst time to pop that Judge Jury Executioner when the enemy team has that Magneto Meteor just absorbing all of that damage. And not only that, you just get one shot of immediately after, so finding no value with that there. Chockit does have Luna Snow dance floor as well. Jalen could hit a big eye here. It's definitely very needed. Only 20 seconds remaining. Doomed going to the skies, forcing out the Luna Snow dance floor. Probably going to get no value from that as he is taken out of the sky.
And taken out. Here comes Monster Hulk on the backside. Dixie going for the damage output on the support, onto the strategist, but is going to get melted again. I mean, this has been a tough game for Banksy. Really has not done much on Hulk, sadly, comparatively to the previous maps. Here comes the Ibogamoto, though. Does it catch somebody out? No. Just a Loki clone. Great avoidance of that ultimate from Intergalactic. You can see why this team is so well practiced, so well versed compositionally. Chockit. Chen gets one, pops the legendary, but it's absolutely hopeless. Maybe gets 3. Invulnerability here, though. Everybody's sort of playing back. You still have support from Nuck and the crew. Chen trying to melt down the front line. The Vanguards do go low. Groot gets those heals, though, and then pops the wall up as well. Maybe Intergalactic can get this done. Lancer now on the Hella off of the Punisher. I mean, that could be the swap that gives them the win. Overtime takes down. Intergalactic want to get a touch. They do have the copy from Nuck. Who does he copy? Luna Snow. They might be able to build 2 dance floors in this fight. They try to go forward with their own. Gonna save the Vanguard, who went aggressive. Cage Jewel ball super low. Needs to live, but Window hits the snipe. Pulls out the meteor. Forces the Hell Ultimate. Was patient and still takes down Aquavius Johnson. Nobody else here except the Hell Ultimate, though. And it's done. Intergalactic stop them on the first portion of the map at 80 meters.
Yeah, being able to make a hold like that this late in the tournament just shows how strong, how dominant of a team you really are. And as you were saying, this is a team that can go all the way for sure. I don't know how it felt as well. Vexy on the Hulk there, just solo diving as we saw. Not really able to get much value at all, right? Just the Hawkeye and the Hella absolutely ripping him apart. It's just Baby Bruce Banner constantly being the last to stagger there as well. It looks like he will be switching over to the Groot. I think the Groot might have worked a lot better for them there. Also here defensively, definitely would want to make that switch. Hopefully they adjust in the next match as well, as it's looking like Intergalactic might walk away with this one here, but it's definitely still winnable for Chock. It can make the adjustments.
Yeah, still winnable. I mean, I like the idea of having Lancer off of the Punisher. We could see maybe why a lot of the top teams avoid that hero. I think one of the only ones that did play a lot of it was Solar. But that's probably because they are very good around that Punisher composition. You know, I'm sure same thing as well for the side of Chock. However, a lot of the top teams, like you said, I mean, they're so good at countering that Punisher. They're so good at making sure that the Punisher's uncomfortable, never in a good spot. And especially with Senior Hoff onto the Hawkeye, one headshot and you're gone as Punisher, right?
Oh yeah, Senior Hoff on the Hawkeye and Doomed on the Hella, and as well with just pulling out the Magneto Meteor whenever Punisher is popping his ultimate as well. It's just pretty hard to get a lot of value as well, and Hawkeye can just one-shot him. So I feel like it's a little bit of a losing matchup there. So gonna see how this goes. 4 minutes for Intergalactic to just reach one checkpoint. Let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, Impunity, early spam. Oh my gosh, even with the wall damage, K-Jules goes down. The other Groot gets caught too. Vexy will fall. Doom, where did you come from, buddy? On the back left flank, shuts down the back line. This is just a masterclass, right? Front to back, everything was perfect for Intergalactic. Nobody can even touch. I mean, get a portal maybe to come back. And
yeah,
Jalen's not even going to respawn, though. He's just now alive, has to walk out of spawn. The portal's going to come too late. It's over. It's just over. 2 meters, 1 meter to go. Can't get it done. Intergalactic going to win map number 1 pretty handedly. We can see why this team is a favorite in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, just this late in the tournament, being able to speed run around like that against one of the top teams in the game shows how strong you are. And even with the Hella Hawkeye performance window, getting the MVP on the Magneto. Oh my goodness. 17 eliminations on the Magneto when you just have a Hella and Hawkeye tearing people to pieces. That speaks volumes, man.
You know, I mean, you talked earlier, Jalen was doing so much on Strange. Felt like they couldn't do anything on this map, right? Chen was the only one getting the eliminations, but it makes sense. He's on Hella. So at least he can get those KOs, but he was like you said, the only one finding those final blows. Everybody else on the team were just stuffed. It was so hard for them to deal with Intergalactic, who as a unit just looked very hard to beat.
Yeah, and at the end of that last round there, when it's Groot versus Groot, you definitely want to make sure you don't overextend there. I know Vexy got caught out, walled off by Impunity on the Groot, and then everyone just fell to pieces afterwards after that as well. I don't really think the Hulk was the pick as we saw, just getting burned by the Hella and the Hawkeye for sure. I'm wondering how they're going to adjust in the next match.
I mean, I don't mind it. I think at points it can work. However, like you said, Vexy, just dived in by themselves quite often, and it was really tough to really find a lot to get done because, everybody was looking back at them. There was constant avoidance of that Hulk. Just Peel has been so good out of Intergalactic. And what do you do when this team's playing that well, especially the strategists and duelists?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if the Hawkeye gets through as well, I definitely want to run the Hawkeye instead of the Punisher and maybe switch up the Hulk. Not too sure about that. It can work at certain moments, but we are going to show you guys the highlights of that previous match, and then we're going to get into the next one.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 때까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 승리와 명예 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championships. Right now, Intergalactic is up 1 over Chock. And, map number 1, Aegis Path is pretty one-sided. I think we can both agree on that. I think Doomed and Crew kind of just dominated, right? There was maybe some instances where Chen was like coming back on his own, was doing some great work. However, it was pure dominance, right, from Intergalactic. They look really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, Intergalactic was looking super strong. They had the Hawkeye Hela duo as well. Their Magneto popping off, amazing heals, keeping their team alive too. It looks like Chock is not a fan of the Loki and the Loki ultimate copies, which I feel like is a reasonable ban. I guess we're targeting a lot of strategists here, targeting that Adam Warlock. I know Chock likes to run the Warlock a lot for sure. Whether or I believe Laquavius running the Warlock. I'm wondering who Intergalactic's gonna protect here. Their Hela was popping off for sure. Gonna protect the Star Lord. Definitely like that one. I believe Chock banned Mantis in the last one. No, or
I don't know. I think so. Yeah. I think that like for Chonket's sign, personally, I would like them to remove the Hela. Like I think that the Hawkeye's fine, I suppose, in that regard. But Intergalactic with Doom specifically, I mean, this guy is unmatched. I think on Hela, besides only a few other players in the game. So for Intergalactic, I mean, they're gonna ban the Iron Man 2 to make sure that Hulk doesn't have that team up on their side. But even if the Hulk Iron Man came through, I think Intergalactic have a good enough Hela player and a good enough team to deal with the Iron Man if it did happen to show out. I mean, Chen could maybe show up here. I think Chen's done well against Doomed, but we need some more people on Chock to step up here. I think Vexy's had his points on domination maps. I think the rest of the crew is going to need to come online here. Like it felt like in previous games, you know, like we saw versus I think it was Windbreaker earlier or one of the teams. You know, we saw Jalen and crew on Chock play so well, Hank, and now they've just been stuffed by Intergalactic at every single point.
yeah, I mean they're going up against a super strong team in Intergalactic as well. Looks like they might be pulling out the Wolverine. Wolverine is definitely an interesting hero, very strong, can definitely throw you off and your game. And I feel like it looks like Lancer is pulling out the Punisher again. I mean, with Hawkeye not available now, maybe it can succeed a little bit more. And Vexy sticking with the Hulk as well. It might work out a little bit better on domination maps here. Curious to see how that goes. But I feel like someone needs to be pressuring that backline a lot as well with the Hulk, so all the attention is not just on him and the enemy team can just fry him instantly.
Wolverine coming out for Intergalactic. We'll see how Chock managed to deal with it. They're trying something new for Intergalactic side alongside the group. And Magneto, no Doctor Strange for their side. Impunity, meanwhile, they broke the wall. It took a lot of damage from Chock on the high ground, right above the point. Intergalactic now have to walk in. But it's into a lot of spam now from Chock. I mean, they're in a decent spot here. The grapple will enable Lancer to jump back and forth. Look, who Senior Hoff came to this flank side, able to take down the BRB, so that's removed already. No respawn available. That's pretty much one life removed already, but here's the team up with the Rocket Raccoon and the Punisher. The damage coming through. Doom, meanwhile, on the top left flank. Comes through, stuns one, gets the elimination. Shots also fired, and it gets the damage from the passive. Nuck with the follow-up. Hulk here. A little bit too late, buddy. You've already lost both of your teammates and the BRB, so they're not going to be back in this fight. Chock got removed as Senior Hoff. What an insane grab. Brings back Jalen Mans. Kidnapped to the rest of Intergalactic, who win the first fight pretty handedly.
Yeah, that was an insane kidnap right there. I don't think I've seen a Wolverine go up that high. And oh my goodness, Doomed is crazy on the Hela. I feel like his Hela is unmatched right now. Just getting amazing flanks, Impunity being able to take down Lancer. And I mean, Doomed is just, he can't be stopped right now. He's getting in the perfect optimal position, just targeting the supports, the squishy duelists immediately, and taking them out before they can even react sometimes.
Yeah, whether it be Intergalactic or Mutants, I feel like you do not want to give these former controller players Hela. I mean, they just do not miss. It feels like they've been playing on keyboard and mouse forever in terms of how much damage they pump out on this character. Walls out, Senior Hoff still hiding around the corner. Kidnap available, misses it. Not the right click, didn't hit the kidnap. However, here comes the jury execution out of the choke. Magneto grabs the ball into Ched. Did not expect Window to hit that shot. However, Lancer have a trade back immunity. But Doomed, oh my gosh. Shot on the Lancer. Now comes back for the Hulk. Sleep as well. Perfectly times it. Goes for the daggers from the ground. Headshots afterwards. Bubble though to block all the damage. Vexy has to back on out of there. But it's accidentally going to be Laquavius John that goes down after the Hulk was leaving. I mean, it feels like it's just insane shots from Doom so far. I don't want to reference any lab trainer, any aim trainer outside of the game, but you know, Intergalactic, with Doom specifically, has been hitting it.
Yeah, I mean, Doomed is very, very good, clearly, at clicking those heads. I mean, he has definitely trained his aim to the top level right here. Already at 85%. Don't really think they've even burned that many ultimates yet as well. Jalen Man's getting kidnapped but not brought back into his team here, but down goes Senor Hoff.
I think Senior Hop tried to go for the ultimate grab, but the shield blocked it. So now they try to come back. Oh, gets moved away! Are you kidding me? What an insane move from Window, but they still have to back out of there. Chock it. Great ultimate engage from them. Although it was a hero play from Window, they're going to get off the point for now and have to reset. Chock it finally in control.
Yeah, Chock it finally able to take the point here. They have a defensive ultimate here in Luna Snow and the Punisher Judge Jury coming up as well, but that Magneto Meteor is still up as well. Maybe saving that for whenever that Punisher ultimate comes out to just absorb all of that damage, take him out here.
Walks in, tosses out the Magneto against 2 just for free. Where's the counterplay by Chock it? They had ultimates ready to go. But I mean, what do you do when you just lose 2 people like that? It was just the most obvious ultimate of all time. Dance for to save everybody, but Doom's already on the Chen. You can't win at this point, right, for Chock it. Jalen Mans respawns in 8 seconds. The best thing you can hope for is a portal TP play to come back through and touch the point. Overtime now ticks down. BRB removed, so that Hulk will not be in this fight. Are they even going to get the portal play? Because everybody's walking through. No, they're not. Intergalactic, 100 to 30, I believe. Hell's Heaven, round number 1 going in their favor.
I mean, Intergalactic and the performance of Doomed especially, right? They're just... It's very hard to deal with, right? Like, if you're... Hella's not doing what Doomed is doing, it's gonna play a little bit of a factor, right? And I mean, it's just very hard to shut Doomed down right now. Like, he's just taking people out before they can even react almost immediately. I don't think we're gonna see Chock it do any composition switches here as well. And I mean, Senor Hoff just kidnapping people as well. They're playing nearly perfect right now and showing why they're a top team, man. They deserve to be here.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I think I talked to you about scrims between Intergalactic and Nightmare. I know it's not exactly the best to talk about scrims because those aren't officially live games, but I mean, Intergalactic always puts up a fight versus Nightmare. You know, one of the best teams in the game currently, matching Mutant in that upper bracket finals, which will be tomorrow. Chock it. Jalen Man's going for the TP play already. They're going to control that high ground with Lancer, and hopefully this is going to be some semblance of a comeback here now for Chock it.
Yeah, they definitely want to try to win this map right here. Don't want to go down 2-0 to such a strong team such as Intergalactic. Owning this height on the left. The Gru ultimate coming out. Don't think they can combo with anything. And Shenzo being able to take down Impunity right away. But down goes Jalen to the hands of Senor Hoff on the Wolverine. It's an even fight right now. 5v5.
I mean, they're waiting it out. See you later over the top. They keep showing. They keep peeking. Maybe faking angles. Here comes the Punisher ultimate. It's countered by the Magneto shield for now. And the bubbles. Nobody goes down. Disengaged perfectly for Intergalactic. Those getting ultimates out for free at the moment. Though Chock it is in control of the point. Now here comes Window. And the heals aren't enough from the Luna Snow and the Rocket. They could not save Lancer. Unfortunately, he was now caught out. Asked to fall back is Chen. They're also down 1 as well. Intergalactic off of that pick, able to just come back into the fight. No matter how many ultimates Intergalactic popped, it felt very difficult. Hulk ultimate from Vex is going to be blown up. No way. Vexy and Baby Bruce form is going to be in that dance floor. Probably going to get back into Heroic Hulk form. But right now, Intergalactic trying to flip the point back in their favor. Hell Unleashed over the top from Chen. But here's the Magneto ultimate again from Window, who just gets an elimination every single time. Window has been so good on Magneto. Truly one of the best players on this hero specifically. Really insane ultimates out of him. Intergalactic control the point once more.
I mean, you just took the exact words I was going to say out of my mouth. I mean, Window is definitely looking like one of the best Magnetos, if not the best. Like, just saving these ultimates for the perfect time as well, getting so many crucial eliminations. I mean, you don't really see many Magnetos doing it like this.
No, you don't. Window consistently pumping out that damage. Senior Hoff as well, setting with the ultimate. Can he get the kidnap? And the ultimate off bubble. Saves that strange for now. So no ultimate committed by Senior Hoff until they get the cooldowns out. Here comes them into the back line. Goes with the ultimate. Goodbye, Chen and K duels. See you later. Intergalactic sent Logan into the back line and got everything required for Intergalactic to keep up their snowball, going for even more. They're trying to get these stagger picks and eliminations, and they will do so flawlessly. Intergalactic Now holding the spawn doors with Chock.
Yeah, I mean, Doomed and these Groot walls just holding you with the spawn door. You do not want that. They're just racking up the percentage right now, trying to make this a 2-0 immediately. Doomed has the Hella ultimate as well. Window Magneto ultimate coming on board as well to cancel out the Punisher, and he's just been getting so much value out of this. I mean, Intergalactic is playing so good right now. Lancer almost taken out to the hands of Doomed, who is just playing flawlessly. And look at these flanks, like they're just, it's so hard to deal with him.
I mean, Doom's so consistent now, looking for his counterpart Chen. I mean, surely gonna find him eventually. Chen with some nice moves, but can't dodge all of that damage. Dance floor, meanwhile, to the point, Chen kind of caught out without the team. Gonna be revived by the BRB, so you'll take that trade. But now here comes Senior Hoff, pulls down Jalen Mans into the pits of hell. And that's not heaven here. Senior Hoff now on this left side flank has the support of Doom, but the rest of the crew just kind of walking at Chock. I mean, they're making it look easy, straight up. Like, this is insane from them. Stagger picks come out now, overtime ticking down. Nobody else going to be here. Intergalactic get the job done on this map on Hell's Heaven to go up 2 in the series and put themselves on map point.
I mean, there was just so many strong performances throughout their entire team in that match as well. Hawkeye being banned, it still did not work out for the team of Chock. And Intergalactic going up 2-0, very well deserved MVP for Doomed. We've seen him clicking a lot of heads throughout this tournament. Very beautiful aim from him. 19-2. Window also going 18-0 on the Magneto, not dying once, same as Fidel, doing an amazing job preserving their lives. And Doomed 17,000 damage as well. How do you shut this team down? They're looking very hard to beat.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I think in terms of ban and protects, the best thing you can really hope for, I think, is to take them in that Iron Man duel with the Hulk. They don't want to play it. You can see that in the top left. It protected the Star-Lord, but I mean, for Doomed, I'd be down for just banning the Hela straight up and then maybe banning out the Namor. That's like the 2 heroes that Doomed is best on is going to be that Namor, is going to be that Hela. If you remove those 2, force him onto something more uncomfortable, I could see you have like a solid chance to chalk it. But I mean, this is such a rough spot to be in, down 2-0. It might not be a compositional diff. It might be a team diff.
Yeah, definitely could be either or. Intergalactic is just such a strong team. Definitely get that hell out of there, in my opinion. Maybe force the Iron Man matchup. Maybe even if the Hulk gets banned, try to protect the Iron Man. Force the Iron Man by itself without the team up, even though it's so strong with it. But we're going to get to the highlights of that previous match. Intergalactic is up 2-0, and then we will be getting into the third match after this short break.
yeah, let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marble Rivals Championship. Intergalactic are currently up 2 on Team Chock. Really are Intergalactic at the moment. I mean, worldwide maybe is a better word to describe them. I mean, they're constantly putting pressure on Chock. They've not been able to do too much. I mean, they keep getting hella in this ban protect system. I mean, a lot is going to be hedged onto this next map in terms of that ban protect system. Hank, I mean, what do you think? You ban... Okay, they ban Loki again first. They really don't want Nuck on Loki. I mean, I get that, but dang, man.
Yeah, I feel like there's bigger problems than a Loki for them, right? I feel like that Hela is just unstoppable. Maybe Chock is still hanging on to the confidence of just believing that Shenzo can play better than Doomed on the Loki, but Doomed is just looking absolutely unstoppable, right? I mean, Chock has some extremely strong players, but Intergalactic is just looking unstoppable right now. We need to make them play some more uncomfortable matchups here, I feel like, and we're just sticking to the same exact ban process here, so it could just play out the exact same as the previous matches.
I mean, you can tell, like, Intergalactic... Oh, there we go. Chock bans the Hela this time. But, I mean, you can tell Intergalactic is not scared of Vex on the... or Vexy on the Hulk, right? It seems to be something that they're not aware of. They ban the Iron Man. They know Vex is going to be on Hulk. They don't really have to worry about it, it feels like, because consistently Chock haven't done much with the Hulk, unfortunately. So we'll see if that changes on this next map. But I think the Hela ban's a good start, right? That's a good start to stopping Intergalactic's dominance.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think I prefer Vexy here on the Magneto. Yeah, either Magneto or Groot for sure. Maybe the Magneto for when their teammates get kidnapped by the Wolverine for sure. It looks like Doomed is pulling out the Wolverine. They did let Hawkeye through here, which could be a little bit of an uh-oh here. I feel like maybe ban Hela first, and then they could have banned Hawkeye second. I know you were saying they could pull out an Namor as well. Doesn't look like they're pulling out the Namor here. But I feel like, how do we feel about the Punisher though into the Hawkeye?
I mean, I don't really like Punisher in general, so I'm a bit biased.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the hero can be good, but the top teams just know how to deal with it so well right now. It's just like so consistent, at least in the top 2-3 teams, which there's not many of, right? But I think the meta is going to totally shift around these teams afterwards. Maybe a lot of the lower tier teams will maybe learn and figure things out. By the way, walking out of spawn late is Intergalactic. Obviously, last second, they've looked to change things up. But having Doom now on the Wolverine, both Senior Hoff and Doom showed the Wolverine. I think they might be maybe hiding some picks going into tomorrow, but Chock could go for that early TP play on the back of the point.
I don't really like Rocket being played as well when Mantis and Luna are just available. I feel like those are two super strong ultimates, and you're not taking advantage of that with playing a Rocket, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you lose out on that that potential. I know in the Asian region, they love Rocket Raccoon over there. We'll see if it's the same over here. Doom trying to go for the kidnap. Bubble don't. Going to prevent that from happening. Doom also still having that passive is huge. Also still fully enraged on that left flank. Meanwhile, Senior Hoff just able to get as many shots as they want off because Chock are down to play it slow right now. The longer this fight goes, the longer Senior Hoff has to hit those shots finally. Unfortunately, missing quite a few of them. But that's the great part about Hawkeye is that it's just so forgiving. You just miss shots and eventually can hit them. Doom just trying to run at Vexy, and man, they just get walked on. That's kind of brutal. And this is a top 6 team in the tournament, right? That's the big thing with Chock. This is a good team. And Intergalactic are making them look like noobs. I mean, it's looking like a Bronze 3 match versus GM players. This is kind of brutal.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Chock is a very good team. We've seen a lot of very good plays out of them as well, but Intergalactic, they're just looking unstoppable, right? Like, you could almost compare this dominance to when we watch Nightmare play other teams. Just 3-0 sweep, speed running through everything. I mean, they're looking very unstoppable right now, and this is what is going to happen if you let Hawkeye through. Senior Hoff just headshotting the Rocket Raccoon all the way in the back, and it's very hard to stop this team.
It is. I mean, Senior Hoff maybe not as fluent on the Hawkeye as Doomed is, but my God, when you're hitting shots like this, it doesn't really matter what you do on Chock's side. They're going to have to back out of there for now. But, I mean, an ultimate comes out from Doomed. Why not? I imagine, I mean, maybe they'll do the Wolverine plays, but Spawn Camp's now coming through. I think with how they're looking at this game, I imagine Intergalactic versus Chock, they know this is such a free win for them at this point that they might as well hide potentially some strategy. That's what I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being up 2-0 and just this pure dominance right here, I mean, that is definitely the play. It looks like the Groot ultimate coming out here from Impunity, not managing to get much value. Never mind, that is a lot of value afterwards. Doom taking down Cajules and Senior Hoff taking down Lancer, and they're just dropping like flies, being held at the spawn door. Only a minute remaining in the top 6 of the tournament, about to be top 4. This is some insane disrespect.
He's hiding in the spawn. Look at him. Doom right side goes onto the dives onto one. Bubble there to save him. Doom getting poked out. Come on, guys. You got to put up a fight here and now. Agamotto's here. Dane's for to counter it, though. On both sides, Punisher has the ultimate. Everybody's in the open. How is he going to use this ultimate? It's going to get caught by Window again with the Meteor eventually, so that maybe they want to force that earlier. Doom now going in for the dive with the ultimate on to Rocket Raccoon. Laquavius John falls. And I don't, man, this is brutal right now. Chock looking a lot like NRG versus LG in the Invitational, like we previously saw. 34 seconds left. Not much hope for them.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a bit over right now. 2-0, being held at the spawn door in the 3rd match. I mean, Intergalactic is yes, it's over.
Galen!
It is over, Galen. I mean, he's trying his hardest there. What can they do? They can't even walk out.
Wait, that was sick. That was kind of sick, nasty from Lancer. He went for the grapple play into the back line. But I mean, shut out, right? And we can't stress this enough, right? Chock is a team that made it to top 6 in Intergalactic. Made them look like this. Wait, did they get a tick?
Can he get a tick?
He's gonna get a tick!
He got it,
my God, Chock can do it, they can still win, baby! There's a chance! In one world! Oh my God! Oh my God! In all the universes, This is the one that Chocky could get it done. The BRB for Lancer is here. Can they find any more eliminations, guys? Come on. I hate being biased and rooting for a team, but they get off the point. No. Oh, Doctor Strange. This was not the world they get it done, man. I mean, they got 41%.
Wait,
But
what even
holy-
happened there? How did they C9 or did?
Yeah, it was a Charlie Diner. Didn't touch the point. They forgot the point.
How do you forget the point there?
I think they tried. They must have got booped, I guess, because Window has a displacement. Doomed also has a displacement with those two abilities. I mean, that's got to be the reason why. Also, Senior Hoff does too. He can boop around with the shift. So, I mean, maybe they got booped off the point. That's what I'm thinking, at least.
Yeah, I mean, that is unfortunate. Definitely a stomping of a round there for Intergalactic, just holding them at the spawn door the whole time. I feel like Chock would have definitely benefited from having a Hawkeye out there, just going up against one, being able to just one-shot your backline, right? Taking out your Raccoon multiple times instantly, or just other squishy heroes, and not choosing to run one yourself. It finally looks like Chock is going to make that decision to run a Hawkeye themselves. I feel like that would have been pretty beneficial in their first match and this match. But it is definitely possible still, right? They managed to get a tick because of the Rocket Raccoon C9. But do they really hold Intergalactic for a whole 4 minutes here?
That was absurd. I mean, imagine if that happened. That would have been the craziest comeback of all time. From Chock, they still have a chance on defense. Now they have Vexy, their Hulk player, onto the Hawkeye, running the triple duelist composition now. Not sure how practiced they are on it. But I could give him a shot here. Vexy playing the angles pretty well. You know, just slowly looking for these shots. Here comes Jeff and Groot. Just running into the back, but here's Doom. It was a distraction. The Jeff and the Groot were just meant to look cute on the flank as Doom does the real damage, but Impunity do a little bit more than that. They ran right into Lancer's face across the map. It was a merry-go-round. And Intergalactic, it looks like they're going to get it done today to submit themselves into that top 4. And I mean, what a performance! I don't think they were meant to be here, right? They were supposed to play Mutant in the upper bracket. It took a forfeit because I think one of the players lagged out, and they couldn't make it to the match in time. Now in the lower brackets, they look like they're just unmatched. I mean, now I want to see them versus some of the top teams in the game because Intergalactic, what a performance by them.
I mean, yeah, now we're in the top 4. Just all of these matches here, just an absolute stomping here. Intergalactic, definitely a team to be reckoned with. 12,000 damage, Senor Hoff. And I mean, I was saying it, I feel like Chock would have definitely benefited from having a Hawkeye out there, especially going into a Wolverine. Maybe make that switch off of one Vanguard onto a Hawkeye so you can one-shot the enemy backline yourselves instead of your backline just getting one-shotted constantly. But I mean, all around amazing performance from Intergalactic there. Healers did an amazing job as well. Fidel, 18,000 healing. Window, we've seen him pop off a lot on the Magneto as well. Their entire team is just so strong.
Yeah, this is a good team. This is a good team that we'll have to wait and see what happens with them until tomorrow, as they're done for the day, and all of our teams are done for today in general. Intergalactic 3-0 in this case. Now moving forwards, they look to try to win it all, right? Versus Nightmare. It's going to be a hard matchup, right? Nightmare is the team to beat right now as it stands. That matchup will be tomorrow between Mutants and Nightmare, I believe, in the upper bracket finals. You're not going to want to miss that as well. In the lower bracket, in the meantime, we're all done. I think that, at least with that game specifically between Intergalactic and Chock, that's a testament to tomorrow's games. I think that they're going to be close. I imagine with a lot of the top teams, I don't want to predict too early because things are, you know, still up in the air. But let's take a look at the highlights from that matchup. Intergalactic, it's just all them on Clintar. Welcome back. Amazing work from Doomed and stuff. While those highlights are going on, I could hear our amazing production team just going, whoa, at the plays from Doomed and stuff. I mean, it was insane work from Doomed on Wolverine. I know a lot of people love that hero. And, a lot of people think that character could be a lot better than people have rated it in the past. Now, Wolverine is a mainstay in the meta in general. So we'll see if that hero gets popped out in those grand finals tomorrow. It will be our last game of the day, but we have more matches to go. Hank, I mean, it's been a pleasure casting today with you, man. Obviously, we still got until tomorrow, but what are your thoughts from the day, from that match specifically? Is there any thoughts going on about what happened?
I mean, we're getting to the top 4 right now. It's been an amazing day so far, Dustin. I mean, so many of these teams are so strong. We have Nightmare going up against Mutants in the winter finals tomorrow, right? And then, I mean, Intergalactic as well. We saw them pop off today. Their entire team is just looking so strong. Pure dominance. I'm excited to see if they can compete up against Mutants or Nightmare tomorrow, possibly. I mean, I feel like all of these teams are so strong. Any of them could take it home. I mean, Nightmare is the defending champions, right? I mean, they're looking unstoppable as well. So, I mean, there's going to be some very competitive gameplay tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, we still have to see what happens between Solar and then Rad Esports later on, too, in that lower bracket quarterfinals. So that team is going to play against Intergalactic, who just won. So that's going to be a big matchup as well. Later on, considering how things went as well, that'll be exciting. Intergalactic versus the stream team of Solar, right? You have so many top NA players competing for that prize pool in the top 4. I mean, that's an incredible series of events that we could potentially still see until tomorrow. In the meantime, though, Hank, obviously we've had some close games today, and Marvel Rivals in general, the meta is solidifying. I just want to get your take on like the top 3 heroes right now for you, in your opinion, Hank. Like, what heroes right now had the biggest impact on you from today?
I mean, I feel like we know the number 1 hero is Hela, just being able to, I wouldn't say solo carry your team, but I mean, if you're just playing out of your mind, right, it just completely changes the tide of the gameplay, right? You can get 2 picks almost instantly, right? We saw Doom just popping off on the Hela right away, right? Just making it a 6v4, and then it's like your team is almost guaranteed to win the fight unless the enemy team just has super strong ultimates on board. I feel like that's number 1. Hawkeye is pretty strong as well, but I wouldn't say maybe top 3. Maybe Doctor Strange provides a ton of value as well, getting to hit Big Eye of Agamotto's as well, and just shield tank. You can play very aggressive, very scrappy, and then Luna Snow, her ultimate has a ton of value too, man.
I like that. I like that.
Insane healing output as well.
That diversification, you made sure to get one of each role. I like that. That's so smart, man. Keep everybody happy, man. You're the ultimate politician. I appreciate that. That's good. I would have just been like all duelists. I would have been 100% screw every other role. The duelist,
Magic Star-Lord, Hela.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's going to be it from us, guys. An incredible day so far. Tomorrow is going to be Championship Sunday. Later tonight, in about an hour or 2, we will have the Asia broadcast live for you guys. The Marvel Rivals Championship, that will be their grand finals and final day Championship Sunday. So make sure to check that out starting in a few hours. Stay tuned on this Twitch channel on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. Make sure to follow to keep up to date. In the meantime, that'll be it for me, Dogman, and Hank. We'll have to catch you guys tomorrow.
Bye, chat.
Just kidding. We're still around. We've got the schedule coming up in a second, I bet. We're not leaving just yet. That was a bit awkward for me, straight up, Hank. I'll be honest. But generally, I watched the Asian matches last night. That's why I was so excited. I mean, that's my takeaway from that, Hank. Obviously they have such a different meta over there, and that's the big thing, is that there's a Rocket Raccoon that's played so much. Right, today we've seen some Rocket Raccoon. Not trying to get out of here just yet, Hank. I'm still with you, okay? I promise. I'm not trying to leave you for the milk today. Not just yet.
Yeah.
But generally, like, obviously, Intergalactic as a team, they're kind of next level, right? They're so good right now that up there with Mutants, up there with the likes of Nightmare. We still have more matches, obviously, between Solar, I believe, is it Solar and I'm blanking now too. I mean, I'm just so embarrassed. Between Rad Esports, later on. Take a look at the schedule from today, actually, is Rad Esports took that 3-0 win. Worms versus Arise. Arise did lose that and out of it. Windbreaker won versus Gross, obviously, in that matchup, as well as taking a look at the day. Chock took that 3-2 win earlier on versus Exodo, taking out one of the full Mexican nationality teams in the tournament. So for Chock, I mean, like we said, they were a good team, but just got absolutely shut out by Intergalactic at the end of the day. Taking a look at them also, getting the 3-1 over Windbreaker was huge. Rand Esports getting the 3-0 over Worms as well was huge. You know, Mutant on the upper bracket side got that 3 over Intergalactic because of what happened behind the scenes. We're going to have that the upper bracket finals between Mutants and Nightmare, which will be incredibly exciting.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams just so strong, man. I mean, Chock, it was a really good team, but just going up against Intergalactic, they're looking very unstoppable. I'm curious to see whether they can compete up against Mutants and Nightmare. It looks like they definitely can, but I mean, all of these teams are just so good here, Dustin. And I mean,
oh yeah,
in that recent match, not taking advantage of running a Mantis maybe and running a Raccoon as well, when that ultimate just had so much value. But make sure you guys definitely check out the new skins in the shop. Got to get that Squirrel Girl, Sheerful Dragoness, and the Moon Knight Lunar General. Absolutely phenomenal skins from the NetEase team and Marvel Rivals.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen so much Moon Knight today. Had a little bit of potential for Squirrel Girl, although Moon Knight definitely more prevalent in the meta currently. Hank, generally that was an exciting day. I think earlier on we had some incredible matches, but like you said, because of how things have gone towards the end, tomorrow will be a day to watch out for. Now we actually do get to end. You guys already got the spiel. Okay, you got the spiel already earlier on. Make sure to check out the actual players of the tournament too. That's a big thing for a lot of players as well. Make sure to check out my boy Hank the Tank on the side and Shib as well, previously casting today. It's been a pleasure watching with y'all. See y'all in a couple hours for the Asia broadcast. Catch you guys tomorrow.